Okay. Okay. Cool.
In the room. Guatemala's in the room. Is there any Australians in the room? Any of you guys, or New Zealanders even worse? Are you guys up late? Iceland's in the room. Anika, you're such a blessing to us because we always said we'd never get anyone from Iceland, and suddenly, you're. Czech Republic's in the room. Oh, I love the country. Uganda's in the room. I love many countries. Amsterdam, Netherlands is in the room. New Zealand. What's the time there? Te Whatu. I think it's Te Whatu is the name, how I pronounce the name. What's the time in New Zealand? Malta's in the room. Wow, this is crazy. We're going to spend like an hour. Hungary's in the room. So when we started our last summit, 113 countries came into the summit in the first 4-hour session or 6-hour session, which is this session equivalent last time. Zambia's in the room. Wow, this is crazy. I want to see if I got an answer. Oh, there we go. Greetings from New Zealand. No, I haven't got the answer yet of what the time is in New Zealand, but I know it's 8 hours ahead of now. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 11 p.m. in New Zealand. There we go. 1 a.m. Okay, so I guess it depends where you are. So well done on that. And super excited to get going. So welcome to everybody from all over the world. I'm actually, the speakers and I are always blown away by the diversity of people that come into these summits. We seldom get hundreds of people from one country. We literally get, 10s and 20s and 50s of people from multiple countries. And so it's really exciting to have you guys with us as a whole. Now, the speakers, are joining us from all over the world as well. So we've got a bunch in the US and Canada, a number of them in the UK. I think we've got UK, we've got Spain, we've got Greece, we've got some islands off Spain. I'm sure I've got these little points in the wrong place. We've got South Africa, which is where we're based. We've got 5 speakers coming from there. We've got Bali, we've got Australia. So we've got a diversity of speakers from around the world as well, which is really, really cool. And then our team is also around the world. So we are a proudly South African company, but we happen to be global. So we have team in Seattle, we have team in, I think it's Toronto in Canada, we have team in France, but both our French guys, who are not French, by the way, but they live in France, are in Spain at the moment. So hopefully they won't get stuck there, but I guess there's worse places to get stuck. And then obviously our team in South Africa as well. So we've got a big team there to support you behind the scenes, to make sure things are working okay, to help you on the journey. And that's really, really exciting as a whole. So listen, quick question. I'm going to pop a poll up, and this is on behalf of our marketing team. Tell us how you are currently viewing the summit, right? So you'll see on the poll, it'll give you the choice of either laptop or desktop computer or a tablet or a mobile phone. All right, so let us know how you're currently viewing the summit with us right now. And we'll give it a little bit of time for the almost 1,000 people already in the room to answer that. Okay, so it seems to be settling around 38. It keeps jumping up and down by 1 or 2%. Let's say 38% on laptop, desktop, computer, 54% on mobile phone, 6% on tablets. So it's interesting to us because we know the experience is different on different platforms. And I know that Webinar Jam, the platform we used, did a lot to make the experience better on mobile phones. So hopefully that'll be great. But I see a lot of you on desktops and laptops because I'm sure you're sitting in an office or you're sitting at home. And, when we look at the registration, 90% of people register from a cell phone. But we can see that a chunk of you guys that do that then go and get in front of your computer. It's gone up to over 40% now in front of laptop and desktop, so it's coming out and equalizing a little bit there. Okay, so marketing team, please take a screenshot, or 40% laptop, desktop, 53% mobile phone, and 6% tablet. Dan, write that down in case the marketing team isn't listening, because I don't think it saves the poll results. So, all right, there we go. So thank you very much for that, and the marketing team thanks you for that as well. It's very interesting to us to see. Let's get back to the chat. You can reset the poll chat. All right, next question is not a question, but a statement. And we have an amazing co-host joining us for the second ever Real Connection Women's Summit. You may recognize her. If you're South African, you're bound to recognize her. But just to give you a little bit of background, she was Mrs. South Africa in 2018. Now, please, everyone then says Miss South Africa. There's a difference between Miss and Mrs. Mrs. is married, family, lady. That's who becomes Mrs. South Africa. So, and Mrs., much younger and generally not married. I don't think you can be married. But fundamentally, there's a difference. She is runner-up in Survivor 2019. I watched that whole season. And as much as Nicole was presented in various different ways, I was rooting for her at the end. So, and of course, she was runner-up. She played a pretty hectic game there. She's an entrepreneur. She's a presenter. She's a model. She's a philanthropist. And most importantly, she's a loving wife and mom to two gorgeous kids. We can say 3 now because there's a gorgeous puppy in the place as well. So this, of course, is Nicole Capper. And Nicole, you can bring your video up. And I'm super excited to have you with me for the next 30 hours, in case you didn't count.
Hello, Brian Walsh, the Real Connection Women's Summit. For me, it is an absolute honor to be here. And I can't believe how many countries are tuning in to watch. It's just incredible.
Yeah, it's a whole new dynamic after this beautiful change in the world happened. And it's, we actually started in our strategy session at the beginning of this sort of end of last year or early January. And we said we want to work with 100 speakers, and we were only working with, I think, 12. And we said we want to be like a real global organization. And as the first few months went past, we thought, how are we really going to get past this, only working with a small group of speakers and working predominantly in South Africa. And then COVID hit. And initially, being an events company, we were like, okay, that's us gone. And so our events company pretty much ceased to exist for a short while. And then we were having a chat with some of the team, and we said, maybe we should just ask our speakers to join us on an online summit to just go and help people and, get used to the whole fear of everything that's going around. And that's how it started. And now we get 120 plus countries coming in. We've connected over 50,000 people live during these summits over the last 4 months with just shy of 100 speakers. So it's amazing how intention can manifest. But we're very excited. We're very blessed as an organization to be able to do that.
Well, I think it's your vision that's translated into this, and you called it in the beginning of the year, you set that intention. And it's all about creating those learning journeys for people and connecting people globally. And now you are connecting people from cross cultures, cross backgrounds, cross age groups, cross continents. And it feels like we're all in each other's living rooms. Don't tell anybody, but you're actually in my bedroom right now.
Yeah, it's actually interesting how many speakers talk about that. Welcome to my home. It's quite an unusual way to do a presentation to thousands of people, but that's the reality. From a speaker point of view, I've also been blessed. I know some relatively well-known speakers, but we've got to know so many more. And they talk about how, you're talking about some of the older school speakers like the Les Browns and Jack Canfields and Brian Tracy's. And these are like stage speakers who love to be in front of large groups of people and swear they'd never do live stuff online as a primary. And they're all doing better than they normally do when they're out traveling. And so as much as they love to travel and stuff, they've all had to learn, and the whole world has also had to come online in order to connect. And so it's a real blessing for us as an industry, but also a real responsibility for us as an industry, because if we're the people out there inspiring people, there's never time, never more of a time that we need to help and inspire people to become the better versions of themselves. So it's very, very relevant.
Well, I was having a chat to Suzanne. Point of view, certainly what people are going to expect from this weekend is such a deep connection through vulnerability with speakers. So bravo on taking a platform that's available to the world and translating that into real connection.
Well, thank you, but it's all because of you guys and these amazing people that come in from all over the world to participate. And let me just ask the question, how many men are in the room? Now, ladies, keep quiet. Just for now, men, just type in man proudly. If you have snuck in now, it is a ladies summit, but you might have noticed the key line was, for men and women, because I personally believe we need to see a lot more feminine energy coming out of leadership and connection. But we do know that as a women's summit, Facebook automatically directs it to women, and the majority of people in the room will probably be ladies, just like the majority of the speakers are. Janesh, I love the way you say men, so maybe there's more than one of you, but we've got some men in the room. Welcome. I don't feel so alone anymore.
I'm super passionate about this one, Brian, because it's the men for women that are part of creating change globally. And I work with a lot of guys in my organization where we actually connect women. It's a woman's impact hub, but we connect the guys because they support us and they teach the other men, how to lift up and help and promote women. So shout out to the guys.
It's a balance, and everything in universe and life is a balance. The feminine, masculine energy needs to be in balance. It has been out of balance for a long time. And when we look at the state of the world and possibly even why COVID manifested, is because it's been out of balance. And we desperately need feminine energy to come in and take ownership from monetary point of view, leadership point of view, business point of view. But I mean, that's what I love about the attitude. It's not about replacing one or the other. It's about finding the balance again. And I think that's what's so amazing about this. Now, guys, just to freak you out a little bit, if you are a lady in the room, type in lady. That's because Josie typed in lady. I was going to say woman. But type in lady just so the guys can see that there are a lot more of you than there are of them, because the man sort of typed, posts were sort of narrowing down quite quickly there. So ladies in the room, type in lady or female or anything that you want to at the moment. There we go. So we can see it is pretty much dominant in that space. And, the speakers, obviously, majority of them are ladies. We did bring some thorns in amongst the roses. But they are obviously going to talk sometimes in a language that is to women. But please, guys, do not look at that as if they're not talking to you. You'll see a lot of them will acknowledge men. They're just trying to really help the woman out there to stand up. I think that's the key thing. Women empowerment is not about taking away and giving like any form of empowerment. Women empowerment is just to get women to become, inspirational leaders that they all are. I mean, they've led families for years. They've led adversity much more than men have for years. The truth is it's time to step up and, please, my friends in the US, maybe a female, somebody, like a whole lot of female leadership would be a good idea because things are getting out of hand there. But so the ladies are in the room in mass, of course, and we did not expect anything different. Now, this is a kind of flash map of something that we're all very familiar with. This is the one that is probably most viewed in the world today. This was from yesterday, which is the Johns Hopkins University, who basically everyone refers to from a media point of view and globally. 22 plus million infections. That's not overly concerning when it comes to, things like flu and what have you. The 789,000 deaths, that's more concerning simply because that's at I think it's a higher rate of death than flu's ever actually got. But it is not going away. And that is a little bit alarming, right? Because, in summer it'll disappear. I spent a lot of time in America over summer and it's really hot. And guess what? It's just got worse. So we don't know what's going on, and it's not about the pandemic. I mean, I really think this is there to serve us. I think this is, for us all to wake up and realize we're actually, we've been humbled in a real sense. But it's not about the pandemic. It's about how we've reacted to it. And this has been an interesting context. And with media the way it is, initially there was a huge amount of uncertainty, and that uncertainty is still there. Now, Tony Robbins will talk about the 5 human needs, and the first 2 are certainty and uncertainty or variety. But there's a little bit too much uncertainty for some people. However, guys, we're 4, 5, 6 months into this now. All right. At the end of the day, there's still an uncertainty of exactly where it's going to go and exactly whether it's going to, how much chaos it's going to cause. But we no longer can sit down and sit with our head in the sands and hope things are going to go back to normal. There is no more normal. So let's understand a couple of things. COVID-19 pandemic presents an opportunity for us to reflect on our life and to change our life to become more authentic and real. I feel, Nicole, that, and you should be able to reflect on this a lot because of where you work, and you've been exposed obviously through television and major sort of medias, but there's such a falseness in the world, like if it's like you go on Facebook, people don't post the reality on Facebook, they post their sub-reality, or Instagram is even worse, or, reality shows, better than most, because you were portrayed in a very particular way on that reality, on Survivor. And reality shows, are dramatized, and there's so many factors. And then we live, obviously, we've grown for 100 years with entertainment. We've literally developed a kind of world where we feel like we have to be false or pseudo. And I think this is an opportunity for us to become real and authentic. I think that's what the world's shouting out for. What do you think?
Well, I think that we were living in this bubble of entitlement. We hadn't lived through world wars. We hadn't lived through major global disasters like our parents and grandparents had. And when this happened, we almost started complaining to say, well, this is devastating, and it is. Let's not for a second underestimate it. But it is part and parcel. If you live long enough on this earth, you will face things like this. And how adaptable are you to it? And I love it for one reason. I don't love any of the negative devastation, but I love it because it strips people away to their core. And Brian, I discovered this on Survivor. The greatest gift of being on that island was being completely stripped, not of makeup and nails and hair and heels, being stripped of all of your masks. You are raw, you are broken to breaking point, and then you're filmed and portrayed like that. And I love it because you get face to face with who you really are. And a process like this weekend is the same thing. You get to go and sit in your bedroom or in your lounge and get face to face with some people who are going to ask you some intense questions. And hopefully COVID has stripped away those bravado masks that we all wear to think we are something we're not. And maybe we can have a greater awareness after this weekend of who we think we are with who we actually are, and then how to move that into who we want to be.
Yeah, I think that's the time. I think it's been hugely self-reflective for me, just about everyone I know. And interestingly enough, it's not like it's been a breeze. By the way, a lot of the successful speakers that you come across in our space, they might sound like they know a lot of stuff because they do, that's their job. But they've all been through the ups and downs, and we've all been through states of depression and anxiety and unknown and concern. And there's a lot of, fear and factor. But it's in that space, just like Nicole mentioned, being in Survivor, which is an extreme example, of that's when you get stripped down. It's in that uncertainty and that chaos that actually you have to reflect. So guys, take the opportunity to reflect. And take this opportunity, dedicate these 30 hours. I know a lot of you are nuts and you're going to be with us the whole 30 hours, right? But dedicate them to you. This is not about any speaker that comes to talk to you. It's not about Nicole. It's not about me. This is entirely about you and how you can shift and evolve and become a better version of yourself. So I want to say off the cuff of that please have pen and paper. Please, please, please. And do not
have a pen and paper.
I also have a pen and paper. But do not think that the education, the knowledge, or the fact that you just listening for 30 hours is going to change your life. It is not knowledge that changes your life. It is applied knowledge that is real power in life. So it is really to look for the gems of things that you want to change. And that's going to be amazing. But we're going to intro the speakers. I'll talk a bit more about that. So it's a forced change, like Nicole mentioned, and we should take advantage of that. And, it doesn't matter. I've often said, when you're struggling, you might as well do the right things and struggle than do the wrong things and struggle. So it doesn't matter what the circumstances. I got friends who have lost everything, in terms of income. And some of them are really struggling to stand up, and others have pivoted and done like literally miraculous things in short periods of time. But at the end of the day, let's do the right thing. That's your journey now. Who am I? And how do I become the best version of myself? Because that's what you want to get out of this as a whole. So as my good friend, Dr. John Demartini says, it's not in the way. It's on the way. And that's how we got to look at it. What do you think, Nicole?
Absolutely. We hate the pain, and that is part of the process. That's always where the growth comes from. When we were on the island, Brian, I'll leave one thing with that thought. Nico, our host, said to us, Castaways, he said, and this is when we were in the middle of cyclone season, we felt like we were dying. We hadn't eaten for 4 days. He says, there will come a day when you will miss this island. And we laughed because we didn't think that we would. But I can tell you honestly today, I will miss that island every day of my life. And It is in those moments of hardship and pain. It is in the journey. It is on the way. So I'm excited for the journey this weekend.
Excellent, excellent. Now, guys, remember, it was Albert Einstein that actually said reality is merely an illusion, albeit a persistent one. I thought it was funny that he said that. So my original mentor, a guy called Emil Ratelband, who's like a Tony Robbins protege from Netherlands, I remember the first time I saw him speak, first time I saw anyone speak on human, personal growth. And he said, reality is an illusion. It's nothing more than an illusion. And I love that word because an illusion is something that's actually created in the form of entertainment, if you look at it through magic. And I've got some friends who are top magicians, and it's like, it's all about how they can trick you into believing something or seeing something that isn't there. The truth is, our perception of life is our own illusion. We make it. We create it. It's not what happens, right? It's rather how we perceive and react to what happens that actually matters. So it's your choice to mold that illusion of your life and make it what you want it to be, Nicole.
Yeah. I think that we are so much more in control than we'd give ourselves credit for. And to just take control and design our own lives, design our own destinies. And this is literally what people are doing. They're the architects this weekend. Roll out those plans, sharpen your pencils, and decide who you want to be on Monday. And it might take you 10 years to get there. But it is in your control, more than you would realize.
Yeah, and that's the important thing. So let me ask the question in the room. Say it any way you want to. Put pluses there if you want to. You're going to see that's a nice way of communicating. Or just shout out, hell yes. Who's ready to turn 2020 into the best year ever? Now, I know it's August, and maybe it's unfair of us to say it because of how quickly we managed to pivot our business, but who's ready to say, look, there's still August, September, October, November, December. There's another 4.5 months left or so. Who's ready? Okay, so there we go. All right, that's what we want to see, the enthusiasm, the excitement. The speakers are going to ask you to interact with them a lot. Many of them are great stage speakers, so this is a whole new thing for them. But please do. You're going to see, you've seen everyone's comments now. A little bit later, you won't see other people's comments, only your own and admin and team comments. But we can see them, and the team can see them. So please keep interacting, because it really is helpful for somebody who's sitting in their home, talking to the wall, and to actually know that there's thousands of people out there listening. So we really appreciate that. So excellent enthusiasm. Now, we've got some awesome help to help you this weekend. I must admit, I'm excited. I'm always excited, but, there's lots of newbies, and there's lots of my favorites, and there's some of my non-favorites. No, I'm kidding. There's none of my non-favorites. But it's going to be an amazing, amazing lineup. So we're going to keep you pretty busy for the next 6 hours. Today, I'm going to start off with the secret of success. I always start with that, which is really just a kind of grounding of where we should start on this journey of shifting and changing. We got Lauren Dallas. I love Lauren. She's going to be talking about get unstuck, build goals, income streams. She's a top specialist in business, but also in various other fields as well. And Esty Rand, I love Esty as well. She's going to be joining us. Esty is like one of the coolest, business teachers I've come across, because, man, she speaks it straight. And I just think it's so, so powerful. So she's going to be talking something that sounds kind of weird, client conversion kit, but believe you me, you're going to want to hear what she has to say. And we end with Susanna Kennedy, Conscious Empowerment and Mastery. She's going to tell her story, and her story is actually amazing. I've known Susanna for a long time, so it's going to be really, really cool. Today's going to be good, Nicole.
I'm excited for today. I did a live this morning, like I said, with Susanna, and we kind of ran through what the first night is going to look like. And I don't think you're going to want to move from your screen. I'm staying all the way through, not because I have to, but because I'm desperate to get the info from these incredible people.
So the time in South Africa is 3:25. So you can now work out your difference, right? So we run from 9 a.m. South African time to 9 p.m. South African time. So this accommodates a broad spectrum around the world. We'll see our Australians and New Zealanders and more from Asia in the mornings, and then more from Canada and North America and South America in from the evenings. So, but please work it out now, because I didn't even put times on here, but you'll see you should all actually have a link to the total schedule, and it shows you the times in various different time slots. Just make sure you don't make the mistake of missing a speaker because you thought it was 9 o'clock your time, but it ended up being 10 o'clock your time, or other way around, I should say, and you missed it. So please do that. Bear that in mind. Some talks are an hour, they're 45 minutes for the speaker and around it, and other talks are 90 minutes for the speaker and around it. So just bear that in mind as a whole. So just remember, we started at 3 South African time today, so 25 minutes past whatever it is in wherever you are in the world. Tomorrow we start 6 hours earlier. Okay, so whatever the time is for you, you can work it out, and that'll give you an indication. You guys got in on time, yeah, so I'm guessing you guys have figured it out, so I'm probably preaching to the converted. But anyway, then we get serious on Saturday and Sunday. Whew. All right, so we got 12 hours a day, and we start with Kate Gray from Australia. Kate is amazing. I love this lady. And another person I'm super excited about is Jennifer Stoller. Jennifer, I've got to know her well. She's been involved with a friend of mine's personal stuff, but she is just absolutely amazing. Guys, if you're not on the Facebook group and you actually haven't watched the videos from these ladies, be it like when Nicole and Susanna talk, or when they just talk individually, you're already missing out on so much. I mean, there were so many incredible pieces of education and connection off those videos. They're still there, so don't miss out on that. I just remember Jennifer's video. I was actually in tears listening to it. We got the boys that seem to have flooded into day 2, right? So Skip, and we brought some guys in. we brought some guys in because we believe their message is so powerful for women, and they asked as well. I know Skip will actually have a female version of himself, so to speak, with him as well. So they'll be talking together. But I'm shaking with this crazy world. Skip is just absolutely amazing. I just love his energy. He really talks about holistic living. He's incredibly healthy guy, but he's not going to just talk about health. He's going to talk about how the whole materialization of your existence or your manifestation works based on balancing different aspects of your life. Richard Harrington is my personal investment mentor. He is for most of my team and thousands of other people in our community. And that's relevant, right? So we really want, ironically, actually more women buy his program than men. So we thought it was pretty relevant. He's going to be joining us from Bali. Vamili, I love Vamili. She's like, seriously, she kicks ass. Every lady in the room and half the guys should listen to this woman, right? She really kicks ass. I just love what she's done. She'll tell a story. Be a woman, earn like a man. I just love the directness of that. But she's got a big job to do going forward. She's got such a powerful message. James McNeil is a dear friend of mine. Also, just such a connector. You guys are going to love him. You're going to love him. You're going to love his story. Lindsay Sukranek. How do you pronounce it, Nicole?
Lindsay.
Wait, I missed it.
I think it's Lindsay Sukurnik.
Okay, we'll go with that. But Lindsay's actually amazing as well. I was watching her do her lives, and she lives in Costa Rica, and she surfs every morning with her kids, and she's just a beautiful energy, which is going to be amazing. Now, please get your, don't get a frenzy. Tony is not live with us. Okay, Tony is, we're going to get teaching from Tony, but it's not going to be live. And yeah, we're gonna be talking about some amazing opportunity to work with Tony that's coming up. So we will get teaching on raising your standards, but I'm emphasizing, because there's always people that come in and go like, where's Tony? Well, he's there, but he's not there live. So just understand that going forward. Day 2 is a mixed house, but really going to be amazing, Nicole.
Yeah, I'm excited for day 2. I mean, the variety of information here for day 2 is just ridiculous, and the different topics that it's covering is really essential. I'm loving the focus as well on financial intelligence, especially because this is Women's Summit. You won't believe the real gap that there is there. And I think that women, just with a couple of days now and maybe a few week courses, can actually transform not only their financial future, but the women of those around them. And I think that'll be a big solution for women in general. And of course, Tony Robbins. I mean, ending off with a speaker like that is absolute pure gold. And I think it's a really nice thread to wrap things up for day 2.
Yeah, it is. And guys, I know some people say, oh, disappointed he's not live. We're going to tell you how you can work with Tony live, okay, which is absolutely amazing. I'm blown away by what this man has done. But you're going to get some education from him that isn't available anywhere else. And believe you me, you're going to be taking notes and making some massive shifts in your life. So don't think of it as anything else than a major session, like Nicole said, to end the day, which is going to be absolutely awesome. And then look at day 2. Look at day 2. I mean, day 3, I should say, but day 2 of the weekend. Brandon Bays, Heidi Shannon, Nicole Kappa. Who's that? Nicole Kappa. I'm so looking forward to your presentation.
I'm excited for it too. I think when I look at who's surrounding me on the program, it is overwhelming and humbling. But I'm excited I get to share my little secrets and insights to personal branding. And I consider myself to be extremely honored to be the opening act on day 3 for Brian Walsh.
Opening act for Brian. No, guys, seriously, Brandon Bays, dear friend of mine, one of the leading healers in the world, emotional and physical healers. You don't want to miss her session. She's absolutely unbelievable. Heidi Shannon, one of the greatest coaches out there in the world today. She's Australian, but I think she's living in Bali, or she might be back in Australia. Nicole, obviously, she personifies personal brand, and she's learned so much and done so much for herself. So we're going to get the real context of what she's done and how it's become so critical to learn how to brand ourselves. And if you don't think you should have a personal brand, ask your husband or wife. All right, everyone has a personal brand. So even if you don't own a business, or even if you're not trying to be a personality out there, you should check it and you should manage it. And that's why it's so critical to learn that. The Real Entrepreneur, we're going to talk about that in the last, in my session 4th. Celine is going to talk about well-being. She's a well-known dietitian. She's actually amazing. She's South African born France, lived in South Africa, lives in France again. And she's really going to blow you away. I absolutely loved when I heard her the first time. It's so eye-opening to hear what she has to share. Tess is, in the school of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. She works with John Gray. I'm super looking forward to that as well. Safe stress in your relationship. How's that for a topic, Nicole?
I will be listening with pen and paper and taking avid notes there.
I'm fascinated. And then we got two heavyweights at the end. Alison Larson. Guys, you really want to listen to this woman. She is profoundly powerful. She's been talking about soul intuition. And Sharon Lechter. A lot of people don't know who Sharon Lechter is. They don't actually realize that she co-wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad with Robert Kiyosaki. She then went and co-wrote 12 additional books with Robert and other what they call Rich Dad advisors, and she ran Robert's companies for over 10 years. So, she's profoundly powerful. She's highly regarded in the US around finance. She loves to talk about finance and business as well as personal, and it's an absolute pleasure to have her with us. So guys, you may not know everyone, but do not be crazy enough to miss any of these sessions. If you're not sure, listen to the first 10 minutes. If it connects, carry on. If it's not, go and do what you got to do and come back to the next one. But believe you me, there are some incredible speakers and incredible teachings coming out of these 2 days. So I just want to say, look, Real Success Network is all about connecting people and learning journeys globally. That's, you'll hear in my story of why we do that. And, it's a privilege to be able to connect with, probably 100 countries in one go and speakers from another 14 countries around the world. And we love that. Some speakers will sell to you. Now, I like to bring this up front because people go, oh, that's what it's free, You say, well, look, some speakers are going to make some offers to you during the summit. Every one of those offers is exceptional. Okay, meaning that I have drilled them down to say, can you give us $1,000 programs for $100? I've done nuts stuff. Okay, so believe you me, you're going to want to them, but they are not there to simply sell to you all the time. They're there to teach you. All right. So at the end of some of their presentations, you'll see the ones that are longer. At the end, they'll have an opportunity to tell you about an opportunity to work with them. Not all of them are doing that. Some of them are going to invite you to additional learning opportunities. Some of them aren't going to do either. So at the end of the day, it's a mixed bunch. But please, guys, if you get turned off by somebody selling you something, I want you to understand a simple factor. The more uncomfortable you feel when somebody sells or promotes themselves to you is directly proportional to how uncomfortable you will feel when you try and sell yourself or promote to other people. And so you really got to understand, I used to hate it. The truth is, I think I heard Kate talking about it on Facebook last night, saying that if you want to learn how to connect with people and get them interested in products, just pay attention to that. But there are some amazing opportunities. Now, it's entirely at your choice if you want to move on with a particular speaker beyond their teaching. I promise you, we will not let you down. Every single speaker is going to give you incredible value through this. So, most importantly, everyone has of these hand-selected speakers is here to serve you. You may not know them all. Give each of them a chance. Connect with them. And then their insights and strategies on how they can impact your life. Okay, you will be blown away. By the end of the summit, you'll be going like, I didn't know this person or this person or this person or this person, and they all just freaked me out with the most incredible input and strategies for me. So please hang out with us for the weekend. We'd love you to do that, even if it's funny times for some of you, because Nicole and I are going to have a lot of fun, and we're going to be taking notes, and we're going to be learning. So we'd love you to join us while you do that, Nicole.
Yeah. This is going to be a really interactive, collaborative weekend from everybody. Bring your energy to your screen because we can literally feel it. Share your chats and thoughts in the chat box. And I think I'm very excited to move forward, into the weekend of change and greater awareness, actually.
Yeah, it's always such a beautiful opportunity to learn. People say, do I do this because I make money or because of the whatever? And the truth is, I do this because one of my highest values is learning. And so you'll often see me in live, when we did physical events, sitting at the back of the room taking notes, and people are like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm learning. Now shut up, stop interrupting me, because that's what you had to do. So make sure you do that and you humble yourself into that process. Listen, you want to connect with us besides chatting in the chat here where the team do interact. There's thousands of people in the room. So what happens is that can get quite easily missed. So if you go to realsummits.com/connect, all right, you'll come to a page where if you haven't joined the Facebook group, please go and do that. All right. If you haven't joined the Facebook group, please go and do that. There's over, I think it's 15,000 people there already. It's actually a new group, so that's pretty cool. And you'll just see, like, just go back and you can listen to the speakers, even from previous summits, and incredible insights that they give, in these lives that they've done during it. And of course, you'll get announcements, and also the Facebook group will notify you every time a speaker comes into play as well. Now, there's also Facebook Messenger. You'll see a link for that. Highly recommend you join that. Also about 15,000 people in the community there, and there you can actually set reminders for yourself for which speakers you want to see. So that's kind of a singular advantage to be there. Instagram, please join us on that. That's a brand new Instagram that's growing at a rapid rate, and also connecting the speakers with you. And the help desk direct link, so you can email help@realsuccess.net. You'll hear myself and Nicole say it many times, but if you actually click on that link, it'll take you straight into the help desk to issue a ticket. And our help team, well, one of them who's on leave is actually working throughout the summit to support you as tickets come through. Their mission is always to get all tickets closed before the summit ends. So believe you me, there's lots of people to support you on this going forward. One thing that I must explain that's slightly different if you've done summits with us previously, not the last one, but any of the 9 or 8 before that, is every session, after every speaker, it changes to another session. Now, it's easy for you guys in the room. Yara's talking about it. We'll close the session, leave it open, your window open, and in a few minutes after that, you'll get a pop-up at the bottom of the window, and you can click on that. It'll take you straight into the next session. Okay, so that's the easiest way for you to do it if you're going from session to session. If you somehow close the window or you get lost, just check your email. You'll receive an email before every session starts with the link to join it. Now, it's the same link, by the way, for the whole of today, and it's the same link for each day. So you've got a different link for each day, but they work for all the sessions. So it's not like you have to know new links, but just remember, you come into the new sessions. If you come into a session and the room's empty and no one's talking, that means you somehow got into the end of another session. So it's on the top of the hour or 2 hours. We'll always notify you well in advance when something's going to change. So just bear that in mind, and that just enables each of those sessions to be, more personally done and promoted as a whole. So we're looking forward to that. All right, let's get ready. Who is ready to rock and roll? Who is ready? Let us know in the chat.
I'm ready, Brian. I think the advantage and disadvantage for you as the host to be speaking on this platform is the fact that the advantage, people get to know you, they're really comfortable with you, but the disadvantage is they don't quite know who is speaking to them. It feels like a familiar face. And guys, if you are one of the very few watching who does not know who Brian Walsh is, this man is a legend in his industry, not just in South Africa, but globally. And it's because his legacy is bigger than himself. And it's grown beyond just business. It's impacted people's lives, and it's equipping other people. So to go from somebody who at 16 started his first business and started and failed over 13 companies, right, Brian? And that learning process has refined him into a businessman and somebody who now equips others to be able to become entrepreneurs. And Brian's vision is actually for entrepreneurs to resolve the many challenges in this world and to create a community of over 5 million entrepreneurs globally. He has himself spoken to over 250,000 entrepreneurs across the globe. And today you get to hear from Brian himself. I don't think there's anybody better than to kick off the program than you, Brian. And I'm certainly sitting here with a pen and paper, and we'll catch up with you afterwards. But over to you, Brian.
Cool. Thank you, Nicole. That was amazing. And yeah, guys, this is exciting. So I have 2 companies. One is Real Entrepreneur, which was my pet for a long time. That's the one where we focus on entrepreneurial development. You'll hear me talk on that tomorrow in the middle of the sessions because I'm very passionate about entrepreneurship. But Real Success Network, which is really the group company which runs these summits, is something that we're also very passionate about, because even when we teach in entrepreneurship, the foundation of who we are is the critical component. So what I want to do is I want to start by sharing 3 secrets. Now, these are not secrets per se to me, but they are my life. In other words, they're the 3 things that had the greatest impact in shifting my life. You heard Nicole say I failed 13 times. Now, failure might be a harsh word. It's not like I was, liquidated or shut down, but I gave up in some cases. Other times the business just got into trouble, and it took me a while to find my rhythm to create success in life. And so I want to share that story with you, and I want to share these secrets, which are echoed by many of my great teachers and mentors around the world, and hopefully give you some guidance. And this is a great foundation to base this whole weekend on. So listen, let me ask you this question. Who's never heard me speak before? In person, virtually, summits, webinars, whatever. Type in no if you've never heard me speak before. Type in no. If you have heard me speak before, type in yes. Okay, so no if you've never heard me speak before in any platform, and this is the first time you've seen me, and yes if you have heard me speak, be it in any other platform previously. All right, so we've seen tons and tons of no's and some yeses, and yes, no's. So it's predominant no's. And this is always what I find amazing, is how many new people we bring into these spaces, right? And there's lots of people that do know me, of course. I'm seeing lots of yeses coming through as well, but I would guess there's about a 60 to 70% new audience. So if it's okay with you, I would like to start by telling you these 3 secrets in the context, and then I'm going to show you a little bit about my life as a whole. And I just realized I wanted to actually show you first about my life, but I'm going to go into these secrets because they're so relevant in context. The first thing that I learned, so just to give you the context of my life, firstly, I was, born in 1970 in a place called Walvis Bay, or Whale Bay, translated into English, which was in now what's called Namibia, but back then was under the jurisdiction of Cape Town. That particular municipality in Namibia was under the jurisdiction of Cape Town, which is 1,700 kilometers away. It's a long story. But I left when I was 1.5. So people say, are you Namibian? Yes, by birth, but not really, because my actual birth certificate says born in Walvis Bay, Cape Town. Go figure. I grew up in Cape Town, a beautiful city where I am now again in South Africa. But my life was not easy. I mean, I was dyslexic. I had ADD. My mother was a severe alcoholic, to the extent that she died from complications of alcoholism when I was 17 years old. This was a big thing for me from the age of 9, getting it in my face, the realization, being left with my mother and the extremity of her challenges, myself and my brother. And subsequently with all of this, unbeknown to me, I suffered from a lot of depression. And I was like a lost person. I often used to say as a child, I had no self-esteem. I think I was a 0 if there's a measurement, right? And I look back at it, and although there's some beautiful outcomes from the challenge, there's a lot of negative self-reflection in that time as a whole. And I know that a lot of people, we've all been through our challenges. And when I talk about my mom, and I love my mom to bits, but her alcoholism, which was extreme, I learned something with my first girlfriend many years later, that she said her dad was an alcoholic, and I knew her dad pretty well, and he had a few beers on a Saturday, and he became funny, he became one of those people that started to get a bit silly and joke around. But it took me a while, because I said, that is not an alcoholic. An alcoholic drinks bottles of spirits until it comes out of their pores, okay? And, literally rots the insides out by the extremity, because that was what my experience of an alcoholic was. Only to realize, later on in life that she was feeling the same emotional pain that I was feeling. It is not about the size of the story. It's not about the size of the incident. We all feel the same emotions. So a child that grows up in a fancy mansion with a wealthy family that loses something important to them, or a child that lives in a township, in a little shack on dirt roads that loses something important, and they feel the same thing. So please, we've got to understand this as humans, and COVID-19 has really illustrated this to us. We're all the same. We're all the same. There's nothing missing in you. There's nothing that you can't become. There's nothing that you cannot manifest in your life, right? So it did take me 40 years, 42 if I really want to be specific, until I could actually really change the outcomes I was getting in life. So I created awareness a lot earlier, at the age of 26, when I read Tony Robbins' book and worked with his protege, Emil Ratelband back then. And I got into this industry sort of semi in 2000, semi in sort of 1998, but really full-time in 2006. And, it's been my path, which I'm going to share with you in context. Now, up until then, I was still not successful. And for the first 6 years in this company, I was not successful. I'm going to define success for you just now, but the point is, at the end of the day, is, I was teaching success, but I wasn't feeding success. And, there's a statement that really rung true to me, which is, have you learned anything if your life doesn't illustrate it, right? So a friend of mine said, about wealth and money. He said, if you want to learn how to really be successful with money, he says, learn everything you can about how to make more money, manage it better, and invest it to create assets and wealth. And he said, don't stop until your life illustrates that you got it. And it was in this reflection in early 2012. I won't go into the full story, but it was a very negative experience just from a perspective of self-reflection that I realized my life didn't illustrate I knew anything. I realized that intellectually, I knew lots. I knew enough to teach people. My own students were becoming successful in areas of their life, which doesn't really do well for my little voice, which used to freak out, right? We are not going to change our lives by simply arrogantly thinking we know things and wanting to learn them intellectually. So around some drinks or a coffee table, we can tell people what they should do to be wealthy. I mean, how many of you have got friends who are not wealthy, but they love to tell you how to be wealthy? Or friends that are not healthy, but they love to tell you how to be healthy? Now, I've got wealthy friends and healthy friends, and I'm going to listen to them because I learned that you should probably listen to people that have produced results, not just people that talk about it. And so fundamentally, we become those people. We become those people. We want to be intellectually superior. We want to know stuff. We think that knowing stuff makes us successful. But it doesn't. It doesn't. So remember that statement. We don't stop until our life illustrates that we know it. Now, here's the interesting thing, right? The number one strategy for success in life is continuous educational self-improvement. 86% of the wealthiest people in the world list this as a core strategy in their success. Now, I didn't know this in 2012 when I had this very aggressive conversation with myself and made this realization. And I decided to become a humble student. And I didn't know that this was the number one strategy for achieving success. I just knew that I'd learned a lot of stuff, but I hadn't really got to know it by implementing it. So I wanted to go back. I went back and read the same books. I went back, attended the same seminars. I literally, there's like one book from T.R. Becker, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, I read 36 times in that year in 2012. And okay, it was a short version of it, by the way, but still, it was just to reiterate those statements. He has lots of affirmations and stuff. And I was just this journey. And through that period from 2012, I started to notice an incremental growth in my life. So I was broke, unhealthy, alone, miserable at the beginning of 2012. In August 2013, there was a clear trajectory. I'm jumping ahead because that was a significant time, but there was a clear projection. So throughout that period, month by month, I noticed improvements in all those areas of my life, and I started to get better results. And it was a consistency. It wasn't a quantum leap. It was really just incremental growth by focusing and being humble, which is such a powerful tool. And then in 2013, something crazy happened. It wasn't actually in what happened in 2013. It was just like a critical, pivot time or time when things just started to shift. We had exponential growth. We grew our company almost 20 times in 18 months, which is not something I recommend to anybody. And then we had a big glitch in 2015. And then subsequently, I've been very, very fortunate to have achieved significant success after that. So I am very blessed in that way, and I'm very blessed. And I use this word blessed, by the way, because I'm not religious, but I use it because every one of you has the potential to be blessed in your life. In other words, to see life and realize how fortunate you are. Now, not while you're struggling. I want you to do it then anyway, but I want you to do it because you actually realize you can manifest those blessings and live a life that is authentic and live a life that is inspirational. And that's when you really feel blessed. And even when you're having the most terrible experience of your life, even when you're having or trying to sabotage it, we'll talk about that at some stage, you will find that life will still pick you up and hold you and walk you on that journey because it's so, so important. So the first secret, and yes, by the way, the study that came out in 2013 was of multiple studies that were done around numerous universities and colleges. At that stage, there were 31.6 or 31,680,000 millionaires in the world, 1,426 billionaires. You can see the list there of who were the top, wealthiest people in the world at the time. That's gone up quite significantly since then, and changed for that matter. I found it very strange that they called the wealthy people, anyone with $1 million net worth or higher, they called wealthy, and everyone else they called poor. So I was definitely in that poor category at the beginning, right? So the white represents the poor category, and the wealthy is represented by the black category. And so if you look there under this one particular, habit, belief in long life, educational self-improvement, there's 86% of wealthy people believe in it. 5% of everyone else believes in it. So I asked my good friend, Dr. Demartini, about this, and he actually said, yeah, Brian, the people that need it the most do it the least. The people that need it the least do it the most. That was like being punched in the stomach when I heard it. And I want to honor you guys. You guys are here. This is a message we need to put out to everyone that's not here. But I want to honor you guys. But remember, it is not just about coming to a summit once or working with one person. It is about a continuous journey to self-improve no matter what for the rest of your life. All right. And that's a critical component. So unequivocally, that was a major strategy that helped me shift from a struggling person to building multi-million-dollar businesses, incredible teams, incredible connections, and just living an inspired life as a whole. The second one is raise your standards. Now, Tony Robbins, who's going to talk about this at the end of tomorrow, right? He really, really sort of emphasizes this well. And, we talk about your life is the sum of what you're settled for, by the way. So if you look at life right now, if you look at what you have, your body, your relationships, your mental state, your physical things, where you live, the car you drive, the people that are around you, this is what you've settled for. Now, I don't want to imply that it's bad by saying settle. I'm just saying you are living based on the standards that you have set for yourself in life. The problem is you want higher standards or higher outcomes in certain areas of your life. But once, don't do it, right? You can want till you bleed in the face. We all know that simply wanting something doesn't change it. So we need to understand that nothing changes because we want something. Results only change when we raise our standards to an absolute must. Then you will find a way and make a way to get a result for what you want. Now, I'm going to let Tony do a very short video to explain this. We will discuss it in more depth tomorrow at the end of tomorrow's session. But let me just let him do a little intro just so you can get it. He articulates this so nicely. So here's Tony Robbins for a couple of minutes.
The number one thing that's going to change your life, the only thing that will change your life, change your business, change your money, change your relationship, is you must raise your standard. Now, I know that sounds boring, stupid, basic, but it's the truth. The only thing that changes our life long term is when we raise our standards. What does that mean? That sounds so boring and dumb. It means that all of us in life have things we want. We don't get what we want. We get what we have to have. Remember I said earlier, we all get what we tolerate in ourselves and other people. But when you're no longer willing to tolerate something, that's when your life changes. The difference in people is their standards, period. The difference in people is their standards, period. And what do I mean by standards? Everyone in the world has a list of things they think they should do. I should lose weight. I should work out. I should spend more time with my kids. I should work harder. I should make more calls. I should. And then you know what? People don't do their shoulds. And they get mad at themselves, and they what I call should all over themselves. They beat themselves up about it. What changes people is when your should becomes a must. When suddenly the thing you said should happen has to happen. That's when human beings change. It's like if you want to take the island and you're the head of the army and you want to take the island, the most powerful way to take the island is burn the boats. Because if there's no way to go back, it's amazing what happens when it's a must to do something versus a should. That's what makes human beings succeed.
So, I mean, he articulates that very powerfully, but I want to tell you, Tony's motivational, inspirational, hearing him, wow, it sounds amazing. I didn't get this for a long time, but when I did, my life changed. So whether it was, how I traveled around the world, or whether it was the people that I attracted around me, or whether it was how much money I made, or whether it was my health, or where I lived, or what I did, or the friends, or whatever, it's the standard. And it won't change until you make it an absolute must. Now, I don't want to say it's as easy as just waking up and saying it's a must, but you've actually done it. You've been in a relationship that has just been toxic for a long time. And one day you just woke up and said enough is enough, and you packed your bags and you walked out, right? Some of you smoked for years, and one day you tried to stop numerous times, but one day you just woke up and that was it. You've actually had an identity shift, and Tony will talk about this tomorrow, but at the end of the day, it happens. You just didn't realize that that's what it was, the switch in the brain that said, no more discussion around whether I should, shouldn't, wrong, right, excuses, nothing. Your brain, which is this incredible organ that's designed to manifest any life that you want, goes into a find a way, make a way to make it happen. And that's the shift. Now, for me, working with some of the top teachers around the world, many of them, is what helps me raise my standards all the time. Self-reflection, self-awareness, self-consciousness, and getting my ass kicked is what raises my standards, right? Constantly reminding myself of this factor. I check myself weekly often on my standards. I look and reflect at my life and go, really? Even while I'm talking to you now, I'm reflecting on certain aspects of my life and I'm saying, really? Am I prepared to accept that? And it's okay if you are. Maybe you're not ready to do it. Even the difference between the people that attend the summit that take action off the back of what they learn and those that don't is simply those that raise their standard to a must. I must take action. I must change. And those that just feel warm inside but aren't ready to change. So this is such a powerful thing, guys. And please make sure you're with us at the last session tomorrow. No, sorry, it's the middle. No, it is the last session tomorrow with Tony Robbins. Okay, so Tony's not live, please understand, but you're going to get some personal education from him, and we're going to give you an opportunity on how to actually work with Tony live as a whole. So that's the last session tomorrow. Very, very important. All right, the third thing, and when people actually say to me, Brian, if there's one thing that has had the greatest impact in your life, now I hate to do this because I'm giving you 3 secrets, and to me they're all equally important. But it's this one critical factor of being true to yourself, of knowing your values, which by real definition means the things that are truly most important in your life, and living congruently with those things. And, my good friend, Dr. John Demartini, who I've known for 15 years now, I think John and I have been friends. His latest book was The Values Factor. He's been teaching this ever since long before The Secret, which he was featured in. But it's absolutely unbelievable when you find out or realize why being true to yourself, in other words, identifying your values, which you don't know necessarily, by the way, because I've worked with a lot of people doing values. My top coach students will always say, what do you think your values are? What do you think is most important? And write the order that you think it's in. And they'll write down 5 things in order. This is the most important, second, third, fourth, fifth. Then they'll do the value determination process. And off the back of that, we'll compare it and they'll realize they're completely different. Or some might be the same, but many are different. Because we live in a society where everyone is imposing their values on us. If somebody has a high value in health, they just don't understand why the people don't see that. And so what are they going, but that's why? Why could you not make health important in your life? If somebody has a high value on money, other people freak out about it and they don't have that connection. If some people have the highest value on, travel or on business or on learning or on anything, cooking, it doesn't matter. All right, there's a reason why you have that value. And I'll give you an opportunity to explore that for yourself later on. But at the end of the day, if you can identify what it is, what that top hierarchy of values are, and live in congruence as much as possible with that, you will attract the incredible positive circumstances, people, and opportunities into your life, even when you're trying to sabotage it. That's how profoundly powerful it is. Now, who better than the great Dr. Demartini to actually teach this to you? So I've decided now to actually give you about a 24-minute education, I think it is, with John. Guys, have pen and paper. Be prepared to be wowed if you haven't heard this or if you haven't heard this man. But please pay attention because this is very, very powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. John Demartini.
Everyone in this room, including yourself and each person around you, your family, your children, the people you interact with, your parents, every human being, regardless of race, creed, color, age, or sex, lives by a set of priorities. A set of priorities. And I'll draw that up here as a series of lines. I'll use 7 lines. But everybody has a set of priorities, a set of values, things that are most important to least important in their life. So I'll call this the highest value, the highest priority, or the thing that's most important here. And the lesser or least value, lesser priority or lower priority, and the thing that's less important here. And obviously there's a gradation between that as far as importance. This entire structure is called the value structure. I also like to call it the hierarchy of our values. So every individual has a hierarchy of values, a set of priorities that they run their life by. And this set of values is fingerprint specific. It's unique to you. There will never be 2 people that have exactly the same set of values. But as we go through life, as we evolve, our values are evolving. Some of those values change significantly, some not at all. Whatever's highest on your value, the very highest value, you're spontaneously inspired from within to do. So whatever's highest on your value, you're inspired from within. You do not need motivation or incentives or anything to remind you or motivate you to do the highest value. Now, my highest value is researching and teaching. I do it every day. And for 42 and a half years, nobody has ever had to motivate me to do it. I can't wait to get up in the morning and do that. I love that. This highest value, because it's inspired from within, it's intrinsic. It's from within. As you go down the list of values, the farther you go down, the greater degree of motivation is required to get you to do them. If you require motivation to do what you think is important to you, what you think is important to you isn't important to you. You don't need motivation to do what's highest on your value. You don't need reminding. You don't need persuasion. You don't need anything. It's inspired intrinsically from within. I don't need motivation to research and teach. I am not a motivational speaker. A motivational speaker is somebody trying to motivate you to do something that's not highest on your value with rhetoric and persuasion. I'm an inspired educator. I educate people on how to live congruently with an inspired life. I am interested in one thing: helping an individual get so congruent they never need motivation again. How many of you understand what I'm saying? So these lower values become extrinsic. This highest value in theological terms has been called the calling. So to people who are exploring the metaphysical and esoteric world of the theological and philosophical, it is sometimes called the calling within. You feel that it's what you're ordained to do. The ancient Greeks call it the telos. The telos means the end in mind. Napoleon Hill called it the chief aim. The chief aim is the thing you have a burning desire to do. The burning desire is another name that you have enthusiasm to do it. Enthusiasm means entheos, the God within. You feel inspired from within and feel called to fulfill that telos. I'm a teacher. I had a vision to be a teacher at age 17. That has never left my sight. The ancient Greeks knew how important it was to access this telos, and they made a whole study of it, and they called it teleology. Teleology is the study of meaning and purpose. So your highest value is the most meaningful, most inspiring, most purposeful thing to fulfill in your life. So for whatever it's worth, your purpose is your highest value. So you don't need to look anywhere else but there. That's your purpose. So when you're writing a purpose statement, a mission statement, it is that. It is revolved around the highest value, the most intrinsic you. It's the most integral, authentic you. So this is where you are automatically, spontaneously inspired, where you have most meaning, you're most fulfilled, you're most present in your life. As you go down, you have less degrees of fulfillment. And you require incentives and motivations to keep making you do it because it doesn't mean too much to you. 10-year-old boys who love video games don't need to be reminded or motivated to do their video games. They may need to be reminded or motivated to do their cleaning of their room, doing their homework, these kind of things. But they don't need to be reminded to do what they love to do. Now, your brain has sensory input, sensory nerves, processing internerves, and outgoing motor nerves for affection and effection and selection. But it also has specialized cells called glial cells. Glial cells are specialized cells in the brain that outnumber the nerve cells and are involved in neuroplastically remodeling the brain. So maybe you can write this. Your brain is a telos seeking and fulfilling organ. Your brain is a telos seeking and fulfilling organ. I just had a noted neurologist with me in London who his light bulb went on when he listened to this presentation the other night. He came up to me and he said, "You just changed my whole neurological focus." Your brain is a telos fulfilling organ. It is doing everything it can to assist you in fulfilling your telos. Let me explain. Because you have a hierarchy of values, let's say that you are a mother who has a hierarchy of values where your children, your 3 children under the age of 5, is your highest value. Taking care of those children. Being a great mother. If you walk through the mall, maybe the Sanson Convention Center or some mall, if your highest value is your children, when you walk through the mall, you will spot children's items, children's clothes, children's entertainment, children's education, children's health. Anything that's going to help you fulfill what you envision for your children, you will spot in the environment selectively biased attention to notice things in the environment. You can sleep through a freight train, but you'll wake up at the whimpering of a child. Because your telos and your glial cells selectively bias what you attend to and notice in your environment. So you're selecting things according to your telos, your highest value. So your values are governing the remodeling of your brain. So if you walk in a mall and you see things related to the children, every nerve ending, eyesight, touch, sound, any nerve sensory input that helps you fulfill the telos, the glial cells will myelinate those nerves to enhance the conduction, neurogenically stimulate the nerves to multiply to enhance more reception. It'll bring nutrition to the cell to make sure that the reception is most smooth, and it will remove any cell that interferes with it, like it removes tree branches from anything that doesn't reach to enlight. Your brain is like an arbor or a tree trying to have enlightenment, and what is enlightenment is what inspires it most. So the brain is literally remodeling itself through the glial cells according to what fulfills your highest value. Every decision you make in the interneurons and every action you take also is selectively biased, retentive, and intentive. That means you're constantly remodeling those nerves that are now acting. So if you have children and your highest value is children, you will eventually master the skill and it'll go almost unconscious in the ability to handle those children. The husband, let's say if that person happens to be an entrepreneur and he comes home and that's not his highest value, his children, but his businesses, he will not have the smooth, articulate ability to manage those children as much as the mother. So your sensory, your decisions, and your motor functions are enhanced in the area of your highest values. So your brain is modeling itself and pruning itself to maximize the fulfillment of your life. It is trying to help you be integral and authentic. It is doing everything it can. And anytime you're seeing things that you perceive not fulfilling your telos, where you feel futile, helpless, hopeless, you have the part of the brain, the glial cells, demyelinate the area and bring away the nutrition and prune away the brain. So your brain is dying when you're not fulfilling your telos. And people who do not have meaning and purpose and inspiration and fulfillment because they're not committed to fulfilling their highest value, their brains gradually decay and deteriorate. And people, even with Alzheimer's condition, if that individual has the capacity to identify what's truly valuable and gives them things that are meaningful and challenging and yet inspiring to them, they can forestall that deterioration. We have a purpose to fulfill at any moment in time according to the hierarchy of our values. And every organism that fulfills that telos flourishes.
Hey guys, did the video just stop for you? Like it did for me? Oh, man. Oh, I hate this. Okay, well, listen. You get in the picture, right? There was a little bit more of that left that I wanted you to hear, and that's not unfortunately publicly available. But what do you think? Like, what do you think of what John spoke about and why it's so important to be true and authentic to your values? Unfortunately, we can't go back to the middle of that video. So that's not something that allows us to do. But what do you guys think of that? Give me some input and feedback on that. Because the gist of it is very much that we have a hierarchy of values. We have a list of priorities in our life. Now, like I said, we often think the priorities are what other people tell us they should be. I had a student in our top coaching come through to one of what we call our elite bush breaks, which we go away for 4 days to rebuild their businesses, so to speak, from. And he came there, you know, and he said his highest value is his kids. And he is a very, you know, a very attentive father. And he actually had a migraine because 2 of his kids were having a birthday that weekend. And I said to him, you want to go home, but he's like, yeah. But his highest value is his kids. He was adamant. And then we did the values with him. And it turns out his highest value is business, and his second highest value is his children. And you know that in that moment, the migraine disappeared, because the realization that he wasn't sacrificing one for the other. He was actually being true to the one that was most important. He did go home a day early to spend some of the time with the kids, but at the end of the day, he instantly realized that, it is through being successful in business that I get to support my children, and that's important. Now, many people think that being a parent is their highest value because they're a parent, and the world tells you that's the most important thing. And thank God for women who have a chemical release during pregnancy and birth. They do make that little infant child, the absolute most important thing in their life for a while it needs 100% attention for survival. Because for some of us guys, we would definitely forget to do something. All right. The truth is, at the end of the day, most people don't necessarily have the highest value of being a parent. And the problem comes when people sacrifice the things that are truly important to them for their children. And that's when you get these statements like, do you know what I sacrificed for you? How many of you have had parents that told me, do you know what I had to give up for you? You know what I sacrificed for you? You didn't do it for them. You did it just because you weren't conscious. Your best journey in life as a parent is to be true to yourself, to be an example, to exemplify what living a true life is. That's what children want. They want to see happy parents, and they want to see parents who are going out there living their lives so that they become examples to themselves of how to go out and live their own lives as well. So we get so mixed up. And it's so important to know this. Now, please, you can get the book, The Values Factor. You'll find it in Audible. You'll find it in Amazon. You'll find it in all types of bookstores around the world. It's called The Values Factor by Dr. John Demartini. But I am going to give you an opportunity to learn more about this a little bit later. But it is profoundly, profoundly powerful. Because, if I look at my own life in simple terms, I have the three highest values of connection, learning, and travel. Connection, learning, and travel. And, the interesting thing is, if I look at how my life plays out now, last year that picture was taken in Singapore with, two of my incredible mentors and friends, Richard and Veronica Tan. Susanna Kennedy's actually there, who's speaking later tonight. One of my speaker managers and relationship managers, Gerard's there with me. I'm on the left, I'm on the right, left of the picture, right of Veronica. And we were, connecting with our partners and associates at the head office in Singapore. We went there because of Tony Robbins, right? So he was actually doing an event in Singapore, and we took 100 predominantly South Africans and Africans over with us to go and experience Tony live. But I spent a month there with some of the team. A lot of the team spent 2 weeks there or longer. And this, by the way, is a photo taken at the Tony Robbins event of some of the South Africans or Africans. The person on the far right with the glasses and the red shirt, she is from Malaysia, and she just saw a group of people having a jaw and thought she'd come and join. So just to be clear, she wasn't part of the group, and many of the group weren't there as well. But this is them just, connecting from all over and going to that event. So if you look at it, think about my highest values: connection, learning, and travel, right? Just think about my highest values. Yeah, we are connecting hundreds of people to a learning experience that I believe is phenomenal, and getting to travel around the world. All right. So the more congruent I am to that, the more real and the more opportunities and circumstances come to serve that. I stayed this picture of myself and Saj, one of my top marketing consultants. Saj was like, we love Formula One, and we'd never actually seen a Formula One race live. So we stayed for over a month in Singapore in order to watch the Singapore Grand Prix. And I just want to say I'm a Ferrari fan, even though I drive a Mercedes. And for one time last year in the season, Ferrari came first and Hamilton came fourth. That's why Saj is looking a bit upset. And I'm looking really excited, okay, for those that know Formula One. Doesn't happen often in the current context. But, this is about connecting with friends and connecting socially and connecting, with incredible people. It was just, there's many things on that 1 month that shifted our lives. I'm so blessed today, to have an incredible team. These are just some of our team members. Our team members come from 4 different countries and 9 different cities in the world. There's not a single person that works in our environment because they get paid. They work in our environment because they're inspired and love what we do, because they have values that are served by what they do with us. And, you talk about raising standards. This was at the beginning of 2018, 19, where we had 3,500 people in the room. and we had 1,500 people online from all around the world. And this was on the back of me raising a standard at a DeMartini event saying we have to shift and change this game. What I've manifested with the 50,000+ people that have attended our summits in the last 4 months is nothing more than me raising the standard, by the way, with my team and the support of my senior team in particular, all pushing in that direction, and just being true to who I am, and having a team who get value out of the same values and being true to that as well, and letting the values, the team, we had a culture meeting just yesterday where, you know, everyone has to redo their values so that we can be aware of what's truly most important to them. As a business owner, by the way, guys, people don't work for you, they work for them. And the them is what's truly most important to them. So we need to learn and understand that a lot more. We have to date, in under 4 months, connected 60,000 people live from 120 countries with 70 teachers from all over the world. So yes, I haven't been able to travel. I'm normally in the US around this time. I travel 2 to 3 times a year internationally. I travel a lot locally as well in our beautiful country. I haven't been able to travel, but I feel like I'm traveling now with these teachers from all over the world joining us, and from you guys all over the world joining us. And I'm in no rush with the chaos in the world to jump on an airplane yet. But I do look forward to being able to do it soon afterwards. And I've made so many new friends and so many new connections. All I'm doing is living true to who I am, connecting, learning, travel. And I cannot tell you how blessed my life feels. I believe I have consciously or subconsciously tried to sabotage my own success in the last year or two. And I actually, in a personal session, was actually getting upset because then how come I'm sabotaging it, but I just keep getting opportunities? Well, my friends, up until the age of 42, it felt like life was beating me down to the ground. And then when I woke up to the reality and understood who I was and became congruent, it felt like life was reaching down and giving me a hand and lifting me up. That's the difference. And even when you're messing things up, life seems to serve you. Life will serve every single one of you, guys. And if you are looking at your life with the ABCDs of negativity that John mentioned, and you are suffering from depression and you're freaking out and you're full of anxiety and everything's going wrong, it's an indication that you're not being true to who you are. So everything is there to serve us, including all those painful experiences, including COVID-19, including everything that's happened in our life. We just need to pay attention. This is profoundly, profoundly powerful. Obviously, from a learning perspective, I mean, we were at Tony Robbins. We get to do these summits. I'm one of the first guys that buys programs on my own events. You know, I believe if you don't pay for it, you don't pay attention. So at the end of the day, I just buy. I don't care if I can get it for nothing. And we take our team at this stage, in this particular event, we took, I think, 14 of our team with us. All of our team, bar a few of the new ones, have experienced Tony Robbins live. And it's not just Tony, obviously, John DeMartini and lots of the people you're going to listen to today, teachers from all over the world, and all of our team on that journey of personal growth. I get to travel the world first class. It's a blessing in itself. This was in 2020, where I went to Dubai twice, and I stayed there. I stayed in New York for a number of weeks. I spent a month in Singapore, Indonesia, and I get to, you know, travel in a particular way, which I really enjoy. But that's just because it's my standard and it's true to who I am. So the 3 secrets to success, from my experience, my life, but has been echoed through many of my great teachers and mentors around the world: continuous educational self-improvement, raise your standards, and be true to yourself. Now tell me, does that make sense? How many of you can connect with what I'm speaking about here? How many of you go like, wait a minute, this actually makes sense? I mean, okay, I am on an educational journey, but remember what Brian said, it's not about learning things intellectually, it's about applying things so that your life illustrates that you know it, not that you know it intellectually, but your life doesn't illustrate it. Does that make sense? Are you guys getting something from this? Has this been valuable so far? Because I would like to start as, you know, being as authentic as I can as an individual and just share with you my journey. And that's pretty much what I've done through this. I've just shared with you my journey. And, you know, you may not know me, and some of you are getting to know me now, and, you know, I'm going to be with you the whole weekend, so you're going to get to know me. But at the end of the day, it's just my journey. And the more authentic I became to live in the truth of my journey, the more my journey expanded, the more my horizons expanded, the more my vision expanded. And I have 30 people from all over the world that believe in what I believe in, that work together collectively to do incredible things and to connect hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people on learning journeys with teachers all over the world. So at the end of the day, I just want to say, seriously, write those down. Continuous educational self-improvement. But remember, it's not just the intellectual knowledge, but the actual applied knowledge, what your life illustrates. Raise your standards always. How do I raise my standards? How do I take things one notch up and being true to yourself? And we do this, and through that, you know, we can achieve a lot of success. By the way, for those that haven't joined our Instagram, I'd love you to do that, okay? You can literally just, there's a little experiment here, a little social experiment, right? Get your cell phones out, go to Instagram, type in Real Success Net, and you should find us straight away, and join us on Instagram, all right? I really want you guys to stay connected with us. One thing we've learned as a business is purely going through email is not the best form of connection. So we've got a whole team now managing social media. We've got the Facebook group, which is notifying and interacting with people all the time. That's dedicated for the summits. We've got our Facebook pages. But we'd love you to join. It's a brand new Instagram, and I want to see it pop up. So come on. Go there right now and join us and follow us on Instagram, because we're going to give you lots of incredibly valuable things there as a whole. I love this. Just going so, all right, brilliant. So, by the way, all our social media is going to be under Real Success Net somewhere. So you can join us on Twitter, you can join our YouTube, you can join us on LinkedIn, you can join us wherever it's relevant. But I would love to have you part of that community, part of that connection. If you resonate with what I'm talking about and you want to walk those journeys, because that's what we focus on as an organization. How do we obviously walk you on a continuous educational learning journey, give you tons of opportunities? How do we help you raise your standards continuously? And how do we help you be truly authentic and the best version of yourself? Very, very important. Now, what was I trying to achieve, and what was I trying to help people achieve? Well, this thing called success. But it's interesting, because I can be in a room of 1,000 people and I can ask them, what is success? And we get hundreds of different answers. So we actually, through our Real Entrepreneur Institute, did a study of this for a long time, and we eventually concluded that success was 3 things, and not any one of them, but all 3 of them. And this evolved quite specifically, and I'm sharing this with you for a context now, but please write this down. It's very important to understand. The first thing that you're required, now there's no first, second, third, right? They're not in any particular order. They're all equally important, is wealth. Now, the biggest mistake people do is they focus on money. When you make more money, answer this question. Off the top of your head, what do you do when you make more money? What do you do when you make more money? Answer the question, but right off the top of your head. Don't think about it. Don't give me the pretend answer. Give me the truth. What do we do? What do you do? What do most people do when they earn more money? Answer it. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I know what you guys are going to say, but I'm just curious. And there we go. Spend it, spend it, spend it, spend it, spend it, spend it, spend it. Almost every single answer that's coming up is spend it. Now, there are exceptions, few and far between. You know, some people will say invest it. And half of those people that say invest it are being truthful and the other half aren't. But it's, you guys instinctively are conditioned to spend. We make more money, we spend more money. We make more money, we spend more money. So most of you probably earn a lot more now than you were 5 years ago, okay, COVID-19 aside. And yet, are you financially free now? You see, guys, wealth is not what you earn. Wealth is what you keep. And, that's why we asked Richard to talk to you guys tomorrow, because he's my mentor in generating one of my big wealth channels. And it's really to understand that assets, these things we invest in, true wealth or true financial freedom, is when your assets, these stocks, these properties, these businesses that you invested in, are paying you more out in dividends than you would be paid by somebody else or pay yourself to work. That's what the true definition of financial freedom is. You do not ever have to work again in life. You just very, very passively manage your assets and keep growing your assets. Okay. It's one of the easiest educations out there, and we have a number of teachers working on it, particularly from a mindset point of view. But at the end of the day, it's one of the hardest habits for people to get into. So if you could see the answers, 90+% of people just said spend it. Some of them even gave details of how they would spend it. Okay. And that's the point. We're terribly conditioned in that. So please, I'm not talking about don't focus on money. Don't wake up in the morning and go, how to make more money. Wake up in the morning and say, how do I create more wealth? And no. Wealth is not quality of life. Wealth is money and assets, because meaning is where we get the quality of relationships, right? And meaning comes from, all the money in the world doesn't actually give you a sense of true meaning. Meaning comes from relationships, but the most important relationship that you have to master is the one with yourself. And if you have a religious belief or believe in a God of some sort, then your relationship with your God, to me, they're interlinked, right? So to me, it's the universe, myself, they're interlinked. The more I master myself, the more I'm connected with the universe and the greatness out there. So at the end of the day, you got to put those things together, and one's not more important. You know, I was brought up Christian, and they say God made us in his image, right? So don't go out there and say it's more important to be connected to God. Even it's important for you to be connected to yourself. It's important for you to start believing in yourself, for you to realize how incredible you are, how you can achieve anything that you put your heart's out, a desire out there to achieve. I know it's not easy, guys. 42 years before I could even start to get resemblance of success. The truth is, at the end of the day, you can get stuck. A lot of you are stuck. But I'm hoping that what I'm saying to you is going to change that. I'm hoping that you're waking up to that you have to think, act, and be aware differently in order to get different results in your life. So meaning is the quality of relationships. And once we master our relationship with ourselves and our maker, we then can be more effective in how we relate to other people. And we can create great relationships and connections with people. And that's where we get meaning. All the money in the world will not give you a sense of true meaning. So doesn't mean one's more important than the other. That's why I said these are equally important. Last one is freedom. Freedom is a choice, and it's a choice around time. And I'm not talking financial freedom because that comes from wealth, but I'm talking about that freedom to do what you want, when you want, where you want, how you want. And if you're not married, disclaimer, please, disclaimer, if you're not married, with whomever you want. You cannot do whatever you want with whomever you want if you're married. Okay, that's just like, yeah. Tried that, doesn't work so well. Generally has a negative outcome. Okay, I'm joking, but serious at the same time. My point is, freedom is a critical component. By the way, in marriage, the true essence of love is freedom anyway. So, you know, it does not mean you can still do what you want with whoever you want, though, but understand what I'm saying. Your ability to wake up in the morning and choose what you do, your ability to live the life on your terms is a critical component. And that key ingredient is time and being able to live every minute or hour of your life in a way that best serves you. So this is how we define success: wealth, meaning, and freedom. Now, let me ask you the question. Who wants to really succeed? Who wants to really manifest all three? By the way, please, we see a lot of pseudo wealth. You know, pseudo wealth is what I call rich. We might have a fancy car, might stay in a fancy house, might travel first class, but they don't have any assets. They're not financially free. They're working their asses off, all right, and they don't have great connections. I met a guy that was a billionaire, $3.2 billion in net worth. He was divorced 5 times and estranged from his kids. So, you know, his focus on generating wealth superseded his focus on generating meaning. And the reason I actually met him is because he was looking for meaning in his life in an obscure way, right? So please understand, they all go equally together. That's what makes it truly, truly important. Who would like to learn to live absolutely true to themselves, attract positive people, circumstances, opportunities into your life, continuously raise your standards to achieve anything you want in life, and have 24/7 access to the most powerful learning resources in the world? You've all already said me, just to the question, who wants to really succeed? So I know that many, many of you are feeling that. So I'd like to take a few minutes to introduce you to something which is insane. And I know a lot of you are going to take this up. You don't have to, please, but you will still see the opportunity. It is called the Real Success Club. Now, it is one of the greatest online resources for learning ever put out there. You can see a lot of faces you might recognize of the many teachers that are inside it. It consists of 3 centers. Funny this, a wealth center, a meaning center, and a freedom center. So you can literally look at each of these aspects of your life and ask yourself, well, do I have a right wealth mindset? How to make more money? What is, you know, your wealth? What are the journeys I should be taking? The Value Center, which is hosted by John himself, is under the Meaning Center. So you can go watch that whole video that we got cut off from, plus numerous other interactions. Plus you can actually do your values through the process there with him, raising standards, relationships, and health. And so there's about 200 hours of content. All right? It's drip fed, so you don't get all of it at once, but there's plenty for you to sift through and utilize on a random basis. And if we can just, I'm actually going to turn my video off for now. That's okay. I'll bring it back a little bit later. But I can see the sun is coming through my windows right onto my face, and I'm starting to look very red, which I'm not. But so let's take it off because there's a lot of stuff to come on the screen. That online learning center 4 years ago was valued in terms of each component that was in it at $1,597. It's actually worth a lot more today. And then we have something called the Real Success course. This is where I believe you should start. We call it a short course, but you can spend a good few days doing it. But the total amount of education is only about 4 hours or 5 hours, but it's lots of exercises. And this 7-module course We've actually retailed before at $797. It's profoundly powerful. It's got John DeMartini, it's got Brian Tracy, it's got all types of people teaching in it as well. So it's going to give you incredible input on your journey. We also have live webinars and Q&As with top teachers. We're blessed working with teachers around the world to have them come in and talk to our students on a regular basis, and you get to ask them questions and interact with them in that space exclusively as club members, and that happens on a regular basis. You'll see the recordings inside the members area. And then we have the new Real Success Club networking platform, which I absolutely love. This is where you can connect with other members around the world. There's about 1,500 members. They're not all in the networking community yet, but they're all coming in slowly but surely. And you can promote yourself, and you can talk about your different stuff, and you can connect with our team, and you can learn about different sessions that are happening and what's going on. So it's really, really cool. And then lastly, we have live monthly mentoring session. The last one featured Peter Sage, where you actually have incredible mentors coming in every month for you to interact with and help you on that journey. And that's normally a 2-hour session every month as well. That's available on a regular basis. Now, the club costs $97 a month. And you know, for the South Africans, because you're always going to ask, how much is $97? It's about 1,700 Rand. Okay. But when you look at it for the return and what you get, now you join the club, do nothing with it, you're going to get no value. So please, guys, use it if you join it. But it costs $97 a month. But of course, I said to you earlier that some of us that are going to sell are going to give you crazy opportunities, because that's what I insist when it comes to people if they want to sell in the summit. Others are just not going to sell, and others are going to invite you to additional educational opportunities. So you do not have to pay $97. You can pay to get hold of this club $9.70 per month, and you can cancel anytime. All right, so you join, it's $9.70, that's 170 Rand for the South Africans. You can work out your own equations, that's US dollars. It's 90% off month by month. Not using it anymore, turn it off. Okay, please, if you turn it off and you turn it back on later on, you are going to go back to the higher price, so just bear that in mind. But if you stick as a member, you'll keep that price for life. All right, and you can join that shortly, but don't go there yet. Sorry, Dan, I didn't want you to actually post that, because I want to share one other thing that I'm so grateful that I can do for those of you that want to do it, right? So last year, myself and Dr. DeMartini did something called Vision 2020. It's a 2-day program, 16 videos, 18 hours of training, detailed workbooks. You get to keep it for life. And, you know, when we sat to the DeMartini Institute, the price that they want to put a market in was $1,970, which is what it's going to go into market as, okay? And I turned around and I said, and I begged them, can we offer it at a low price at one of our summits? And I'm going to throw this in for the first 50 people, but this is optional. Okay, so there are only 50 available, but it's optional, meaning when you sign up to club for $9.70 a month, you'll see an option to add this on. You don't have to, but you're not going to pay $1,970 as a one-time optional offer. You will not pay $197. In fact, you'll just pay $97 once off. This program, guys, is easily worth $2,000. Okay, so for you guys exclusively, if you want, when you join the club, you will see once you've signed up for the club for $9.70 a month, it'll give you an option. You either click the button to add it on, or you click the button to move on and not add it on. And that's it. And you will receive this instantly. You'll receive access to the club instantly. But this program is life-changing. Okay, it's never been done before. It'll probably never be done again. John and I are great friends. You're going to take, you know, if you listen to 20 minutes of him now and you thought he impacted you, imagine spending, you know, he spends a good 10 of those hours or 11 of those hours with you through that process as a whole. So very, very powerful. So there it is, $9.70 per month, rscSales.com/RSC. As soon as you've signed up for the $9.70 per month, you will get the option as a one-time offer to purchase the workshop, the Vision 2020 2-day workshop for $97. It includes a workbook. It's all the details. You can literally experience the whole workshop. Over 700 people were at that workshop as a once-off opportunity, plus another 200-300 internationally. And they all paid more than that to be there, by the way. So Real Success Club, $9.70 per month. Cancel anytime you want. Just go to rscSales.com/RSC. You can click under the Offers tab. You can click, you'll see them posted in the chat and at the top of the chat as a whole. And you guys can actually be our newest members in this incredible, incredible place. And please, you know, understand, we don't make money off $9.70 a month. You get that, right? Even if we have 2,000 members paying us $9.70, you go like, oh, that's like $20,000. We have a business that costs over $1 million a year to run. So $20,000 for 12 months is not going to puts a little dent in it, but it's hardly going to cover costs. the reason we charge are two reasons. We have license fees to pay on some of the content. And secondly, we don't believe in giving things like this away for free because people just abuse them and don't use them. So it is $97 a month. Normally, you can have it for $9.70 in rands. That's about 170 rand. Yeah, so about 170, 175 rand, depending on your fees on the credit card. And that'll be a monthly fee that you can turn off at any time you want to inside the portal as a whole. Now, as a bonus for the first 100 people to do that, bearing in mind there's over 1,000 people in the room, you will also get the Winning Relationships 2-day course and a 1-day values workshop valued at $897 for the first 100 people that sign up. So if you want the add-on of the Vision 2020, that is going to cost $97. There's only 50 of those available, so please, but that's optional. Otherwise, we do include that included. So there's a huge amount of added value. Guys, there's actually a whole lot of stuff you get that we don't even tell you about because it's just overwhelming. But you're going to be blown away when you see, wait for week 5, I think it is. You're going to really get knocked off your feet. You get incredible resources by being a member. So rscsales.com/RSC. Please feel free to go and join that. Now, I'm going to quickly show you a couple of videos. One is from my dear friend Brian Tracy, and you can see what he has to say about joining the Real Success Club.
Hello, I'm Brian Tracy, and I want to congratulate you on becoming a member of the Real Success Club. This may be the most important decision that you make in your life. I have taught and worked with more than 5 million people in 70 countries all over the world. I've spent hundreds of and thousands of hours studying success literature in personal success, sales, management, business, and leadership. And what I've found is that the turning point in a person's life is almost always when they begin to associate, either directly or indirectly with Real Success Club, with other successful people. When they begin to open their minds to a continuous flow of new ideas that can cause them to see their world and their potential very differently than it was before. Poor people go home at night and watch television, socialize with the same people, and never make any progress. Successful people are lifelong learners. We say that what they are is hungry. They are ambitious. They want to do more and to be more and have more. And the fact of the matter is you've reached the height of your success today with your current level of knowledge and skill. The only way that you can go higher and higher is by developing new knowledge and practicing new skills. And Real Success Club is devoted to giving you a steady stream of ideas. Fortunately from myself, but also from Brian Walsh and from many other people. Every single time they communicate with you, they'll be giving you ideas that open your mind and help you to become more effective, to get better results, to earn more money, to be a happier and better organized person. So, again, congratulations. The Real Success Club is one of the most important organizations in the world today and one of the most successful that I've ever seen. And you're deciding to become a member can be one of the best decisions you ever made.
I must say, when Brian was actually, making that statement, he was in his studio in San Diego. I was with him, and when he actually said that, I had tears in my eyes. Like, Brian has been involved in just about every learning center in the world, and for him to say this is probably the most important one and the best one that he's seen is absolutely unbelievable. So obviously, there's lots of education from the great Brian Tracy in there as well. Guys, it's $9.70 per month. Cancel anytime. You've got nothing to lose, everything to gain by being there. It's exceptionally valuable to actually be there. Remember, if you want to add on the Vision 2020 workshop, entirely optional. That's a once-off payment of $97 for life, but that's entirely optional if you wish to do so as a whole. Now, remember, we've got on the top of the hour, which is about 15 minutes time, we'll be moving over to Lauren Dallas, followed by ST Rand. I can tell you up front, they will not sell you something, they will just teach you, and they'll offer you opportunities to learn further from them. And then we've also got Susanna Kennedy at the end of the day. So that's going to happen at the top of the hour, wherever it is for you, in 15 minutes time. For now, I'm going to share one more video with you, which is Dr. DiMartini talking about the club. And then I'm going to give you a limited time to actually take action on this. Please don't hesitate. Please don't waste this opportunity, because it goes away after we finish today. So at the end of the day, $9.70 per month, 170 Rand a month for my fellow South Africans. It's absolutely nothing for what you get. Just go and do the course. I promise you, you'll get 10 times in return. Just go and do your values with Dr. Demartini in one section, and you will transform your life. And that $9.70 times 100 will not give you the same return of what you'll get out of being true to your values and understanding that as a whole. So it is unbelievable what you'll receive in there. Please, please take advantage of it. Like I said, look out for week 5. You're going to be blown away by something that you get. So listen, one more video, which is actually just Dr. Demartini talking about his section in the club. So let's watch that shortly, and then we'll wrap up the session and get ready for the next one. So guys, take advantage of this while you can. You'll see it on the video as well. Just go to rscsales.com/RSC.
Hi everyone, this is Dr. John Demartini. You may recognize me from some of my best-selling books, or possibly from the movie The Secret, or maybe you've attended one of my programs on achievement and maximizing your awareness and potential in life. I'm also a close friend of Brian Walsh and one of his team teachers and contributors to his success programs, the Real Success Club. I'd like to take a moment, just for a moment right now, and talk to you about the importance of values in life. Now, you've probably heard the term, but you may not have actually gotten to in-depth understanding of what these values can do for you. But every human being lives by a set of priorities, a set of values, things that are most important to least important in their life. Whenever they set goals that are aligned and congruent with their highest values, they maximize who they are and they lead themselves to great success. Whenever they subordinate to other people and try to live to be somebody they're not, and they don't have authenticity and integrity, they end up banging their head against the wall and holding themselves back. So determining your values and actually living congruently according to those values is one of the most crucial things you'll ever do in life. I rarely ever do any seminars around the world as I speak without introducing something about values. They're that important. Everything you perceive, everything you decide, everything that you act upon in the world is based on your values. Your values determine your destiny. It determines your financial destiny, your business destiny, your relationship destiny, your health. Every area of your life is impacted by your values. So as Brian goes on with his Success Club and helps you fill your life with more success, you'll see all the way through there, you're going to see reference to the work that I've done and other work on human value systems. Make sure you actually take the time to identify what's truly valuable to you, what's really highest priority. Because if you live by the ABCs, the highest priorities, you don't end up having distractions and frustrations and the weighing down and all the challenges you have in life. So I assure you, by identifying what your values are and living congruently according to it, you're going to have a greater success in your life. So as Brian goes on and teaches you through these programs, pay close attention to that. Do the Demartini value determination process right up front and do it really thoroughly. Don't distort it, but give real answers, because if you get really clear on that, it's going to give you the greatest advantage on getting the greatest success in life. So as you go through this Success Club, you're going to be incorporating that into your life. You want to master it. I set out a goal to master my life when I was 18 years old. I've been blessed to be able to empower all areas. I'm financially independent today. I'm doing what I love today. I'm traveling the world today. There's no reason why you can't do exactly what you love and have exactly what you would love to have in your life. So follow the principles that I outlined in the value determination. Listen to Brian's teachings. He'll help dovetail everything together, revolve around it, and together we're going to go out and do something extraordinary. You want to make a difference? You want to be a leader? You want to leave a legacy? Let's start with the values and let nothing on the planet stop us from doing something extraordinary on planet Earth.
All right, so yeah, I don't know what more to say, guys. This is my little baby. We've had, by the way, Success Club used to cost, trying to do it in dollars now, it used to cost about $200 a month when we launched it about 6 years ago. And the fact that we managed to get it down and negotiate our license fees and create, various different connections to get it to this crazy $9.70 a month for you guys exclusively, or even $97 a month is insane. So please take advantage of it. Don't miss out on that opportunity. Yeah, we're going to give you like 5 minutes to take advantage of it. You're going to see a counter come up over now. And yeah, and then we're going to start moving on. So Nicole, what did you think of, I know we didn't see the whole video of John, but man, that man freaks me out.
No, Brian, that was incredible. I think everybody must have really aligned with your wealth, meaning, and freedom, because that is what we all want from life. That is why we're here. That is why we're living out our paths, is to try and achieve that wealth, meaning, and freedom. So I really loved listening to your in-depth perspective on all of that. And now people have this access to a club like this. I mean, I know as somebody in the media industry, somebody as a pharmacist, trying to get access to mentors is incredibly difficult. And if you could buy a coffee with or buy a lunch with one of your mentors every month, that would cost you more than what this would cost you every single month. So I think that this is ridiculous for the price, for what people are actually getting. I'm incredibly excited about what you can actually offer people here today in less than 4 minutes.
It's actually, somebody's asking, like, how exactly does it work? So in a few of those 4 minutes, I'm going to just go to the login and then put it up on the screen. So that means the clock's going to stop, but it doesn't matter. Let me just share what we can just show you. So the minute you sign up, you're going to receive an email shortly afterwards with your login details, all right? And in the login, you're going to come into the club and you're going to see, your courses. You've got access to some incredible courses, some weekly training, and then you've got your summit recordings. I'm not supposed to tell you about that till tomorrow, but the only place you can get the recordings of the summits is in the clubs. And you got webinars, then you got your meeting center, your freedom center, and your wealth center with all these different educational pointers. Like if you go into the value center, for instance, you'll see, where you can actually do the process with John, and you can actually determine your values. Here is a place where you can download the stuff and actually do the whole process with him step by step. There's a video version, audio version, and the manual for you to work off. So he'll talk you through, and then there's a whole lot of support material around it. But if you go to, things like raising your standards, you're going to see, and I mean, just some of this content, I'm not supposed to show it to you publicly, but, if you look at, for instance, Brian Tracy's Personal Excellence, or Tony Robbins' Reawaken the Giant, or Stephen Covey's 7 Habits, there's ebooks, there's audio programs, there's all types of stuff that you can utilize. It is profoundly, profoundly powerful. So yeah, you get access to the center straight away, and you can use it to learn. There's plenty of material on there. Like I said, I would suggest you go to courses, and you got a Real Success course, and you start your journey there, because it'll really sort of give you a starting point. You'll see the different modules here in order to move through it as a whole. But it's up to you. Very, very powerful. And that's what you get immediately. If you buy the Vision 2020, same story, same login gets you into that portal where you have all the videos as well. But if you want to take advantage of that, guys, do it, because as soon as we wrap up and start introducing the next speaker, the time is finished. Look, it's still counting down. Although it stopped until I came back to the page. But I'm sure if I go present now, it's going to go back to 5 minutes. But anyway, I broke the countdown.
Well, I think it's lucky for everybody else who's watching if you broke the countdown. This is a remarkable amount of knowledge that people have access to for a very limited price.
Yeah, so guys, this is a great place to start your journey, right? A great place to start your journey. Remember, if continuous educational self-improvement is the cornerstone and the number one habit of successful people in the world, I don't think there's a resource center in the world that'll give you as much as the singular one will for an almost non-investment. If you want to raise your standards, I use this journey to raise my standards, but there's sections on there. There's various different teachings on that in context. And like I said, you got some surprises coming later on that'll help you with that as well. And if you want to be authentic and true to yourself, go and work with John and me and actually go through that process. It's all there for you. Walk those 3 critical secrets that'll take you to a different level in whatever it is that you want to achieve in your life. So it's entirely up to you. All right. So 5 minutes from now, or 4 minutes from now, we're going to close this room. And you guys can stay in the room, and you'll see, just give it a minute or two after we close it, because we have to open the other room first. You'll see a pop-up come up with a link. You click on that, it'll take you straight into the other room. If you don't get that, or if you get out or something, just check your email. On the top of the hour, you'll get a link. If you are pre-registered, that same link will work to go into any of the sessions from your registrations, but we are sending them out on a regular basis. So in a few minutes' time, we have Lauren Dallas. Super excited. Lauren is, I'm a huge fan of Lauren. I've known her for a long time. And Nicole's also a huge fan of her. And you're going to get confused by accent. I always love to rip her off about this, but she was born in England and then grew up in Australia and actually lives in Cape Town, but she's stuck in England at the moment. That's where she got stuck for COVID-19. She went to visit her family and then didn't get back. So she's quite uptight with the fact that she's not in the beautiful city of Cape Town. But you're going to see, because you're going to go, is she Australian or is she English? If you know those two accents, it's kind of a mixture between them. But she's an amazing, amazing person. So we're looking forward to that as a whole. And then, of course, Esty Rand's coming up after that, guys. Esty is, you want your ass kicked? Let me tell you, this is one of the greatest ass kickings you'll get. She is just profound in what she actually shares. I love her. She's one of the greatest teachers of business, but particularly marketing in the world. And you don't want to miss that. So Lauren's on for an hour. Esty Rand is on for an hour. And then we end with Susanna Kennedy, which, you know, Nicole, you know her story. You know how powerful it is and what she shares of that.
Absolutely. All of these three ladies are very close to my heart. I am glued to the screen for the next few hours. I actually gave a talk at a Future Females event in Johannesburg, and Future Females is, of course, Lauren Dallas's global initiative where she supports entrepreneurs to create their dream online businesses. So I'm excited to hear her speak. And then Susanna Kennedy's story later is just going to touch you and touch your soul in a way that you would never begin to understand. And I think from there, it'll set the groundwork, set a framework for this weekend to be able to rebuild going forward.
Yeah, she's going to talk about her fractured to fabulous story. I love that term, you know. I just think I've known Susanna for years, but we all are fractured. And, you know, the ability for us to move is to use that fractured, you know, experiences and challenges that we've had in life to actually create the better versions of ourselves. That's what the whole, you know, game of personal mastery is. And you learn to love and really appreciate the challenges you've had in life versus seeing them as things that are holding you back. So she's a great exemplification of that. And so is Esty, by the way, and so is Lauren. So in fact, you could probably take every woman that's speaking at the summit and the few men like myself that snuck in. And we've all been through adversity. A lot of the time, you don't realize the amount of adversity we've been through. You'll hear some of the stories for those that choose to tell them. So never say that adversity is a reason. Never say because you're a woman, because of your age, because of your level of education, because of anything, the color of your skin, where you live. Nothing can hold you back. Do you know that 80% of the self-made successful people in the world come from poverty and struggle backgrounds? 80%, I mean, I think it's 74% or something crazy like that. But the point is, at the end of the day, is like, you got to understand, remember, what you don't understand is that values are derived by voids. And so if your void in life is you grow up, not now just because you're poor doesn't mean you have a value of being, you know, successful, but for some people they do. But it's inspired by that void of witnessing the pain of other people and then saying, when I'm older, I'm gonna make sure that I'm financially successful or have a business or whatever the case might be. So, you know, do not think that adversity is actually your friend that helps you get to where you want to go. And that's what you're going to learn from these ladies coming up. So we're super, super excited.
It's that friend you love to hate. Adversity.
Absolutely. So, guys, we're going to shut this room down, and then we're going to go to the next room. So, like I said, you can just stay in the room if you want to. It'll pop up at the bottom in a few minutes' time, and you just click through. Alternatively, you would have been sent the link, or you're about to be sent the link for you to join the next session with Lauren Dallas. So we'll catch you guys on that side. Ciao for now.
Testing.
Yep. Cool. our speakers only come into the rooms for their sessions. So then you can connect with Lauren as well and let us know where you're joining us from. We can see people from Egypt in here, Canada's in the room, Australia's in the room. Georgie's staying up pretty late in Brisbane. I can see India's in the room. Let us know. We've got more South Africans in the room, Indians, Mexico's in the room. Palestine, I think. Portugal, which is amazing. Estonia is in the room. Kenya's in the room. Wales is in the room. Romania's in the room. Texas, the USA. Zimbabwe's there. Canada's there again. Egypt, Nigeria. Ireland's in the room. Manchester, the UK's in the room. UAE's in the room. Okay, this gets kind of crazy. I just keep shouting out countries' names.
Crazy. I am actually, these are all of my tick boxes, the places that I want to go and visit. So this is truly the right place to be. I'm planning all the mountain climbs I want to do in Uganda, in Ecuador. I'm excited.
Yes. Were you an adventurer before you did Survivor, or was it just inspired after almost killing yourself on an island?
No, I almost killed myself once before that, Brian. I almost killed myself at Everest Base Camp. That was a whole year before Survivor. That was my very first mountain, and there I almost died, but I also fell in love with the mountains. I learned humility. I learned respect for your surroundings, and I think from there, I only went. I had to get back out there as soon as possible, went and climbed Kilimanjaro, and from there, I'm just desperate about going up into the wilderness and taking people with me.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I mean, I know because that's how we connected, obviously, through one of our senior team members, Lisa, who was supposed to, were you also going to climb Everest this year?
I was going to go as a groupie to support, so I did that already. Put yourself in the right rooms. You surround yourself with mentors in every area of life. And I was lucky enough to go to Mont Blanc on an ice climbing training expedition with the 4-woman Everest team, of which your staff member Lisa was one, and got to learn from these phenomenal women, mostly about their attitude and their mental strength in the mountains.
Yeah, when the season got cancelled because of COVID, it's one of the things. Lisa. She's obviously listening, but I'm so proud of how she handled it. But you know what the investment is, the investment of time and energy. And Lisa's like, when she does something, it's 110%, and all that effort, and then suddenly not being able to go. Well, it's part of her journey. We got the blessing of not losing her for almost 3 months, but it's a blessing we would have happily sacrificed to have her go and do it. But I'm sure she'll do it in the next year or so. But
as says, the mountains will always be there waiting for us.
No coronavirus ain't going to wipe out a mountain, that's for sure. Yeah. So, that's amazing. So, okay, guys, we're coming in from all over the world. We're just killing some time while people come into the room. I'm going to take this down because we're no longer talking about that. And just put me up in the meantime, or switch between me and Nicole. We're going to bring Lauren in. In fact, Lauren, if you're in the room, put your video on.
Hi. I love a singing entrance. Thanks for that. How are you doing?
We got a bit distracted talking about mountains, so apologies for that. But, giving people time to come back in the room. But, super excited to have you with us. I'm going to let Nicole intro you formally. Just really, really excited, Lauren. I mean, we talk all the time, and I'm like, man, you need to come back to Cape Town. I moved to Cape Town, and you're not. Yeah, what's with that?
I know. Maybe that's why. I kid.
Well, welcome, Lauren. I think it must be absolute torture not being able to be in the city that has captured your heart. I think to be stuck overseas right now. And I think a lot of people around the world can probably relate due to the season having shifted and changed our world completely. I've been lucky enough to actually speak on one of your smaller stages when it was still growing and starting. And at that point, I got familiar with who you are, this incredible woman who is just spreading her message of love and light and entrepreneurship and growth around the globe. And so I'm honored actually to be able to introduce you to the audience today listening, and they're honored to be able to listen and learn from you. I hope everyone has their pens and papers ready. Not only are you the founder of Future Females itself globally, but you also have online coaching classes and master classes on multiple topics. So we're really excited to have you with here to share with us. Welcome, Lauren Dallas.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. I love it. I've got 2 little heads clapping for me, and a heart will take it. And a heart to everyone who's also tuned in. Thank you so much for spending your Friday evening with me. I'm on the water. I hope you are on the wine. I will be joining you in about 45 minutes. I told the latest speakers that I would advise everyone to wait until the end. So anyway, a little toast between speakers I think is a good idea. I'm going to start my slides. I am here today to talk to you about how to get unstuck, how to hit your goals faster, and how to build your own income stream, and the key opportunities there are to do this right now online. As I said, I'm your host, I'm Lauren Dallas. I'm co-founder of Future Females. We are a community of over 50,000 female entrepreneurs. We are in 35 different cities all around the world. And I'm just super excited to share my story, my learnings, and also my toolkit, how I have done what I've done with you today in this session. So we have already seen so many people saying hi. I can see people still joining. So it's never too late. Please do let me know where you're joining from. And I can see Ayanda already started on the wine, Lauren. A woman after my own heart. All right. Unstuck. Unstuck is essentially another word for being free. And this is the pursuit for most people. I know it is for me. To achieve financial freedom, location freedom, schedule freedom. Essentially to live on your own terms and have a really meaningful and lasting impact. But so often this freedom that we chase, we don't get. And this is because we get in our own ways. And so my responsibility to you in this session is to help you get out of your own way so you can get unstuck so that you can be free. Your responsibility is, of course, to take action. No amount of me talking or sharing is going to build your business for you. So please act on what you learn from me today. Before we get too stuck in, I want to learn about you because you're going to learn a little bit about me. So I'm going to put up 3 scenarios. Whichever of these 3 scenarios resonates with you most, please put a yes, a yeah, a yay, or whatever tickles your fancy into the chat. It's private, but I can still see it. So first scenario, and these are the 3 most common scenarios of the female entrepreneurs I hear when I work with. So you're tired of your monthly paycheck being controlled by your boss. You want to create your own source of income that you have control over, that grows with your effort and grows with your time. If this is you, let me know in the chat, please. Scenario 2, I'm already getting loads of yeses through. Lorraine, you were absolutely first. Thank you for sharing. Second scenario, you've started your side hustle, but you can't seem to scale enough or in the right way to generate profit, so that you can then confidently leave your job. You're straddling both worlds and probably feeling quite drained. Okay, a yes, yes, yes from Tamerlyn and a massive, I don't even know how many zeros that is, Kira. I'm gonna go for 10 million% coming through here. Okay, scenario 3, you're running your business, but you're feeling maxed out when it comes to the hours in your day. You are not seeing the financial return that you need to, and you know that now is the time to refocus. You need to spend time on the things that do matter, that do drive impact, and stop doing the things that don't. If this is you, I want to hear a yes. You can be yes to all 3. That's perfectly fine. That just means you are absolutely in the right place. These are the situations I'm going to be discussing with you today. What do? I work with women to dream bigger, to discover their true purpose, to set the big, hairy, audacious goals that scare them, that have that gulp factor. I work with them to build businesses that deliver on these dreams. Some of the founders I've worked with, you can see here, have goals like generating a 6-figure income in 2 years, like building 100,000 conscious consumers on their platform. This one on the bottom left is a woman called Jordan Clark. Her goal was to launch her brand on Kickstarter in just 3 months. I'm actually going to show you a little more about Jordan's story because it is incredible. So Jordan is the founder of a business called Dewey's. Her product is actually slip shoes. You can see her wearing them on the left here. They are vegan slippers/shoes for indoor use. And as I said, she wanted to launch her business on Kickstarter. However, this coincided right at the start of COVID and was really nervous, frankly, about how it was going to perform. So I worked with her to implement Facebook ads. Paid media, social media, that is my niche, that is my passion. That's also what I'm going to be sharing with you. Through this process, she generated 2,100 leads in just 6 weeks. And you can see on the right, she exceeded her crowdfunding target of $12,500, and she exceeded it in just 3 days. This is the type of journey that I like to empower women to go on. I also recently worked with Ashley Lloyd. You can see here, she creates these incredible light installations. She's the ultimate creative. She, however, was struggling, as a lot of creatives and freelancers do, with valuing her time. She was undercharging and not earning as much as she could and working 24 hours a day. I worked with her to trust herself, to value herself, to know her worth, and ultimately to put a quote to her dream client in the Seychelles for 3 times her usual rate. She got a massive yes from them, and she's now on track to buy her very first home. A quick third story is Fee. This is Fee. She's an incredible entrepreneur. She's the founder of People Have Influence. It is a primarily offline business that connects brands with micro-influencers. So I worked with Fee. At the start of COVID, there wasn't a huge amount of budget going into influencer marketing, so she needed to find another revenue stream. I worked with her to design an online program, turning her knowledge, her skill into a digital product. She launched it. It was called Unleash Your Inner Influence. It was a 6-week program supporting people to build on Instagram. And Fee made $19,000 in just 2 weeks on her very first online campaign. I love sharing these. I'll share another couple of wins later. But I've shared them because, and what I've seen on my journey is that for every entrepreneur, the key to success is action. No amount of dreaming, no amount of planning will change your life. So this is why I want to make this session super fun. It is Friday night after all, and I'm going to reward those of you who take action with me through the course of the 45 minutes we're spending together. So the reality is we're all going to feel super energized and excited after this summit, right? Brian is incredible at doing this. But when we're alone again behind our laptop, unsupported, it's easy to get stuck again, to get overwhelmed and to not know what is the right action to take. So next Wednesday, I am back and I am running a live practical training webinar. This will be a completely free session. It will show you how to actually implement the strategies that we're going to discuss today. So how do you bring your idea to life? How do you actually generate profit online? So I'm going to throw in a whole heap of bonuses through my talk today. This is the first one. The sooner you take action, the sooner you sign up for Wednesday's practical training webinar with me, the more bonuses I'm going to give you. So this is the first one. This is a bonus I've created, an ebook called 40 Ways to Make Money Online, and it is exactly what it says on the label. It outlines 40 ways that you can make money online right now that I'm seeing entrepreneurs absolutely thrive with. So if you don't have a firm idea, or you need an additional revenue source, or what you were doing is no longer working, you can just refer to this ebook, you can pick one of the 40, and you can start taking considered action on it. I'm going to pop up the link just now. Here it is. Okay, so this is simple. The session is at Wednesday, 1 p.m. South Africa time, same as Central Europe time. It is a 2-hour action-oriented session. All you need to do is click on the link I've popped up, sign up, and you will get also this bonus thrown in. As you can see, what we will be going through is in detail the 4 building blocks you need to generate 6+ figure revenue online in dollars. So I'm not going to keep the link up. As I said, this is for the action takers. If you want this bonus, you need to click now. You need to register now, and I'm going to pop it back down in 15 or 20 seconds. If you miss out, you have missed out. All right, you can see a couple of people saying, I'm in, amazing. This will be your bonus in your hot hands, 40 ideas to make money online. So today's session, we're going to cover 3 things. We're going to cover 1, why now is the right time to redesign your life. 2, how to overcome the 4 biggest mindset blocks that typically hold back entrepreneurs. And 3, of course, what are those 4 building blocks that you need to have in place for a profitable and sustainable online business? Loving all these done's, registered, I'm in. Please let me know. Really cool to see who I'm going to be spending that Wednesday session with. Who are the action takers? Okay, 2020 has changed everything. We know this. People are losing their jobs. They're spending their money differently. We're looking at essentials over luxuries. We're really moving into an economy of need over an economy of want. People are also spending their time differently. There is 77% more time spent on Facebook and Instagram now than there was in the month pre-COVID. And people are looking for opportunities to support themselves in the short term. What this really means and why I share this is everyone is at the same baseline again. 2020 has leveled the playing field. It has brought so many challenges with it, you know that. But as entrepreneurs, this is what we do. We solve challenges. So there has never been such an incredible opportunity for you to get started, to take this incredible idea that gives you that gulp where you're like, maybe it's too big, and to thrive. So my challenge to you is a mindset shift. What if 2020 isn't cancelled? What if it's the year you have been waiting for? What if it's a year so uncomfortable that it literally forces us to grow? What if it's the most important year of them all? This is the absolute energy I am channeling with all of my members of Future Females. This is the year that screams so loud that we finally wake up, where we finally accept the need for change, we declare change, we work for change, we become the change. We push each other, we support each other to make 2021 the year we've always dreamt of. 2020 is not cancelled. 2020 is the most important year of them all. This is my energy. This is the energy that I hope all of you have, and if not now, will have by the end of this session together. I'm seeing yeses flying through. Guys, if you are with me, if this is the mentality you're accepting and committing to, let me know in the chat. Send me a yes. Send me a hell freaking yes if you want. That is what I'd be sending through the screen. Okay. Cool. Thank you. I'm really enjoying these comments. Right now, we have a lot of time to think. We have a lot of time to gain perspective, to really take stock of where we are in our businesses and in our lives. Has anyone been really digging in, like doing this self-discovery work? Send me a message if you have. It's important to have taken, loving these hell freaking yeses. It's so important to be taking the time to ask ourselves the big questions. Questions like, am I spending time on what really matters? Am I generating wealth in a sustainable and scalable way for myself and for my family? And am I delivering value, real value to my customers and to my community? The thing is, it's not just time to reflect. We need to go from looking backwards to looking forwards. Now is the time to redefine that path forwards for ourselves. What is that life that you want to live? And then what is the business that's going to deliver on it for you? And in that order. So who am I? Let's quickly jump into this. Why am I here? Why am I on this summit? Why am I training on this webinar with you today? So my story, gosh, it starts like I'm sure a lot of yours did. I was indoctrinated from a young age, get a good education, get a good grades, get a good job, find security, and then never ever leave that job. I'm sure some of you have that story drilled into you as well from when you were young. That's exactly what I did. I started my first job at eBay, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and so excited to get stuck in. But the years slowly or quickly passed you by, and you realize this party that was promised is not everything that it's cut out to be. You get comfortable, you stop growing. You realize that you're selling your hours and therefore you have a capped earning potential. And you get what is my least favorite situation to be in, and that is complacent. And you realize you're working to create someone else's dream and compromising on your own in the process. And now more than ever during COVID, you realize that this security, this dream of being secure for the rest of your life that you've been promised since that young age is not security anymore. Someone else is making the decisions for your life. They decide if you're getting your paycheck next month or not. You do not have control over your own future. At that point, I realized I had to jump ship into entrepreneurship, and I started my first business, which is Hello Sailor Consulting. You can see my beautiful logo I made myself on the left, took this leap, launched the consulting firm, built my brand, got my first client, that initial business momentum that's so freaking exciting. But the thrill, that thrill of working from bed with a glass of wine quickly wears off when I realized I couldn't pay my bills anymore. I couldn't afford the wine to go in the wine glass. And I was like, what have I done? I have created another job for myself. I was selling hours in my day, but for less money than I was making in the job I had just left. And the problem with this was I was trading my time for money. And this is not a scalable model and a situation a lot of people find themselves in. You can't literally sleep any less, and you've reached a cap earning in your business. Even worse, I was working twice as hard for less money, and I just felt so stuck. Let me know in the chat if this is your situation. Joy apparently has the Hello Sailor Consulting tattoo. That is incredible. Love it. So what I did was start exploring different business models. So I launched Oh Boy on the left here, selling inflatables and printed swimwear online. And then I launched a tech platform on the right, a recruitment marketplace, finally living this entrepreneurial dream, except I wasn't happy and I was not fulfilled. I was exhausted. I had endless to-do lists. I was stretching my work hours 9 to 5, 8 to 8, 7 to 12, never making any headway. And the time was passing me by and my bank account was not going up. So eventually I closed the business on the left and the business on the right actually went into liquidation. I had to make a team of 20 people, including myself, redundant the month before Christmas as well. And at that point, I realized the skill set that I had learned in corporate was not what I needed to succeed as an entrepreneur. I found myself basically living this movie. This is Groundhog Day for anyone who doesn't recognize this cute little guy. I call this entrepreneurial Groundhog Day. I was waking up every single morning in the exact same position that I was the day before, wondering where has all of this time gone and why the hell am I not making any progress? This, for me, is when I paused. I took time out, like a lot of you shared, you have been with me a little earlier. I realized that what I had is shiny object syndrome. I was starting these ideas based on just like seeing something and jumping on that opportunity as it popped up. And I was feeling incredibly stretched and unfulfilled. I was operating at this like low tactical level, doing, rather than taking time to reconnect with myself and what makes me truly energized and happy. So I committed in this apartment here. This is in Observatory in Cape Town. For those of you from there, massive shout out. I'm locked out. Can't wait to be back. I committed to never again sacrificing my life for my business. I committed to designing the life I want to live, getting clarity on the impact I want to have, and then building the business that delivers on it. And this is the exact process that I really want to encourage and empower you guys to follow. So the place to start. This is what I call my non-negotiables. These are the things that you are never ever willing to compromise on. These are the things that make you truly happy, engaged, and connected that you will never sacrifice. How do you come up with your non-negotiables? You literally answer the question, what is the most important thing to me in life that makes me happy? So if you know what one of these things is, please share it in the chat with me. What is one of your non-negotiables? It could be time with family, could be working a 4-day week, could be never having to worry about your finances ever again, could be generating $100,000 passive income every year. It's personal, right? It's different for everyone, but it's so important to define. If you don't know what these are, take time to find these before you start acting on tactics or strategies so you don't get stuck again. Amazing. I'm seeing so many: integrity, travel, freedom, time with family, money, amazing independence, Sanguita, speaking my language, absolutely, and freedom. Guys, these, you need to know these. And then whatever you're doing in your business, you make your decisions with these in mind. It is the only way not to get stuck again. So my non-negotiables, I have 3 I'm going to share with you. The first one is freedom. A lot of you have been sharing that. That is my first. I never wanted to have to go into an office again. I have an office, but I don't have to go in. That is how I empower myself. The second, because I value my time and had been through that situation with Hello Sailor Consulting, I understand it's the only resource you can't replenish. So I never again wanted to create a business where time in means money out, that is not scalable. And the third, create a business that helps people. My superpower for me, what that means is supporting women to start and grow profitable and sustainable online businesses. That's why I'm here today. So I took these into my next venture, the Growth Academy. The Growth Academy is an e-learning platform that exists to support entrepreneurs, accelerators, and marketing teams to grow online through social media. Sure, I could achieve this purpose through consulting. I could have started an agency. I was actually offered funding to start an agency through an events model. But because I've defined my non-negotiables, I knew that a purely digital e-learning platform was the only option for me to thrive personally and in business. And what you're seeing here is our first year of revenue chart. There's most definitely not an upward tick. This is the reality of the first year in business. So I started in August. In September, I had my first sale to myself. I was checking the payment system worked, and it worked. What a day. But the first 6 months, you can see, quite a hard slog. The second 6 months, I gained traction, I focused on the right things, and the business started taking off. And this business made 7 figures in its very first year. And the best part about this business, it delivered the lifestyle that I had always dreamt of. So when we, and this is my fiance Bevan, my co-founder in the Growth Academy, who's actually in South Africa at the moment, when we hit our first 7-figure month, which was March 2019. We were on the beach in Namibia, actually at a brewery in Swakopmund. And I just realized, like, you actually can have it all. You can have the lifestyle, the impact, and the profit. And so what came next? I launched Future Females. We launched in August 2017, and this is my true passion, love, and purpose vehicle. I can see a number of familiar names. I'd like to say faces. You can see my face from our member community. Say hi if you're one of my ambassadors. For those of you who don't know, Future Females exists for the sole purpose of increasing the number of and supporting the success of female entrepreneurs globally. We are a for-profit and for-purpose business. You do not have to trade off one for the other. And in just the past 3 years, we have launched in 35 cities. We've graduated 1,000 entrepreneurs. We've secured funding from the UK government and the German government for our development outreach. We partner with the best. We've worked with Facebook, Google, Shopify, Maserati, of course, the Real Success team. And we had as well our first 7-figure month in March. We work with our ambassadors. These are some of their incredible faces. These are the women driving this purpose all around the world. And the thing is, when you live your life on purpose and in purpose, incredible opportunities come to you. And I have done things that far surpass even my own wildest dreams. On the left, I sat down with Meghan Markle to discuss what is the state of female entrepreneurship and how do we really move the needle towards gender parity. On the right, I was invited to host Africa's very first ever Women in Tech conference. There were over 3,000 female leaders in this audience. This is worlds away from where I was sitting in my bed with that empty glass of wine. And it's all because I defined my dream life first and connected with my purpose first. Then I built the business that could deliver on that. So loads of Future Females members who are saying hello to me. Amazing, totally in alignment with your mission statement. Andrea, I'm so happy to hear that. The thing is, you might feel like this is far off, right? But 3 years ago, Future Females did not exist. I had not even thought of it. We did not have a name. We always overestimate as people what we can do in a day or in a week, but severely underestimate what we can do in a year or in 3 years. All of you are incredibly capable, experienced, and have an energy that you need to step into so that you can also have a story like this. So I want to help you, of course. That's why I'm here. I want to make sure that you're building the business life and world of your dreams. So if you register for my Wednesday session, I'm going to throw in another bonus. And this is my Your Life by Design training. Just going to pop up the offer. Here you go. Cool. So if you click through and register, this training is going to be with you and it is going to make sure you know where you're headed, that you will never, ever feel again frustrated, stuck, or despondent about the business or the life that you're building. It helps you set your vision at those 3 levels: your world, then your life, then your business, in that order. If you would like this bonus, click through, register, join me on Wednesday in my workshop. You can also copy the link from here. We will be going from the inspiration, the story, the mindset tactics we're about to jump into the practical step-by-step of the building blocks, the 4 key building blocks you need that I implemented to achieve the success I've just shown you to generate 6 figures plus revenue online. Cool. I'm going to bring it back to you and ask you 2 questions. This is the first. Please do share with me in the chat. What is one big thing that you want to achieve in the next 90 days? If you're not too busy registering, type it into the chat. I would love to see. Monica, for some of us, this is still the morning. Don't get us in trouble with wine. Just don't blame me, whatever happens. Okay, share with me, what is that goal? What is the one big thing? It can be anything. It could be a business milestone like your first customer. It could be reaching 10,000 followers on Instagram. It could be a personal milestone, of course. Running a marathon, raising money for charity, taking a break. Taking a break is a very admirable goal. So I don't want you to be limited by your how. That doesn't matter at all. Not right now anyway. We'll tackle the how on Wednesday. Just type in the thing that you want, that thing that comes from your core. Okay, do a course, financial freedom, pristine, launch an online thrift shop. That sounds incredible. Start your business online. You're definitely in the right place. Your online store. Money, relocate back to Nottingham. Amazing. Start your own business. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing these. Keep them coming through. The first step with a goal is to put it out there. And then the second question is, what is the single biggest challenge holding you back right now? If I asked you, and share in the chat, why have you not already achieved this goal? What is the first thing that comes into your mind as the reason? Some of the challenges I've been hearing recently from my members are things like managing your time, staying motivated, dealing with stress, which is very valid, and other more technical things like learning how to sell, reaching the right people on social media, potentially cash flow, time, freedom without worrying. Cherie, thank you for sharing that. Actually starting, fear. A lot of people saying fear, procrastination, self-doubt, a lot of the mindset elements coming through. Your daughter, I can imagine, if you're homeschooling, that's such a massive task. Self-sabotaging, absolutely. Guys, thank you for sharing. I'm not going to read all of them, but do post them. I realize that these messages are coming just to me. I wish you could all see, because the thing is, everyone has challenges. Everyone is struggling with both technical things, but also with these mindset things. You are very not alone. If that's the one thing you take away from this session, you are not alone in your struggles, but we can move through them together. And that's where community comes in, and that's really what this is all about. All right, let's get into some of these blockers. All right. I'm going to go through. Oh, I've frozen. Can you guys see me? I think I've only frozen my side. How do you overcome the 4 biggest mindset blocks that entrepreneurs face? So I'm going to share, and I've been seeing a lot of them coming through in this chat now. I'm going to share what they are, how they might play out for you, and then we will tackle how to get over them. And I'm going to give you 2 tools that work in my life that I hope you can embed into your own to do the same. Who here would say they are a procrastinator? Give me a yes in the chat if this is you. This is the big one, right? That over 80% of entrepreneurs say they suffer from. So if this is you, you are most definitely not alone. Typically, we believe that procrastination is a negative trait about being lazy, putting things off until later. But this is a really common misconception. In reality, if you look at the origin of the word procrastination, which of course I have done, what it really means is doing something against our better judgment. It is not about being lazy. And I'm seeing so many yeses coming through here. Guys, you are not lazy. It is just a form of self-sabotage. It is an irrational behavior where we're sabotaging ourselves and our future businesses and favoring short-term, immediate gratification over long-term success. It's where we choose something that just doesn't make sense when there is another option that would be better for us. Why do we do it? Well, it comes out in high-stress situations or when dealing with ambiguity. So, of course, as entrepreneurs, this is all of the time, particularly during this COVID experience. It's actually a coping mechanism. It is a way to manage a situation that we're not comfortable with. We as humans, we are hardwired to prioritize our short-term needs. It's in our DNA to want this instant gratification. We have this instant gratification living in our head, telling us, get on your phone, get that quick social hit, have that instant value, rather than spending time on that task that you know you should be doing. So let's look at how this could play out. There's a number of ways. This is how it can play out for me. Could be doing the least important things first. For example, spending half a day trying to inbox 0 when you have never ever done that before, while ignoring your partnership proposal that's due. Because there's way less risk in doing admin. No one else can see this, and you get that joy of the tick. Love ticking things off, right? The joy. The second way it could play out, and how it looks for a lot of people, is inventing more work to do. So this is one for me. So when I started the Growth Academy, I decided it would be a really good idea to launch a podcast. And not just any podcast, but a podcast every single day for my first 90 days in business. I had 0 audience. I had 0 experience. I had never, ever done a podcast before. And I didn't actually really listen to podcasts that much either. It was really just a massive distraction and a safer option than launching my actual product. Could be simply using the phrase, it's future Lauren's problem, or just generally letting life get in the way. Whether it's cleaning that kitchen a 3rd time or going for that bike ride, whatever it is for you. So this is the first one. I'm seeing loads of ha's and lols and yeses. Procrastination, it is a big one for entrepreneurs, particularly at a crazy ambiguous time like this. Mindset block 2, guys, this is a big one as well, and this is fear or self-doubt, or what I have come to know and love as the imposter monster. The imposter monster or imposter syndrome is a belief that you are inadequate or incompetent. This is where you might feel like a fraud or that your accomplishments are the result of serendipitous luck. That at any minute, this house of cards that you've been building could just come crumbling down. The interesting thing about imposter syndrome is it is most commonly reported by really highly successful people and intellectuals. So it comes not just through comparison of yourself against others, obviously social media perpetuates, but it comes from comparison against yourself and your own ridiculously high expectations of yourself and where you think you should be by a point in time. Let me know if you struggle. I'm seeing a yes from a few people on imposter syndrome. How does it play out, guys? You know you're suffering from it when you have that little niggling voice in your head that says things like, you're a fake, you're a fraud, why would anyone want to buy from you? It's where you have increased risk of fear of failure as well. You're like, I can't fail, everyone will find out that I am this imposter. You might be thinking everything up until now has been luck. What happens when my luck runs out? Or even, why am I even doing this? In this video on the right, I was talking about imposter syndrome after presenting at the Women in Tech conference that I showed you a picture of. I was petrified getting on that stage. And so I jumped on Instagram afterwards and I was talking about imposter syndrome in my experience. And someone posted, tell us something we don't know. And I froze. This imposter monster took over and I was like, what am I doing? Why am I on here? Why did I even put myself out there in the first place? Spiraled down this vicious cycle. And then I also thought, wow, this is so ironic that I'm talking about imposter syndrome while experiencing imposter syndrome. The thing is, that was quite far into my 3 years of Future Females. Imposter syndrome doesn't just show up once. It keeps popping up. And so we need to have a good way to manage it. The thing is, with imposter syndrome, and I love this graph, absolutely everyone suffers from it. It is really important to be kind to yourself, to be compassionate, to treat yourself like you would treat your founder, your partner, or your friend, to channel your fear into productive action, to turn that energy from being immobilizing to driving your positive forward momentum. And we will get to this. Before we do, mindset block 3, perfectionism. Wow, this is imposter syndrome's very close cousin. Perfectionism is a very dangerous state of mind in an imperfect world. Essentially, you are just setting yourself up for failure. It truly is the biggest enemy of progress and the biggest excuse I hear for entrepreneurs not moving ahead, not taking those first steps, not launching. Perfectionists often get stuck believing that good enough is actually not good enough and that they are a failure. So the perfectionists on here, you know who you are. Typically, what you have is a deep fear of failure with all or nothing thinking and action. You're always looking for faults in what you're doing, and you're very rigid in your views. What I hope for you, and you can screenshot the slide if you wish, is to transition from being a perfectionist to being an optimalist. When you are an optimalist, good is good enough. Rather than taking feedback or negative feedback as failure, you take it as a learning. You take it as a learning and you keep moving. Rather than being rigid in your approach, I always say, be rigid in your goals. Know what your goal is, but be agnostic about how you get there. What this means is when a pandemic is thrown at you, you go, obviously, this sucks, but I'm still going to hit my goal. I'm just going to do it a different way. You can quickly adapt to the feedback, to the market, and you literally then cannot fail because you will keep trying until you achieve the outcome that you want. When you peg your success to an approach, then your failure is going to hit you very hard. When you peg your success to your vision and to your outcome, then you literally cannot fail unless you stop trying. Okay, mindset block 4 is overwhelm. Oh, the last of the big 4. We are in a society that is addicted to being busy. It is literally the battle cry of our age, and it is making us tired. It's making us sick, frustrated, and unfulfilled. We then try to resolve these feelings often by doing even more. Like, oh, I'm tired. I'm not making enough progress. I'm going to do more stuff. And again, we end up in that vicious downward spiral. Do more, be more, try harder. We're also living in this world of hustle culture where the hustle is glamorized, right? Anyone who has been working in a business in those early days or for more than a year, you know that this is just not sustainable and it sure as hell is not glamorous. Like, I put makeup on for this summit because I knew you'd be able to see me. But as an entrepreneur, most days it does not look like this. It is the hustle. You are down, you are dirty, you're doing what it takes. And it can be exhausting. And so you need to manage that. So the biggest way that overwhelm plays out is having a lack of focus, saying yes, whether to others or to yourself, when what you really want and should be saying is no. Anyone have this problem? Let me know in the chat if you do. At its core, overwhelm is about avoidance. You are sinking into that feeling of overwhelm and taking unguided and unfocused action. Essentially, you're being really busy to avoid your own feelings and the hard decisions. To move past this, you need to know, why am I saying yes? Is it fear of missing out? Is it fear of being left behind? Is it fear that what you're already doing is not enough? Let's pop this back down. Perhaps it's all of these, but the thing is, this inner work, it's such an important part of your journey. It is a critical part of your journey before you take those actual tangible actions that drive your business every day. So I'm seeing some FOMOs come through. That is a big one. Guys, let me know. These are the 4 big blocks. These are the 4 big mindset blocks that most entrepreneurs suffer from, at least one, some 4. So let me know in the chat, which one are you? Which one's resonating? You can say all if all. I'm only going to see it. This is a safe space. Part of my objective with Future Females is to make these conversations okay, to make failing and struggling absolutely okay, because it is all a natural part of the process and of every single success story. Okay, guys, thank you so much for sharing some alls, some 2s and 4s and 3s. Got a pretty good spread actually coming through. A lot of alls. Guys, thank you so much for sharing. This is what it's all about. It's not bad that you're saying all. It is incredible that you have acknowledged it. You now know what's going on inside. You know what you want to change and what you need to change. And that is the first step of this inner work that we're doing together. So this is the reality of life as an entrepreneur. Does this look familiar to anyone? For me, this perfectly depicts the roller coaster of emotions that is entrepreneurship. High highs, but also super low lows where these challenges can just seem a bit too much. It's in these dips where we start making excuses, usually to ourselves. This is where we think in these like, what have I done? F my life moments. We think, I don't have enough money. Someone else is further ahead. Oh, they were lucky. They're in this network. I've got this other big thing to do. But if we're honest, when we're on top of the world, when we're in those highs, none of those excuses have gone anywhere. They're still a reality, but it is working. The thing is, this ride of being an entrepreneur is an internal one. It is our mindset, our beliefs, and the internal stories that we tell ourselves that keep us going or not. So the trick is not to suppress these feelings. Shout from the rooftops that you're feeling overwhelmed. That is perfectly okay. Now we equip ourselves with the tools so we don't stay down, so we can move through it and channel that energy for good to move forwards and quickly. Okay, now what we're going to do is rewrite this narrative. You know your blocks. How do you rewrite it to remove them, move past them, and level up? And I'm going to share with you 2 of the tools that I use in my everyday life to do exactly that. And the first one is a process to overcome self-limiting beliefs. All right, essentially, all of these mindset blocks can be characterized in this way. Thoughts repeated over time become beliefs. And self-limiting beliefs are those beliefs that are holding you back from reaching your true potential. So there is a simple 3-step process to quickly move past these. It starts with number 1, identifying the belief. This is exactly what we have just done. There's 2 things. Your beliefs can be conscious. This is where you listen to the thoughts that are coming up. What are those negative recurring thoughts? Or it could be unconscious, where you take time to look at your repeated behavior patterns, your habits. What are you doing that doesn't serve you? I'm going to give you an example. A common self-limiting belief is that I don't have experience. Why would someone want to buy from me? And I remember in my early days of Hello Sailor Consulting, this was my self-limiting belief. I was like, I don't have a whole heap of testimonials. Why would someone buy my consulting services? So you've identified it. Next, you move on to step 2, and this is understanding, why does this belief not hold any power over me? You do this by looking at 2 dichotomous perspectives, and that is, what is the benefit of continuing to hold on to the belief versus the benefit of letting this belief go? So if I use the example, and Melanie, thank you for sharing and for joining, that this is yours too. In my example where I say, why would anyone want to buy from me? I don't have experience. The benefit of holding on to this belief is safety, right? I never have to put myself in an uncomfortable position where I could potentially be rejected and have that belief confirmed. But the benefit of letting it go is progress, is happiness, is money, is fulfillment, is achievement, is everything that I have always dreamt of. You document both of these and look at them, and it will become very clear to you that the benefit of letting go far supersedes the benefit of holding on. But then there is a critical step 3 that a lot of people do not do, and that is replacing this belief with a new habit. You cannot just wish away a belief. Where focus goes, energy flows. So if you spend all of your time thinking about your self-limiting belief, you're actually reinforcing it. And so instead, you need to replace it with a new habit. These habits could be, for example, one of mine is a trigger. So if I'm feeling really overwhelmed, I stop, I sit back, I put my hand on my heart, and I just go, this is why I'm doing this. This is who I am. I'm going to move past this. Could be a milestone. Maybe you think, okay, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do pro bono for 2 people. I'm going to get hot testimonials. Don't have allowed to swear on this. And then I'm going to have the confidence to go out there and I'm going to sell through those stories. It could alternatively be a routine. Maybe it is the 5 a.m. club. That is not my routine, but I know it works for a lot of people. Could be affirmations, could be meditation, could be a morning ritual. Through these steps, you can gradually remove and learn to deal with any mindset blocks and then move more quickly and efficiently through your journey to success. Hopefully this process makes sense for you. It made sense for Tafunmi. I'd like to share her story quickly. This is Tafunmi. She is an incredible entrepreneur, founder of Awulo. And when she joined Future Females and I met her, she had an idea. Her passion was to give women confidence through beauty products and beauty services. She wanted to create a tech platform that matched up service providers with people needing those beauty services. And she had a huge goal, but she was afraid to say it. She was afraid to say that she wanted to reach 1 million customers with this platform. I worked with Tafunmi and the resources that she had, and we decided let's first launch the product because she could do that cost effectively. We launched this business into a Facebook group following my Facebook group strategy. And on day 1, she got 30 sales. 30 sales on her first day of selling her first product, which was incredible. Now that business is thriving. She's been to Silicon Valley. She's pitched to investors to get funding to now build that tech marketplace and has 2 prongs delivering on her purpose. And it all started with taking that step back, overcoming the mindset block, putting that massive goal out there, and then implementing those building blocks to actually achieve it. I'm so proud of Tafunmi. Okay, I want to share with you another tool that really works well for me, and that is called your purpose statement. So your purpose statement is essentially the written commitment to yourself that aligns you every single day with your purpose and with your goals. So my purpose statement is something I read to myself every single morning to start my day right, so my mind is in a positive and productive space. I have a few tips, of course. Your purpose statement should be something short, so ideally you can remember it, 3 to 4 sentences max. It should be inspiring. Your purpose statement needs to be uplifting enough to motivate and guide you every single day. Ideally, for years, you can have the same statement. You write it in the present tense, so you don't write I will, you write I am as if you are already there. You write it from a place of abundance, not from a place of scarcity. So instead of I want, you write I have. You're already visualizing yourself in that future success. And it's very important that it's grounded in your own personal values and principles. Your purpose statement needs to be authentically you. This has been such a game changer for me in my business, reading my purpose statement every single morning. Kira, if you don't have your purpose statement, I hope that you registered for my talk next week, because I'm going to give you my vision setting exercise, which helps you think through where do you want to be, what is that purpose, what is that business that you want to deliver, what idea is right for you. Okay, I'm going to share mine. It's very personal, but I want to share it with you. This is it. I read it every single morning. I read it this morning. I'm going to read it now. I am fearless, powerful, and significant. Through my will and spirit, I can activate and impact billions of people. The whole world is conspiring to support my purpose, to empower and elevate others to be their best selves and create their best lives. I am grateful, happy, overflowing with love, and have an eternal energy to serve. I live every moment of every day as if it is a miracle. That is my purpose. That's what I do. That's why I do what I do. That is why I am here with you guys today. And so, because I'm here, because you're here, and because I know the power of this tool, I want to pass it on to you and support you to craft your own. So another bonus, it is a workbook, as you can see, called Crafting Your Purpose Statement. And what it does is it goes through exactly how to write one and how to make sure that your purpose statement is aligned with your true drive, your true personality, and your true mission. So you guys know the drill by now. The offer is popped up. All you need to do is click through, register Sanguita. You do not need to register again. If you registered at the start, you're getting all of these bonuses, so don't worry about that. Click through, register for Wednesday's session, and this bonus will come over to you. On Wednesday, we have talked about some of those mindset elements, how to identify your blocks, how to use tools to move past them. On Wednesday, we move into a really practical session. So we are looking at how to go from side hustle or from idea even to generating 6 figures in dollars online. So even if you're in business already, but you're not yet at this revenue level, or you've reached 6 figures, but it's feeling really hard, I would love to support you to take it forwards. I'm going to leave it up for a minute so you can click through. And I'm personally so looking forward to Wednesday as well. Okay, we only have a few more minutes together, and I just want to touch maybe 2 minutes. Brian, let me know if I'm running over. I want to just quickly touch on topic 3, and this is the building blocks for building a profitable online business. 2 minutes. Don't worry, I've got this. On Wednesday, I'm going to be sharing with you our PAVE model. This is my co-founder, Serena, and Future Females. We have met on Techstars, and together we've worked for 6 leading global accelerators in 3 continents. We've directly coached over 1,000 female entrepreneurs to grow their businesses. We understand and have successfully applied the formula for bringing your online business to life and keeping your life together in the process. This is that model. It is called PAVE because it is profit, attraction, visibility, and engagement. These are the 4 building blocks you need to have in your business to ensure it is profitable, impactful, and sustainable. So on Wednesday, I'm going to be digging into each of these blocks with you in detail, in order, and helping you look at how do I put the right profit plan in place to make sure that I'm generating the right offer, the right model? How do I attract people with the right brand and the right people who actually want to pay for my services? How do I become visible? What social tools and techniques? Spoiler, it's going to be touching on Facebook and Instagram ads because it is the absolute most power strategy right now for scaling and engagement. How do you turn your leads, your followers into paying and happy customers? This model works. It works for Caroline. She sells vegan shoes, and in her first weekend after implementing PAVE, she made $8,000. It worked for Tufunmi, I've introduced you to, who sold 30 products in her first day. It works for Joe, who had knowledge but not a business. So we packaged her knowledge into a program called Remote Work Mastery, and she went from an I've got all these good ideas person to an I'm actually freaking doing it person, and this is what I want for you. All of these women had mindset blocks. They had struggles. They were living through COVID, but they committed. They committed to themselves. They committed to their visions. So my last question for you is, are you ready? Are you ready to stop accepting the status quo? Are you ready to stop making excuses? Are you ready to stop looking back and wondering where the hell all this time has gone, to step into your power and become the fearless female leader that you know you can be? Type a yes in the chat. Let me know if you've registered. I cannot wait for Wednesday. The link is still up if you would like to register. I'm going to see you there, and I can't wait to empower you with the toolkit that you need to get there too. Thank you so much. Thank you for attending. Brian and Nicole, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, as always. It was amazing, Lauren. And guys, please don't miss out on the opportunity. These free webinars that some of the speakers do are limited in numbers, so make sure you've registered. Also, feel free my phone is literally typing what I don't know how I did that. It started to type out what I was saying. I'm like, I don't know how to work these things. Feel free to share the links with friends if you're already connected with Lauren and you know that other people that maybe are close to you are struggling with their business or looking to start a business effectively and they'll connect with Lauren, then do yourself a favor and please feel free to share the link and get them to register for the webinar as well. But ask them only to register if they are going to attend, all right, because otherwise we might run out of space. Nicole?
Lauren, that was just incredible. I'm speechless. You're speaking to a classic type 1 procrastinator myself. So I enjoyed that thoroughly. And I think that the best thing somebody could walk away from this session with is a vision. And to be able to have a second session available to people, I think is such a gift, where they'll have clarity on that vision and be able to set it out effectively. So thank you so much for sharing with us.
Oh, well, thank you both. Thank you so much for having me. I really enjoyed it as always.
Amazing.
Can't wait to see the rest of the weekend and what you have in store too. So thank you.
It's going to be awesome. Right, guys, so please take action. You can type in realsummits.com/Lauren and you can see the link at the top of the chat. It's in the chat as well. It's also in the offers. You can also see it on the screen. So make sure you have registered. Because you do not want to miss out on this incredible opportunity. So staying with the subject of business, we're going to be getting Esty Rand in here shortly. Esty's joining us from the US. I absolutely loved her talk in the Entrepreneur Summit. She talks about she talks about marketing and how she built an incredible business without even spending money on advertising. And you want to hear what she has to say before you make any judgment on that, because it's actually quite freaky. I love this woman. I love her energy. And I don't care about woman, male or female. Yeah, she's like in the top notch in her space. And she's absolutely brilliant, much like Lauren. I mean, these are real go-getters in this industry. They don't need to be compared or singled out as women because they are highly comparative to the greatest speakers in their fields as a whole. So, Esty's going to be a lot of fun, Nicole.
Yeah, she's going to be amazing. She's actually nicknamed the marketing maven. She's also got an interesting background in nonprofits for 10 years. So I'm really excited to see how that changes things because, like you said, there's a very big focus on organic growth in marketing and how she optimizes that. So I'm excited to learn about that. And if anybody's ever heard any of her podcasts before, you'll know immediately that this woman has an immense amount of credibility and wisdom and insight to share.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. So, guys, remember, we're going to end the session now. We're going to then open the other session in like a minute's time. You can stay in the room. I believe it took a few minutes before the link came up, but Nicole and I will waffle on for a good few minutes just to let you get across. And so you don't miss any of Esty. But if you do get stuck, go and check your email. You'll see the links. Alternatively, go to the Facebook group. And I think Instagram, they're posting the links as well. So make sure you come across to see Esty Rand. She's absolutely awesome. We're going to shut this one down. We'll catch you on the other side.
Testing.
Okay. Yep.
I'm figuring that
We're live.
I'm getting
We're back.
better at this. Yes.
You were here at the beginning. It takes quite a shift. We never used to do it like this, so even I used to get like really struggled. But guys, welcome back. We're going to let people come into the room because we're going to have Esty Rand in a short while, and we're really looking forward to that. But Lauren was amazing. I love that woman's energy. She's just got, I don't know, there's something about her ever since I met her. I remember meeting her the first time. There's just something about her energy that really just, I think, is infectious.
It is. I think it's one of the greatest things you can learn from somebody is their presence when they walk into a room, and you can actually feel it in a webinar. I thought in the beginning of this whole COVID-19 season that we wouldn't have that tangible presence that you had on stage or at an event or meeting somebody for a coffee or in a boardroom. But I can promise you, sitting in my office here, my bedroom, I can feel her presence, and she certainly has it. And I think that's one of her secrets for success is that she permeates that presence into multiple different countries with her business Future Females.
Yeah, she's done so well. Dan, if you can just, when Nicole speaks, just put her up, just switch the cameras around because that's how it's supposed to work. But yeah, no, I mean, I've known her for a while, and to see the growth and what she's done has been absolutely unbelievable. And that's just, but I mean, it's interesting about Brandon because I know Lauren pretty well, but, it's about being herself. She really does just portray herself and not try and be something different. And that's what's really worked for her. I mean, when you talk about this, I'm sure you're gonna bring that up.
Yeah, well, it's about authenticity. And, it's so clear for her mission, her vision, her brand. And when she's helping people, it's this absolute clarity that people realize, and it's a growing awareness when you do her courses, when you sit down on her vision board with her, when you register for her masterclasses, you actually feel, okay, I know who I am deep down. How do I actually manifest that in what I'm doing in an authentic way, instead of trying to be something that I'm not, just to please people that probably don't even like me. So I love her. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I know, it's great. Well, we're looking forward to seeing Esty. She's going to no doubt join the room shortly, hopefully. Team are normally pretty good at getting people in on time, but she's not in yet. And you guys are telling us where you're joining us from, which is great. I was hoping Esty would see that, but I'll reiterate it. And, once again, just like from all over the world, which is just kind of crazy. And I see, wow, like, Georgie, what is the time in Brisbane right now? Because I'm pretty sure you guys must be in the early hours of the morning by now.
That is dedication right there.
That is dedication, yeah.
Esty Rand, by the way, I have to bring this up because I am a woman. This is a woman's summit, and I'm also a mom of 2. Esty Rand is a mother of 5. She's raising 5 kids. So on top of everything, she is superwoman at home. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I think, and that's something we so underestimate. That blows me away. I mean, I've raised 2 kids for a very short period of time. You raising 2 kids for a longer period of time.
I'm still figuring it out.
You're still, and then trying to balance, career and what have you. But I mean, it is unbelievable, and that's something that has always been a fascinating. I don't want to use the word burden. It probably shows you my value on being a parent, but a challenge for women that have to go and be successful in what they do. And I'm blown away, not just by Esty, but a number of the women you'll hear over the summit, and a number of other women I know, what they've how they've managed to raise a family, not just raise a family, but raise a family successfully, and go out there and become really successful at the same time. And that just proves, because obviously doing what they're doing, like what Esty does, is a critical value to her. Simply, if she just raised the kids and sacrificed doing what she does, she wouldn't be living authentically. And so, it's all about finding that balance.
Well, it's certainly the stereotype that all women face, right? It's, well, how could you possibly do both? And I know I get asked that question all the time, questions that a man would never be asked. So, how do you balance work life and kids? And when you go and climb mountains, who looks after the kids? And a father would not be asked those questions. So here you have a woman, a mother of 5, Esty Rand, who's doing the most incredible work with her kids, obviously, and at the same time becoming a marketing maven, world-renowned, running a podcast, and today sharing her skills on life, motherhood, and business with us on our session.
Yeah, no, it's and she comes into the room just on time. I was about to say, Esti's here.
Welcome, Esti.
So, Esti, we have been saying terrible things about you, I must just tell you, like not at all edifying you. No, I'm just kidding. We've been telling people about you, and there's people in the room from, 60 countries that have come to join us. So if you're there, put your camera on so we can make sure it's all working, because we're super excited to hear what you have to share. She's in the room. But
I think the quote of 2020 is your mic is on mute, or unmute yourself, I think. Who knew we would be here just a few months ago, right? I think it's just how much we can learn and grow and evolve in a short space of time when we're forced to. I think that's the good part of all of this.
All right. Well, while our technical team try and figure out what's happening there with Esti, we do see her in the room. Just coming back to that point of the challenges, I think that, I also think that I want to say this, my highest value is not to be a parent. I love my daughter to bits. She lives in America. I'm grateful that I didn't have to raise her full time, because I would have, it's not like I would not be dedicated to that. It was the hardest thing in my life to let her go and move to America when she was a little girl. But I would have supported her. But at the end of the day, I think it's Esti, we were just talking about you and your 5 kids and how you managed to balance all of that. And Nicole's got 2 children as well, and she climbs mountains and runs businesses and runs charities and all types of stuff, and how that's that added kind of challenge. But yeah, we're not going to make you talk about that now. You can maybe share more about that in your additional webinars, because you obviously got some stuff to get through. But yeah, super excited to hear from you. We got people from all over the world. Just speak quickly so we make sure your audio is working.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yes. We can hear you perfectly.
Yay, and I can hear you this time.
Nicole, I don't know if there's anything else you want to say about amazing Esti, or we just let her go, because we have come to know her before she came in the room.
Esti, I think we've had plenty of time to introduce you before you've even arrived, but the crowd itself is very excited to hear from you, from, like Brian said, from over 60 countries around the world, all tuning in to hear you, because you do make a global difference and a global impact with what you share. The marketing maven herself, it is going to be like watching a podcast for us, and I think you've got a lot of fans also tuning in and watching specifically for you. So thank you for joining us. Over to you, Esti Rand. We love you.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I'm so honored to be here. Guys, I'm so excited. So do me a favor, just shoot me in the chat, because I know that you've already been here for a little bit, but I just want to know, because I am talking today about Client Conversion Kit, all right? How to create a replicable, reliable system to get business, basically. So I just want to know how many of you are in your own business or freelancing or just maybe dreaming about it. I just kind of want to know who I'm talking to here. So what's your status? Do you have clients? Do you want clients? Do you need clients? Is this just more of this will be interesting. I don't think I'll ever get a client or any kind of business or sell anything ever. In which case this will be cool for you for other reasons. But all right, dreaming about a business owner, digital marketing intern. Oh, you're going to have fun here. All right, we got a bunch of dreamers. Oh, I love the dreamers. Freelancers, starting, need clients. Okay. Yeah, guys, this is going to change your life. Amazing. Whoa. Okay. Coming in fast and furious. Okay. Dreamer, running company, need clients, dreaming, needing. Okay. Woohoo! Guys. Okay. This is amazing. I am excited. I am going to share my screen with my slides and just make sure that you see the right thing. I have a feeling. Okay. Now, here's the question of the day. What do you see? Do you see? You should see my slides.
Yeah, we do.
And not my preview, right? You only see my
preview. Slides? We see the slides.
Only the slides, not my next slide, because I did that once and everyone knew what I was about to say.
No, we just see the current slide.
Perfect. All right. Predictable system to turn leads into buyers. Let's dive in, guys. So first, I just need to tell you, that no one will take you seriously. No one will hire you. Back in 2011, I was working as the CIO of a multinational nonprofit, and I loved my boss. I loved my job. I had flex time, which was so important to me. I had 3 little kids at the time. Now I have 5. And life was good, you know, until I hired this toxic middle manager who came in like a bull in a china shop. He just destroyed everything. He took my trip to Argentina. He took my trips everywhere. I was supposed to go to Moscow. He's like, nope, your trip is my trip. And then after a few months, he basically said to me, well, Esty, your team is my team, and you're the new secretary. I was like, no. I'm the CIO. I manage a team of people. I make things happen. He's like, no, your team is my team, and you're the new secretary. I was like, okay, actually, I'm the new leaving person. Bye. So that was terrifying because I was the sole supporter of our growing family at the time. I still am. And I had no idea where our money was going to come from. My husband was still studying, and I was terrified out of my mind. I'm a super risk averse person. Leaving this job, as toxic as it was so scary for me, but I had no life. I couldn't do it. It was destroying me. I was crying all the time. I'm not a crier. It was destroying my family. So I left with honestly no prospects, but I was harboring a dream. So 2011 was the beginning of the small business boom, which is so obvious now. And I would be sitting in these cafes and I'd hear these people going like, oh my gosh, I'm going to sell on Etsy. Like, yeah, I'm doing massage therapy. And it's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to sell cupcakes for $1. And I was like, duh! I want to help you because you're clueless. Like, I've been running businesses successfully from the time I was 10. I went to business school. I have a degree from a top business school in New York in marketing. I know I can help you, but can I do that as a business? Like, I don't know. And I didn't feel like I could, because I've always been running side businesses, but never as a full-time gig. And so I went looking for jobs still. I was like, okay, maybe, like, I had this dream and it was like burning inside me, but I needed a job, like a real job that paid real money to support my family. And at one point I was meeting tons of headhunters and want ads and all that stuff. And one of the headhunters, who was a former McKinsey consultant, now doing headhunting recruiting, like from her living room, she was like my idol. I was like, you were a business consultant and now you're running your own home business to balance with your family. Like, this is exactly what I want in life. And she looked at me and she said, Esty, what's the dream? Like, I'm interviewing for all these things. And she even sent me on interviews for nice C-level positions. She's like, but what's the real dream? What do you really want to do? So I'm like, oh, I'm going to confide in her. I'm going to tell her this dream of being a business consultant like her. And she's going to help me. She's going to explain to me how it works, because I had no clue how it worked. And so I told her, I really want to do small business consulting. I want to help these individuals who have no idea what they're doing, who are trying to sell cupcakes for $1, and I know I can help them. And she looked at me right in the eye and she said, Esty, no one will take you seriously. No one will hire you. You need at least another 20 years C-level experience before anyone pays you for your advice. Yeah. So I was crushed, completely destroyed. I remember going home after that, and I remember standing by the window and the sunlight streaming in on my face and tears just streaming down, because I wanted it so bad. And here was this person who had every ability to build me up, to tell me that I could do it. And instead she told me not, that I couldn't. And again, super risk averse. I wasn't going to go and try something that an expert was telling me couldn't be done. But the dream just couldn't die. And I was so lucky to have good support in my life. People who are like, no, she's big business, you're small business, she's old business, you're new business. And I was like, yeah, that's adorable, but I've got like 3 little kids and rent, and that's just not happening. So I kept looking for jobs. I took on a few jobs, but I wasn't finding anything that was giving me the intellectual stimulation, the money, and the flexibility to be a mom that I really wanted. And I realized that the only way I was going to get that was to do my own thing. So like I said, I've been running my own businesses since I was 10, selling my own handiwork. Those bracelets, that's exactly the kind I used to sell when I was 10 years old. I had order forms. I had cost of goods sold calculations, even though my parents paid for my supplies. Like, I ran a real business. I found all my old papers. I taught hip hop dance exercise classes. I did database building, medical billing, hairstyling, don't ask, right? And they were all profitable. But the dream was different. the dream was that I could help everyone else live theirs. That's what I wanted. It's all I wanted. And so I took on a bunch of different things at the same time. But I started dabbling in the consulting, just on the side, just a little bit, just putting the word out. And at one point, I remember seeing this ad, one of the local weeklies. I would flip through them every week and go like, not bad, terrible, waste of money, waste of space, waste of money, ouch, okay, decent, okay. And one of the ads I saw looked just like this, and it was so confusing. There was no contact information. I'm like, are you a wedding planner? Are you a florist? Do you sell gowns? Like, no idea what you do. And I remember just thinking, like, poor girl who put this ad out who's not getting any business from it. And like 2 weeks later, I got this call from someone. Hey, Esti, I don't know if you've seen my ads in the local weeklies, but they haven't been working. I'm like, I know. She's like, how do you know? I'm like, I saw your ads. So she was one of my early clients. We took her to 6 figures pretty quickly. And she came back a couple of years later and we scaled her even bigger. So I was able to scale my own business and the same strategies to my dream. Okay, full service consulting firm. We are multinational, daily in 9 time zones, clients all the way from California on the West Coast through to Australia and everywhere in between. Actually, I think Hong Kong's as far as we go, goes farther. And we do everything I always wanted us to. Strategy, implementation. We've got designers, writers, project managers, business strategists, marketing strategists. And I got to live my dream. And we got to 6 figures profit in under 2 years with zero in ad spend. And this is the stuff I'm going to teach you today, because I really believe that everyone can do what they love, earn buckets of money, and have time for their life and family. And creating that self-sustaining sales cycle that I'm going to teach you today makes it easy to unlock that door, turn your ideas into revenue, turn your existing business into easier, smoother profit. So this is your foolproof client conversion kit. Would you like one? I'm going to give you one. I'm going to tell you at the end. Stick with me for just another, I don't know, half hour or so, 40 minutes. And I am going to tell you how you're going to get one. And this is going to explain everything to you. This is actually a worksheet from one of our programs. And it takes you through modeling out your full client conversion kit. Yes, okay, I see you want it. You got it. It's coming. I will tell you. How do they say it in South Africa? Just now? I will tell you just now. It took me a while to learn that one. It's like, just now means now? No, it means not now. So just now, soon. Now, just to make sure you're in the right place, which I think you are, those of you who told me if you're dreaming or in business, if you are already advanced in marketing, and you just need like those little tweaks, you're going to find them here. These strategies took DM for an instant income of $10K a month because she was already running a very successful business. And so that's just a little bit of coffee. If you are just knowledgeable, you want to get better, these strategies took RL from struggling 5-figure business to a stable 6-figure business with a steady client flow. Now, all my examples are real, but I blur the details. So if you think you know who I'm talking about, like the initials match and the gender matches, you don't. I change up all of the technical details, the industries, the genders. If it sounds like someone you know, it's not. And even if you are a total novice, like you are brand new here, you're like, I'm just in the dreamer stage, Esti, I don't really know. I'm going to walk you through the basics. Okay, this stuff launched JS from 0 to 120K in under 3 months. So A, it works. B, it's going to work for you. Now, there are only 3 things you need to create a stable, reliable client flow. A funnel, a pyramid, and an hourglass. You know, just household items that you have lying around. Pick up a pyramid, put it on the table. Okay? Funnel, pyramid, and hourglass. And it's all about to make super sense. Now, starting with the funnel. I can't imagine that you haven't heard the term sales funnel, but just in case not, the term sales funnel gets bandied around a lot. And like a regular funnel, the idea is that it's wider on top, narrower on bottom, right? So I've got a picture up, got my hand. I don't know how to do it without using my hands. Okay, so you've got a funnel. And at the top, inputting people, and at the bottom, outputting money, right? So really what goes in at the top is money, time, energy to get people into your funnel. And what you're hoping is out the bottom comes paying clients and customers. Now, here's where this struggles for some people. They don't necessarily put the right people in at the top, so they don't necessarily get anyone or any money out at the bottom. Yeah, that's tough. So here's the stages. Now, I like to teach 5 stages. If you look it up online, if you've heard it somewhere else before, some people teach 3. I break it out very specifically. Okay, so now the 5 stages are, remember, you could take notes, you could take screenshots, but I'm going to tell you how you can get it delivered straight to your inbox. You're going to get this. Okay, you've got attention, interest, evaluation, negotiation, decision. Now notice Menchies. Menchies are the little people, the little avatars, the little blue things that look like they belong on a men's bathroom door. Okay, you're going to call those Menchies. And I think it has like a German root to the word. Now notice how the Menchies get fewer each time, right? All the people minimize, because at every level in the funnel, people fall out. You never put in as many at the top as you get out at the bottom, okay? And so when people try to get out there with their marketing and they expect that every person they speak to is going to be paying clients, they're just not, okay? So we get rid of that expectation. At the same time, we try to make our funnel as narrow as possible, because the amount of money, energy, and time we put on top to get that attention, we're still going to get the same output. So you want to get as few people as possible, and you want to get the right people. And you got to get the attention of the right people in a way that they are interested. And once they're interested, you got to give them something to evaluate. Okay, so they've got to have somewhere to look, to learn more, to understand more about you, then an opportunity to negotiate the price, and then they can make their decision. My favorite way to explain it is bread. So I'm gonna zip through this so that we have time to get to all the fun things we're doing. I like to use bread because once you understand it for bread, it so easily applies into every service business and every product business. So let's say I make bread. Let's say I make very healthy, nutritious, tasteless bread. And that does interest some people. So I put it in the supermarket on the shelf, my very healthy, nutritious, super gluten-free, sugar-free, taste-free thing. Sorry. And I'm trying to catch the attention of the consumer that wants it. Okay. And so on the package in big letters, I might write, 0-calorie bread. That'll catch the attention of some people, right? It might catch the attention of everybody. That's very interesting. Maybe I put a big sign up. Maybe I put coupons out. Right? These are the attention getting things. But what interests the person is the content of that attention getter. Okay. So the fact that it says 0-calorie bread, right? Now, for some people, whole grain might catch their attention. For some people, kids love this, right? I got 5 kids. You give me anything that they love, I'm probably going to buy it, because then they eat and then they're happy. So depending on your person, that's the content of your interest getter. Now I'm going to pick up that bread if I'm interested in the initial attention grabbing element, and I'm going to evaluate it. Well, is this really healthy? It's 0 calories because it's made of cardboard. Okay, not really sure I want that. And then I'm going to negotiate, right? So I'm going to evaluate it on its merits. And then I'm going to negotiate on the price. Now with bread, I'm in a supermarket. There's no salesperson discussing it with me. I'm negotiating in my head. Bread, okay, it's $2.50, it's $5. Is it worth it? The last time I bought bread, it was $3, but I got a 50-cent coupon. Yeah, okay, it's probably worth it. Let me get it. Or, nah, I don't know if it's worth it right now. I don't really need bread. I put it down. But the psychological process people go through is in this order. You get my attention. I'm interested. I see if the thing is something I want. Then I see if the price matches what it's worth to me, and that's important. Then I make my decision. And you can lose people at decision too. I go to the checkout counter and checkout girl's on the phone, and she's taking forever. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Forget it. I just didn't need this that much. And I walk out the store. So you can lose people at any stage. Okay. Now, the most important key, I'm going to give you right now the most important key, and there's a couple, is using a small net. So I want you to picture a fisherman, and he's out in the water. He's got his little boat, and he's got his little net, and he's like putting out his net, he's catching some fishies, putting out his net, catching some fishies, and he's sitting and he's going, I can do this faster. I can do this faster. Why am I catching just a couple little fish at a time? I'm sitting here all day, it's hot outside. Let me stretch my net wide, catch more fishies. So puts his big wide net in, and out comes a tire, because all the little fishies swam right through. And this is what I see small business owners do so often. They so feel the need to get everybody, right? I get people who come into our marketing program and, they join Marketing Magic and they're like, okay, this is my audience. Women between the ages of 25 and 75 who have money. All you're going to get is a tire, okay? Because you're not angling at any specific person. You need to have a target, okay? Play darts, okay? When you play darts, you take a little dart, you need a pen, okay? Take a pen. This is my dart. Use your imagination, it looks like a dart, okay? And I'm aiming it straight at that target in the center. Now, am I gonna hit bullseye every time? Maybe if I'm an Olympic dart player, it'd be close. But for most of us, no, I'm not gonna hit bullseye every time. I'm gonna hit somewhere around it. But it's not gonna be like, you know, there's a dartboard, that's what I wanna hit, but hey! I should really be more careful. I just hit a ceiling fan. All is well. I'll just throw it in any direction because anybody's good. No, I'm not gonna hit my dartboard. I'm not going to get what I want. I'm going to end up throwing in tons of money, time, and attention to get the attention of tons of people who are not interested at all, and they never go through the funnel. And I have worked with more businesses than I can count where this is the biggest downfall in their marketing. They are not angling toward any specific group. They have not they have not narrowly defined their niche, their net. Now, I know what you're saying, but Esty, can't it be too narrow and then I don't have enough people? Yes. This is a science and an art, okay? However, not to do it means that you hit the ceiling fan and not the dartboard, all right? So one of my clients, Sam, was selling this really cool hospitality software. Again, blurred example, all right? And Sam was pretty much, you know, 0 for 0 on closing the deals. And in less than 3 months, he closed 3 deals. $250,000 each, right? So that's $750,000 for anyone who was trying to count that up. And the entire difference that we did with Sam was that we got into the head of his target avatar. We said, okay, who are you targeting? CEOs of 9-figure hospitality companies. And he's like, yeah, so I'm going in. These people have tons of money. These are 9-figure, billion-dollar businesses. They have no problem paying $250,000 for this software that's going to earn them a ton more money, streamline their operations, blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, but get into their head. Even a CEO of a 9-figure company has no interest in paying $250,000 for something. So what was happening is Sam was walking into the meetings and they would say, how much is it? And he'd say $250,000 and they'd say, get out. So what we changed was the attention. And so he got their attention. Right? But he was losing them on evaluation. He got their interest. They said, this great software is going to, you know, upgrade your operations, earn you more money, streamline everything. And then the second they would start evaluating, he was leading with the wrong evaluation. So what we did was we changed his pricing structure. Now, pricing is a function of marketing. And I'll tell you how you can learn more about it when we get towards the end. We're not going to have time for it today. But we changed his pricing structure from $250,000 a year, carte blanche, to $400 per module, per location, per month. And he's like, Esty, I remember he yelled at me. He's like, Esty, I'm not selling anything for $450, okay? I was like, take a breath, okay? No one's gonna buy anything from you for $450. You just have to lead in, because when you add it all up, right, per module, per month, per location, it gets to the same $250,000. Something in my mouth. You ever get that eyelash in your eye? It's just so distracting. Yeah, can you relate? Awesome, good. So give me a second, because while I'm talking to you, my brain keeps going, there's an eyelash in your eye, you have to fix it. Okay. All better. So don't worry, Sam wasn't doing that in his meetings. He made sure that all eyelashes were out of his eye before he began his presentation. So once he led with that, they anchored on the price. That was something they could swallow, even though like they knew it would calculate to more, but they were willing to listen. And then once he made his presentation, he was able to close the deal because it really was a good deal. And so it is so critical to profile your avatar. So this is one of the worksheets from our program. And this is our avatar design. So I like to give them names: Healthy Hannah, David Developer. You know, I like alliteration. It just makes it more fun. So you want to give your avatar a name. You want to picture who they are in real life. And if you can't sell anything to them, guys. And you want to get into their head. What are they preoccupied with? Get into their heart. What do they want more than anything in the world? What do they spend their money on? What are they used to spending? What are their habits? Okay? What do they spend their time on? Just start to get into their head. Give them a name. You have to get to know your person. If you are going to put them through the funnel, you need to know who they are and who they're not. Now, where are we on time? Okay, so we're I talk a lot. I have so much more to tell you. This is cool. So I want to tell you how to know who they are and who they're not, but I'm going to have to pass by this because we're not going to have time. But just in short, you also have to filter out the wrong ones. There's a whole thing here. I'll tell you at the end how you can get to it. Okay, so back to our funnel. You want to make sure you're casting a little net. Okay, now a little net again and again and again and again and again, especially when you get it on autopilot and you get that little thing installed in the boat and it just goes, and you just watch it sipping a cocktail. Yeah, that's right. Then it works. Okay, so getting the right people in, not the wrong people, getting their attention, their interest, giving them something to evaluate where they see the value at a price that they ascribe the right value to it, and encourage them to make a decision with the proper follow-up. Okay? And narrow as possible. That's your funnel. And so the key piece is going to be defining the people that you want to put in this funnel, because the better you define them, the more of them go through, the less time, energy, and money you have to put in at the top, more money you get at the bottom. Now, ready for more? If the funnel wasn't enough, you need a pyramid. Now, another marketing mistake, number 732, is that people focus only on their funnel. Still there. So weird. And they don't consider anything else. So I've experienced businesses like this. I've been on the receiving end of it. I've had many businesses come to me, both as clients and as program participants, where they put all their energy into getting the people in, and they don't spend the energy keeping them there or making it work. So you need to build a pyramid, and a pyramid is where you begin to build stability, because a funnel's wobbly, right? You can't ever try to stand the funnel up on a table, nothing doing. It's just going to keep falling. Funnels need constant attention, input. You have to constantly be working with it. And if you want stability and you want ease in your business, and you want to be able to take a breath knowing that the rent is paid next month, you're okay, and that you don't have to worry when you look at your calendar, you're like, oh, where's my next client going to go, right? You need a pyramid. So this is the pyramid. Right? That's okay. Just joking. This is the pyramid. The first thing you need to do is retain. Okay? You need to keep the people that you've put in. Now, to retain people, you need to give them what they expect. I'll go more into that in a moment. All right? Once you've retained people, you want to build a renewable system. Now, renewable services are things that people can buy the same thing again. So you've sold someone something, they like it, they buy it again. Okay, bread's easy, right? So you make the promise on the bread, it's 0 calories, and renewable, once I eat it, I could buy more of it. Now, if I start getting fat from it, if that's all I'm eating, cardboard bread, but if, let's say, I show it to a nutritionist, like, oh my gosh, no, this is a lie, this is not true, I'm not going to buy it again, right? Or if it promises to be filling and then I'm not full at all after I eat it, I won't buy it again. Okay, upsell is going to be where you sell them more things. So the same brand that sells the bread maybe also sells crackers or danishes, cardboard danishes. I've been on too many diets in my life. You upsell by selling more things to the same people that are different. Okay, the real fun comes when you start to get recommendations and referrals. Because if you do the top of the pyramid well and you retain people, then you have a chance of getting recommendations and referrals. Recommendations are passive, where someone's going like, you know, I really wish I had this diet bread. I like bread. I love bread. Actually, Brett and I were best friends, but the gut, not loving the bread so much. And your friend's like, oh my gosh, I had this new cardboard bread. It's great. It's 0 calories. You're going to love it. It even makes you full. Okay, that's a recommendation, right? It's passive. A referral is active. It's, I get this bread and it's amazing and I love it. And it's so healthy, and I'm losing weight while I'm eating all the bread I want. I'm going to start singing it from the rooftops. Oh my gosh, I'm going to call my friends. You're not going to believe it. I found this bread and I'm so full and I love it so much and it's so amazing. That's a referral. It's active. Now, how do you kick off the pyramid, the beginning of this stability? You keep promises. Okay. Now, this is one of the things that took Lena, one of our program participants, from no recurring revenue to a steady client flow. Okay, and the difference was just in the promises. So Lena is a photographer, I should say, and her issue was her, not processing, like her touch-up time. Okay, so Lena was like, I'm just going to say insecure. I think that's fair. And when she would get a client, Again, you do the photo shoot in one day, in a couple hours, no big deal. But it would take her a good week and a half to get the pictures ready, because she had her editor and her assistant, and she liked to touch them up, and she didn't like to give them to the client raw, and she wanted to make sure they were nice. And so, they take the pictures, the client wants them now. And Lena would always say, like, yeah, no problem, I'll give them to you just now. No, that's not what she would say. She wasn't South African, actually. She's from New York. Lena would say, yeah, no problem. You know what? I'll have them to you by the end of this week. Fine. And then she never would. So she was constantly over-promising and under-delivering. And by the time she gave them their pictures, they were stunning. They loved them, but they never came back. And they didn't really recommend her because she kept breaking her promises. So they felt she was unreliable. So it didn't matter the quality of her work. And she was devastated. She's like, my photos are gorgeous. My Instagram's amazing. All my stuff is going well. Why am I getting no repeat business? Esty, this thing is just broken. And I taught her the pyramid. She's like, oh my God. She's like, that's the piece. Right? Because it's always one of these pieces. This is kind of the culmination of everything that I teach. It's always one of these pieces. If something's broken, it's always one of these. And we figured out this was the piece. She was over-promising and under-delivering. And what Lena had to change was to start under-promising and over-delivering. So what we had her do was tell people it's going to be 2 weeks to get your pictures. And they would freak out every time. Okay. And this is what she was so afraid of. They're going to freak out. They're never going to come back. Said, just try it. Just try it. Because right now they're not coming back anyway. So you have nothing to really lose. Okay. So she tried it, showed them 2 weeks, and they would constantly freak out. But then she'd have them ready early because it was still a week and a half lead time. Didn't change how long it took her. And she started having really thrilled clients because her work was gorgeous. And now she's exceeding expectations. And people started recommending her and they started referring her. So you follow this. You keep them by keeping your promises. Then they will renew. They would even buy more things from you, and they'll even recommend and refer you, because this is where you create a self-sustaining cycle that repeats itself. And that takes us to the hourglass, right? So 3 little household items: funnel, hourglass, pyramid. The hourglass is where you don't have to keep funneling in the time, energy, and attention at the top. Because if you take the funnel and you take the pyramid and you put them together, you get an hourglass. And if you keep your promises, and not only that, if you purposely under-promise and over-deliver, you get those recommendations and referrals, and the hourglass just flips itself over to start feeding you again. And this is the secret sauce to word of mouth. Okay? You can cultivate word of mouth. Right? People think word of mouth is just, it just happens. It happens to the lucky ones and not to the other lucky ones. Or yeah, people spend tons of money and they get, social media buzz, and give me a break. Okay? We all know, I happen to know many, 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 but we all know, every single one of you knows, businesses that have spread through word of mouth. The trick is that they are under-promising and over-delivering. They are setting your expectations low on purpose, and then they are exceeding them. Because when your expectations are not met, people talk. This is just how it goes. I want you to imagine you go to a restaurant and it's like it's a very nice looking restaurant. Okay. It's not like super fancy. It's not the Ritz. Okay. But it's nice. It looks classy. It looks kind of posh. You expect the food to be good. And you go into the restaurant and the food is like meh. And the service is like meh. And you really expect it to be better because it's got this gorgeous outside, these beautiful plush seats, fancy menus, and like everything's just kind of, it's not bad, but it's not like wow. And you tell your friends afterwards, you're like, yeah, I went to this restaurant. Yeah, it wasn't great. Oh, where'd you go today? I went to that restaurant. It wasn't good. Wasn't so good. Because they set your expectations and they didn't deliver. Your expectations weren't met, so you spoke. Now, if you expected to be good and the service was terrible and the food was bad, greasy, you would call your friend and be like, I just want to let you know, protect yourself. Don't go to that restaurant. So the more your expectations aren't met, the more likely you are to talk and take the initiative to talk, right? There's a service that turned me into a brand terrorist. Okay, that's what we call it, right? There's brand evangelists and brand terrorists. I was using a service for our support center for our online division, and they shut me down in the middle of a program. And then because they had tried to bill me, and I had them on like a specific, I make these like specific credit cards that only bill a certain amount each month. They had added money without asking me or telling me, which is already not cool. It bounced because I had them on a limit, and they shut me down. And then 2 days later, their sales department reached out if I wanted to upgrade. I'm like, are you joking? I hate you now. Okay. And I still go around and I just tell people that Zendesk, which is the company, they're bad. I'm sorry. And I've had more and more people tell me the same thing. So maybe they'll improve their customer service time, but I'm a brand terrorist. It's a support system. They're a help desk and their support is terrible. Okay. So I don't think I'd say I had high expectations, but I had medium expectations and they far under-delivered. Now, same thing on the flip side, right? You go to a restaurant, it looks mediocre, but the service is impeccable. The food is delicious. You're going to call all your friends and you're like, oh my God, I went to the most amazing restaurant. It was so fantastic. The food could be even the same in different places, but how you expect it to be is going to change it. So when you tap into this power, this is the power of recommendations and referrals. This is the hourglass. This takes all of that stuff that you put in at the top to get those first clients and customers, pushes them through, keeps them, has them continue to buy from you because you keep over delivering everything that they want because you know exactly who they are. Then they go and tell all their friends and family and sing your praises from the rooftops. And they put in the time, energy, and sometimes even money to fill up your funnel the next time. Yeah. That's how this works. And this is a framework. We use it in our pitch triangle. We use it in our LinkedIn 30/30 program. We use it in everything. So it's a system. It's a framework that works again and again. It can be applied again and again once you get it. It works I've worked in pretty much every business industry at this point. I did an Instagram live recently and someone came on and she's a property expediter. I'm like, oh, so you basically do all the paperwork that gets the construction to start sooner and clears all the legal stuff out. She's like, how did you know that? No one knows what I do. I'm like, honey, I've been doing this for over a decade. There's no industry I haven't touched yet, okay? There is no industry this doesn't work in. This is your kit. Now, you fill this out. You give your avatar name at the top. Okay, we didn't have time for demographic, psychographic profile, but I'm going to give it to you. And then you fill out your funnel, you fill out your pyramid, and you have your own client conversion kit. Would you like to know how to get it? Oh, wait. Okay, yes, okay. I think there's like a tiny delay in the messages. So when they come in like this deluge of like, yes, please, yes, I want it, yes, okay. Okay, you got it. I have a present for you. Not only can you have your own client conversion kit, you can have all the things that I was not able to get to in my very short time today, including some of the pieces that I didn't even try to get to, like the core, if you saw that little sunshine, which is the essential unique branding element that kind of shines on everything. You saw that piece in the middle, which is the product offerings. I didn't have time for that. Pricing, which I told you. So I have worked out with the Real Summits team to do a webinar for you for free to teach you the entire pathway to marketing magic. So this is the framework that will guarantee that you will never waste money on marketing again. I'm going to fill in any of the gaps from today because this hourglass, this is actually the culmination of the marketing strategy. There are 10 core elements in a marketing strategy. It's not the same 10 as the hourglass. You'll understand, it's a different 10. And when you sign up for the webinar, you not only get your hourglass, but you get all the rest of the information that helps you complete your hourglass, all of the missing pieces on demographic and psychographic profiles, on core brand elements. So I'm going to teach you how to find your uniqueness in a global marketplace because let's be honest, we all live and work in a global marketplace right now, okay? And if you think you don't, you're wrong because there's nothing that someone can get from you locally that they can't try to get online somewhere. You're like, yes, I'm a massage therapist. I'm like, yeah, and there's other ones. And they'll just search them online and they'll find them. So you need to find that piece that makes you special, that makes your customers say, no, I want you and nobody else. So I'm going to teach you that. Then I'm going to break down the ideal clients versus the non-ideal. I'll explain that piece about the Nigerian prince that I didn't have a chance to get to, and how to define the demographic and psychographic profile of your avatar so that you could pick them out in a lineup. You can find them in the street and you know exactly how to go and get their attention. And I'm going to teach you marketing magic. Okay, that's the 6 key elements that you need in marketing, including pricing strategy, right? Psychology of price and all of that, and promotion, how to get yourself out there. And we'll even touch on social media, organic, that can bring you pretty much unlimited business without having to pay for it. it's pretty comprehensive training. Okay. So if you go to realsummits.com/Esty right now, and I think there's like a link, I don't know where I am on your screen, but there's a link that should pop up somewhere also. You can register right now. When you do, you get your very own client conversion kit, and it's a fillable PDF. So you can print it and write on it with your hands, or if you're a computer person, you can actually fill it out on your computer, because we made fillable PDFs because they're fun. And also because people kept saying, how come I can't type on it? So you can. You can type on your computer, you can fill it by hand. Go to realsummits.com/Esty. And even if you can only come to part of the training, it's going to be next Monday, I think around the same time as this, a teeny bit later in the day, this coming Monday. Sorry, today's Friday, Monday, 3 days. Even if you can only come for part of it, try to get there just for the beginning, because that's where I'm going to teach you the brand. That's the next missing piece you need to complete that worksheet. Like, you have to understand the brand to understand which target to choose, to understand how to get the right people in the funnel. So check it out. realsummits.com/Esty, and I'm excited to see you there. Now, before I end, yeah, and you really do want to be there. It's slightly life-changing. Okay, so about 6 years ago, yeah, a little more than 6 years ago, I moved to Los Angeles, and LA, West Hollywood, where I live, possibly the most expensive city in the world. Not sure, but very possibly. And when we moved here, I was already kind of running my own business. My spouse was trying to find work. And about a year and a half ago, his job became toxic. And the question for me became, can I return the favor? Because when I left my job all those years ago as the CIO, I had no prospects. I didn't know what I was going to do. And my spouse encouraged me, right? Actually, it all came to a head one night. I was putting my kids to bed. Bedtime with my kids is sacred. I come from a severely abusive background, and like many abused children, I was like, I'm going to be the best mom. I'm going to be with my kids all the time. I'm going to take really good care of them. Didn't take so long for me to figure out that I need to work for my sanity. But there were certain times of day, mornings, homecoming, bedtime, that were completely sacred, right? Uninterruptible. I would never have a phone with me. I'd never be doing anything else. That's my sacred time. I'm with the kids, and I'm with them, and I'm saying bedtime prayers, and my phone rang and I answered it. The fact that I even had my phone with me was nuts, right? It was because the work environment had become so toxic, and that middle manager, bull in the china shop guy, was just messing with everything. And so it was just another, it was one of my coworkers, right, calling with the latest and greatest that the bull had done. And I answered the phone because I was so emotionally caught up. It was so toxic. And my husband came in and he's like, Esty, quit tonight. This is not who you are, and it's not who you want to be. And he wasn't being bossy. He was right. It's not who I was. It's not who I am. And it's not who I want to be. I never want my work to overshadow my life, to overshadow my family. I feel so privileged to run my own business, to have the flexibility, especially this past year, to be able to care for my kids while I'm able to earn money. And I never wanted the work to take away from that. So I quit that night. That's when the terror began. Because no amount of money is worth losing your life, is worth losing the time and ability and the headspace to give to your family. Because at the end of the day, nobody says, I wish I earned a few more dollars. They always say, I wish I had spent more time with people I love and care about. And so when it came to the point that his job was toxic a year and a half ago, the question for me was, can I return the favor? Can I let him quit? We were relying on both incomes, okay? And I had been teaching the stuff that I taught you today and the stuff that I'm going to teach you on Monday in the webinar. More of the stuff coming up Monday, because this, again, today's like kind of the culmination. It pulls it all together. But it's a marketing flower. It's the 10 key elements of marketing. And I said to the team, I was like, you know what, guys? We haven't updated our in-house marketing strategy since we started teaching this stuff. Why don't we do that? Let's see. Maybe I could figure out how to earn enough money to quit. Because the problem was I couldn't let him quit without the money, but I couldn't figure out how to earn the money without him quitting, because I needed to work more. I needed him to start driving carpool, right? I was only working between carpool still. And so sat down with the team, outlined the strategy, and I was like, oh my God, this is going to work. This is going to work. And I told him to quit. I said, quit, right? Because it's not who you are, and it's not who you want to be. And I got this. I think you have some time, right, to go into freelance, get more flexibility in your schedule, and I'm going to be able to earn back your salary. and we 5x'd our revenue in the first month and 3x'd our profits. So I don't believe in this just for you. I believe in it for me. I don't believe in it just for me. I believe in it for you. If you go to realsummits.com/Esty, you get to learn all the rest of it. We're going to have this long webinar, and we've got time for a nice Q&A. Every time I do these, I block out a substantial amount of time. I have a policy, no question left behind. So any question you have, I've got you. We'll do a nice Q&A, and I'm excited to see you there.
Esty, you don't have a slide with all the times and stuff, and I'm actually going to share the page for those that keep asking what's the time for them, etc. Guys, you should see it. There it is. That's the page you'll go to if you click on the link. Magic Marketing, never waste money on marketing again. And you can see there, South African time, 7 p.m., and then US Eastern, 1 p.m., UK time, 6 p.m., UAE, 9 p.m., Indian time, 10:30 p.m., Singapore time. We're getting a bit late. 1 in the morning, but you know, they do it Australia as well. So you can just see the different time zones there. But guys, do yourself a favor. If you connected with Esty, which I know you did, in fact, give her a 1 out of 10, which just means if you throw in a 1, we kick you out, just so you know. I mean, never happened, maybe because I say that, but no. So, you know, give her a 1 out of 10 because I know you guys loved her. There were so many amazing comments coming through while you were talking, Esty, which is always an indication. And make sure you register for the webinar. It is something you do not want to miss. See how bad people are with South Africans, 15, 11, I mean, with instructions, 101.
I'm going to go 11s, 15s, and 20s, and 100s.
You know?
My ego. Thank you.
Esty, that was fantastic. Yeah. I'm in my element tonight, Brian, because this is all marketing 101. I'm definitely learning on the fly here. So thank you from myself, Esty. That was incredible.
You are so welcome. A pleasure.
Yeah. Just you got such a beautiful energy. I was saying that to Nicole off air. And yeah, guys, if you want more of it, and I promise you, like, not only is it like this beautiful energy that's so entertaining, but it's actually so brilliant, the knowledge. I mean, like, you just kind of blow you away just with some of those ideas. And, you know, I can testify how right they are because I don't even do half of that. And I go like, oh my God, you know. And so but I mean, you know, both Esty and I have been in entrepreneurial development for a very long time. And we see the kind of craziness that people do, or the crazy expectation of how we can just access market and, you know, we just build it and they will come, and it just doesn't work. And it's numbers, it's measurement, it's really playing the game properly. And I just think she's an absolute master in teaching that. So take advantage of that. Make sure you're registered, Real Success or realsummits.com/Esty. And yeah, we really, I'm going to be in the session. I know Nicole's going to be in the session. So
definitely
look forward to seeing you on Monday night.
Thank you. Now I'm excited to see all of you. I'm going to break it all down for you. And you get your own client conversion kit when you sign up, and then you get to learn how to fill it out properly.
Yeah, it's a real masterclass. I think you're going to get some real value out of it. Esty, thanks again so much.
Thank you, Esty, for being with us tonight. We really value you and appreciate you from all the way on the other side of the world, spreading your love and your message and your wisdom to globally. We are very grateful for you, and we can't wait to see you on Monday night.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure, and I'm excited for Monday.
Yes. Thank you so much. Bye, Esty.
Bye.
So we are moving now into our next room. So guys, you can just click on your link for the following session, which will be with none other than Susanna Kennedy. I'm going to run through a little bit about Susanna if you don't know who she is already, and we'll move through into the next room. So Susanna is very well known in South Africa, and especially for myself, she is very experienced in the marketing world and obviously in the media world, having worked in TV and radio for quite a while. She's not only built up a name in the media industry as very professional, very beautiful, but also as somebody who really, really connects. And she has now been working on personal development and personal growth with people, coaching people from her own personal experience. And she has literally taken her tragedy in her life and turned it into triumph. And that success she now shares in very practical but very connected sessions. So I'm very excited to hear from Susanna. She's done at the previous Women's Summit, I know she spoke on a topic called Fractured to Fabulous. And yeah, that was something incredibly special to witness. Tonight she's sharing on something that is called Conscious Empowerment to Mastery. And it's a very interesting topic because she is a passionate artist as well, passionate about the arts. And one of her favorite art forms is a Japanese art form where they fill broken bowls with gold, liquid gold. And she's going to explain the process and the parallels between that art form and the actual refining process and the beautification of the object in the process. And that parallel relates back to real life and how when we go through these struggles, it actually makes us more beautiful. But there's no one better than to go through that than Susanna. And I know she's also doing a webinar next week. So yeah, listen up for her schedule. And we're going to be moving across to the next room now. Let's have a look here. We will be across in the next room and moving over now. Thank you, guys.
Testing. Okay, I'm going to refresh.
Learn not only a lot about yourself, but a lot about your potential in just embracing a whole lot of new concepts. So she just also has the most incredible presence. When you meet her, when you see her on your screen, it will feel like she's in your home with you, chatting to you one-on-one, and it will feel like you've known her forever.
Yeah, she's amazing. I've had the privilege of knowing her for a couple of years now, and she's just joining the room. It's like I was saying to Nicole, like I get slight anxiety about, okay, how much can we waffle on about somebody if they don't come into the room? You know, we'll have to start doing all types of stuff. But Susanna, just put your camera on and let us know that you're there, because we had lots of technical issues in this session. I see Dan's back. Dan's back. Yay, have you got a camera?
I am here. I am here.
Yeah,
I don't know why my camera is not turning on.
You've got to click the button that says camera on the top. Your voice automatically goes on. There we go. Yo, we're having it. Like, what is this? Friday night technical issues.
Sorry, I've been sitting here and I couldn't hear you guys, and then I couldn't figure out where the camera button was. I'm so sorry. I am so here. I promise.
Well, welcome.
No, I mean, technically you're on time. It's just Nicole did this incredible introduction, which you missed. So, you know, you're just going to have to, you know well enough.
It's far better she misses it. It keeps her humble.
Oh, you know what? The thing that I've realized with Nicole is that I am one of her biggest fans. And then today she like openly admitted that she was a fan of mine. And I was like, I blushed on air. She literally made me blush on air, Brian. That's what happened today. So it's still humble, promise, guys.
That's so cool. I watched that.
We love you. We love you so much. And we now feel like we're in your home, because we literally are. Everybody from around the world, in over 60 countries. Welcome to Susanna Kennedy's home and into her beautiful presence. I don't think that there could be anyone better right now to wrap up the Friday night session. Take it away, Susanna Kennedy.
Thank you so much. You know, it's such a pleasure to be here again. And Brian, I was saying to Nicole earlier on that when I found out that you had chosen her to come and host this event with you this weekend, I was like, yes, he couldn't have chosen a better person, because she is so authentic and real and just honest and herself. And I absolutely love that. But a lot of people battle with that. You know, I'd love to see where the comments are from people. Here's the chat. And maybe that's how we can kick off tonight. Welcome to everyone that's saying to me, thank you for being here. I'm not tech perfect. I'm so sorry, guys, but I am here and I am going to be completely vulnerable and real and 100% authentic with you guys tonight. And I hope you will join me in that, because what I was saying to you is that, you know, one of the things I so respect about Nicole is she's 100% authentically herself. And I'd love to hear from you guys, which of you feel like you are 100% authentically yourselves? And I can see there's people tuning in from Cape Town, from Scotland. Amazing. Oh, sorry, I was reading Dominica. Amazing. Welcome, guys. I can't decide whether I'm hot or cold at the moment, so I'm taking off and putting on my jersey. But how many of you feel like you can be 100% authentically you, 100%, without feeling scared of hiding any aspect of yourself? Which of you feel like you can be 100% you? Or which of you feel like you're still on that journey of moving into a space of being 100% you? Just say still moving or I'm there in the comments so that I can see you guys. And I can see, yes, I am 80%. I feel I am. I'm still moving, still getting there, feel like I am. This is amazing, guys. I love the honesty that's coming through. 90, but not me, nearly there. And you know what, guys? That's totally fine. That's the reality. I'm nearly there. I'm on my way, still moving. Okay, amazing. I love that you guys are being so honest. This is great because this is the space for us to be honest. Tonight, I'm going to take you on a little journey. We're going to be together for the next hour and a half. The first hour of that, I'm going to be just telling you a story and just speaking to you guys and connecting. And then I'm going to take you on a guided meditation visualization. And then we will do a Q&A at the end. So I want you guys to just bear with me, stay with me, get comfortable. You might want to grab a pen and a paper if you want to take some notes. But the most important thing for me is that you're comfortable and present. And so I'm going to ask you the first question. The first question is, do you guys know what the great men and women in the history of the world had in common? The one thing that they had in common. Any ideas? I know a lot of people end up saying things like courage or foresight, or any ideas coming from you guys? I don't know if I've got a delay. Well, the thing that they have in common is that they took the right action, just the right action. And you know what? By taking, okay, so I see vision, authenticity, love, fear, authenticity, fear, love. It's interesting that fear is coming up because one of my favorite quotes is, courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is doing the right thing despite your fear. And I love that. So I love that you put that there, but never quitting, breathing. So what it was taking action. And so what I'd like to do tonight is commend you, every single one of you that is tuned in right now. You are one step closer to living the life that you really want to live, being the person that you really want to be, because you've taken action. And you've taken the right action because you're taking action towards empowering yourself. So I'd like you guys to give yourselves a big high five. I'm going to give myself a high five, give you a high five, give yourselves a high five and say, I am amazing because I am taking action. I'm taking my life into my own hands so that I can achieve the results that I want. Now, I know I'm a little bit loud sometimes, and sometimes I'm a little bit soft too, but it's really important that we have energy tonight. Every morning at 11 a.m., do you know what I do? I do something really crazy, and I hope you guys will join me on this, is that 11 a.m. is the time in the whole world that the most people are actually awake. 11 a.m. GMT plus 2. I don't know if you guys know that. So what I do every morning at 11 a.m. is I howl 3 times like a wolf, like a she-wolf. I howl 3 times. And then what I do is I say, thank you, more please. And the reason why I do this is because gratitude is the great amplifier of all that you want. The more grateful you are, the quicker you will attract more of what you want into your life. Did you guys know that? Give me a yes in the comments if you did know that. And if you didn't know that, say, now I do, because I want you guys to live from a place of gratitude. So I'm going to go through a story that's going to help you get there. But first, we are going to howl 3 times, because when we howl, we feel happy inside because we feel like a little kid. Do you remember when you were a little kid and you used to pretend you were a dog or a wolf or a wild cat? Yes. Okay, I see lots of yeses. Yes. I love it. Okay, we're going to howl 3 times, and then we're going to say, thank you, more please. So 1, 2, 3. Thank you, more please. And why I say the gratitude is because I am so grateful. I'm so grateful for my life. I'm so grateful for the people in my life that enrich my life. I'm so grateful for all of the people that I don't actually even know personally, but are working tirelessly to make everything actually keep working. that I don't even know about? The essential workers that have worked so hard through this period of time, the people that pack our groceries, the people that are cleaning our streets, and those people close to us that just enrich our lives. I'm so grateful for you guys as well, every single one of you guys that is tuned in now. I'm so grateful for you. So thank you. Thank you. More, please. I hope you guys will practice this little gratitude ritual, because it's so important to keep that gratitude, that energy of gratitude going all the time. And, you know, I said previously that it's about taking the right action. So, you know, they used to say that clarity is power and knowledge is power. And yes, clarity and knowledge are power. But without the right action, they fall flat. How many of us, and I'd love to know from you guys out there now, how many of you guys are so busy with so many actions, but you're not achieving what you want to be achieving in life? I mean, I've done that before. I'm a recovering workaholic. Any other recovering workaholics out there? Please let me know. Just say me too in the comments below. I'd love to know who of you are recovering workaholics out there. Me. And you know what happens? We're so busy. We just keep ourselves busy so that we don't need to deal with ourselves. Deal with the pain. Deal with those aspects of ourselves that we want to hide from the world. Those aspects that we don't want to show anyone because we're embarrassed. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Just say me too in the comments there, because I can promise you that you're not alone. I love that. I'm also a recovering workaholic. Yes, me. I see you guys. Deborah, Daniela, Mohammed, I see you guys. Deirdre, I see you guys. Wonderful. I see you guys. Thank you. More, please. So how do we achieve the results that we want? We surround ourselves with the right support systems. That's how we do it. We surround ourselves with the right support systems. We give ourselves the right investment of energy, of love, and so much more. But now that you're here, we are on our journey together. So let's get started. So I have applauded you. I've told you the whole story. And I know that so many of you, I'm speaking about all the light, but so many people right now, they're battling, aren't they? They're really battling. You know, there's so many businesses that have closed down. People are hungry. There's a lot of battling going on. And not only that, if you're lucky enough to still have a business going, still have income going, has anyone noticed that old patterns, like old wounds, those things that keep coming up, have been intensified over the last couple of weeks? Has anybody noticed that? I'd love to know in the comments there, which of you have noticed that, because there has definitely been an intensified energy on this planet. And the reason why, and many of you, if you follow me on the Thrive Network, I've got a talk show called the Thrive Network. And many of you, if you do follow me on there, will know that we've spoken about this, the move between the fourth and the fifth dimension. That is what's happening at the moment. And it started in 2012. And I see that, yes, for sure. Yes, wow, yes, way too much. Yes. Now, I don't want you to think that that's a bad thing. It's a good thing. And I know it doesn't sound like a good thing, but the reality is that when these things come up, when these patterns come up, when these scary aspects, these things come up, they come up for healing. It's an opportunity to shift, to heal, to experience yourself in a different way if you choose to. And if you embrace the tools and techniques to shift and move through these challenges with a little bit more ease a little bit more compassion, a little bit more love. And so that's what I want for you guys. That is what I want for you guys. So the fourth and the fifth dimension, that move, a lot of people have referred to it, like Eckhart Tolle referred to it as the new earth. It's a whole new energy. Everybody knows, everybody that's on here, I'm assuming, assumption is the mother of, okay, don't assume. So the world is made up of energy and vibration, right? And so if you think about the moon, who is affected by the moon? I am affected by the moon. I'm definitely affected by the moon. So how can I be affected by the moon? Well, if the moon is strong enough to move the currents of the ocean, then how would I not be affected by the moon if my body is made up predominantly of water? Does that not make sense? Does that make sense to you guys? Say yes if it makes sense. Hell yeah. I love the hell yeah. Give me a hell yeah if that makes sense to you guys. Yes, affected. Yes, affected. Absolutely. So deeply affected. Wow, the moon affects me so much. Big time affected by the moon. Love that, love that, love that. Okay, amazingly. Definitely affected. Jennifer Stoller's online as well. Definitely, absolutely affected. So we are going through a vibrational shift at the moment. It's an upgrade. And it's literally upgrading every cell in your body because we are made of energy and vibration. And every inch of our mind, body, soul, and heart is going through this upgrade. And by doing that, we are going to go through a clearing of everything that no longer serves us. And so when these things come up, it's because they're coming up as an opportunity to heal. So next time they come up, don't be scared. Don't wish it away. Embrace it because it is here so that it can heal. Does that make sense, guys? I hope it does. I know a lot of people have had enough. They're like, oh, I've had enough of COVID. I don't want to do this anymore. I've had enough. But have you guys thought about the fact that never in the history of the world, ever in the history of the world, has there been a time where a bigger show of compassion and love and kindness has been seen globally on this planet? Because I can tell you, there has never been another time like this. Because we are connected now, not only as human beings one-to-one, but we're connected by the internet. I'm speaking to you guys all over the world. How lucky am I to be here, connecting with all of you all over the world. I wouldn't have been able to do this if this had happened 50 years ago, 20 years ago. Think about it, guys. We're living in this amazing time. And when we think about it like that and look around you at the acts of love that have happened, the incredible acts of love that have been happening since COVID began, the generosity, the acts of generosity that have emerged, people going out of their way, helping the less fortunate, neighbors helping each other. It is beautiful. I know it's been hard, but wow, hasn't it brought us back to center? Hasn't it brought you back to center? Hasn't it given you the opportunity to sit with yourself and really reevaluate what is important to you, what is important in your life, who is important in your life? I know one thing I've really noticed is who has actually contacted me, who has connected with me and said, Susanna, how are you doing? Because it's one thing to check in on social media, but who actually phones you or who actually sends you a message and says, hi, just checking in, wanted to know how you're doing, want to make sure you're okay. Those are your people. Those are your people, the people that check in with you, that send you messages. Value them. Value them. Now, I can see that Sanguita, am I saying that right? Sanguita is saying, I'm still sitting alone. You know, when you get to a point where you can sit alone and you still feel fulfilled, your whole life will change. And I'm not saying that you're not at that point because I don't know you, but it is possible to feel that way. So I'm just letting you know that it is possible to feel that way. I can see a lot of people saying, yes, earth angels emerging everywhere. Yes, absolutely. What a gift. And the earth has healed, guys. The earth, the animals are creeping out and they're being seen in places they haven't been seen in for 20, 40 years because they had a moment of not being disturbed. Didn't that make you think? Definitely made me think. Definitely made me think. I see, yes, reprogramming. It is happening. We're going through a reprogramming. Now, I always have so much to share because for the last, I've always worked on myself so that you guys know I am the humble student. I wonder how many of you guys are the humble students as well. I always believe that I can teach someone, I have something of value to impart, but I am always the humble student and I always have something to learn. In fact, I've only recently stepped into being a teacher myself, although I have actually, if I look back, been teaching for many, many, many years. But I have always been the humble student. And so I surround myself with the best teachers, the best healers, the best speakers in the world. And I facilitate making them shine so that I can bring their messages and their healing and their practices to all of you. And I've done that for years. I've had radio shows since 2012 and I've had TV shows and all kinds of things. But I've now stepped into being the teacher and it's a whole new role, but I'm loving it. I'm really, really loving it. And so I love teaching. But what always happens is people go, just tell your story, just tell your story. In fact, Robin Banks, who is one of my mentors, he's always like, Bobana, he calls me Bobana. Bobana, just tell your story. There is power in your story. So tonight I am going to do this. I am going to tell you some of my story. And I see, yes, always learning. Yes, always learning. Amazing, amazing. Yes, I do mentor and I am coaching. So I will give you guys details about that later. But yes, yes, yes. Wonderful. So I am going to tell you my story, but I want you to know that my story is not that different from any of yours. We are all on an incredible journey, as valuable as the next. There is no story that holds more value than another story. And I want you to know that. Everything that you have felt, I have felt too. I want you to know that. And it might seem impossible, but I'm telling you it's true. And that will be revealed as we go along. And I think the reason why my story perhaps carries some weight is because it is like I've lived a number of lifetimes. Say is that they believe that the object is even more valuable once it has been broken than it was before it was broken. Because those cracks and those breaks, once they are filled with gold, they are the things that make that object so unique. And I believe that all of us have been through experiences that have cracked us and broken us in different ways. And you know, in the Western world, we are taught to throw things away. We don't gild them back together with gold. That sounds so foreign to us. We throw it away. We buy a new one. Every single human being is so valuable that they are worth gilding back together with gold. And my version of gold is love, is compassion, is courage, is care, is surrender. And so that is my journey. That is my journey that gilded me back together. And that is the journey I would love to facilitate all of you going through. I can some of you knew what that was. Some of you didn't. Oh, yes, I saw something about that. No, I've never heard of that before. Strength, absolutely. But you know, strength is fueled by courage and belief, heart, and by the decision you make to change. In fact, I think the decision is the most important thing. Everything else comes after that. So, looking at me, I know that a lot of people will go, but what are you talking about? What do you mean you've been cracked and broken and into a million little pieces? I want to try and find my slides and see if I can show you a slide, because there's quite a few here. Slides, okay, play slides. But I'm going to show you a picture of me. Oh, not that one. Oh! That's the video. Let's go back. I want to show you slides. Oh, there we go. Slides. There we go. So Kinstakuri. Can you guys see that? Kinstakuri? Can you guys see it? I love this. I love it. Look at the beautiful gold, guys, that you can gild people back together with. Beautiful. I love it so much. So that's why I love Kinstakuri so much. So this is me, guys. This was me 6 years ago. I was lying in a hospital bed and I was shattered into a million little pieces. There was to no hope of surviving. Doctors didn't think I'd make it. Nobody thought I would make it. I was having near organ failure in almost all my organs. I was having seizures. My lungs were filling with liquid. Oh, I can hear somebody else has joined.
Without additional cost, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Brian, your sound is on. Okay, I think Brian's left the room. So I don't know what Brian is doing. Okay, I'm back in the room.
Tool, and then they can
Brian?
sort of split data out within.
Should we tell Lisa that Brian's trying to hijack my live, guys? Let's tell her. Lisa, Brian keeps coming into my room. Please tell him. So going back to that. So I was literally in a million little pieces, guys. And I like to create this image so that you guys really key into it. It's like, you know, a Greek dad at a Greek wedding when they get all the plates and everything out. And the Greek dad is so excited to crack the plates. That's the pieces I was in. I wasn't some like lovely, delicate little crack. I was shattered on the floor in a gazillion little pieces. And that didn't just happen once. That happened 3 times. 3 times it happened to me. The first time it happened was actually my divorce. My divorce was one of the hardest things I've ever lived through. In fact, there are aspects of my divorce that were harder for me. Relate to that having your heart broken because it's the loss of a dream. You know, it's a dream. Your whole life you've built up, you've wished, you've worked hard, and you've done everything you could to make something work, and you didn't believe in it. You didn't believe in divorce, and then you're forced into this situation. It's shattering. During that time, I had a miscarriage as well. That shattered me. So I've been in a million little pieces. I understand being in a million little pieces. You are not alone. That Greek dad, the universe, when he shattered me, he did a good job. But look at me now. I'm back together. And why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because it means that no matter where you are on your journey, you can be back together too. And you know what? And I can say this with absolute authenticity. I am the best version of myself I have ever been. And I don't say it out of a place of arrogance. I say it out of a place of humble acceptance and certainty that that's where I am now. So let's carry on. I don't know where you are on your journey. I don't know if you are still shattered into a million pieces and feeling incredibly raw. I don't know if you are already healing certain levels and layers. And I don't know if you've healed certain levels and layers. It doesn't matter, because we are all on a journey of healing together. All of us. I love myself more than I've ever loved myself before, but I still can learn to love myself more than I love myself right now. I'm not at the end of my journey. And one of the things that I love is that I remember feeling so overwhelmed at one point and going, but come on, isn't it over? Haven't I had enough? Haven't I learned enough? And then I was like, oh, no, I'm still alive. I've still got things to learn. It's the journey. And I exhaled, and then I continued on. But I get through the challenges with more ease. And that's the point. So let me carry on. So my life started, I'm going to tell you about my life in a very sort of practical term. So I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I was born in quite a challenging situation. I was born into a very abusive situation. And my earliest memories are of this abuse that happened. But I kind of shoved that away. And years later, there I was. You know, in 2011, let's hope that I click the right button. In 2011, this was me. I was living the highlight, the dream. I was on red carpets. Oh, you can't see it. I was living the highlight. I was on red carpets. I was rubbing shoulders with all of the who's who in the world. They were the coolest people, all the celebrities. And there I was, and I thought that my life was perfect and wonderful. Except there was this niggly little feeling that, you know, I kept bumping into things. And when I did, I was like, you know, this thing in me would flare. How many of you can relate to that? This feeling of flaring up when you bump into something. I wonder how many of you can relate to that. I'm telling you that something very interesting happened when I realized what that is. I don't know what is going on. I don't know how to get myself back. Turn, deny, sorry, cancel. Oh, there, I'm back. Brian.
What are you trying to do? If you just turn your screen share off, your video comes up, and if you turn it on, it goes back on.
Okay, all right. Just when I go to slides, it kept going somewhere weird. Sorry, guys. I really apologize. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry about that. All right, so I was living this high life and everything, but there was something like niggly underneath that was going on, and I didn't understand what it was. That I was actually desperate. And then coming out of it, what I've realized in this journey is that the universe has your back. And I know that you guys have heard this saying before. And I know that it's so hard to actually accept that when so many things have happened to us. But the truth is the universe has your back. Even if you don't think it does, I promise you that it does. And so when these things come up, these things that knock us in the corners, they're invitations to heal. That's actually the universe doing you a favor. You know, there's a saying that says sometimes the most valuable presents come wrapped in the most awful wrapping paper. Has anybody heard that saying? Yes, yes, yes. It's true. It's true, because me almost dying, the abuse that I went through, my divorce, all of it has led me to here now, being able to stand before you guys and be completely authentic about what I've gone through, to share these tools that I've learned so that I can empower you to get through these things. If I hadn't been through those things, I wouldn't be able to share them with you now. I wouldn't be able to help you in the now. Does that make sense, guys? So it doesn't feel like it in the moment. I get that. But in truth, when we look back, it is the truth. So what recently happened on a global scale was we were sent to our rooms by Mother Earth to think about our lives so that we can reconnect with the self. That's what happened to me 6 years ago. I didn't pay attention. And what happens is if the universe is saying, hello, you need to fix this, you need to fix this, you need to fix this, and you're not paying attention, eventually it will stop you in your tracks so that you will pay attention. That's happened on a global scale. And now we're paying attention, right? We've woken up, all of us like naughty little kids. We're sent to our rooms and now we are paying attention. And this is important because of the shifts that are happening on the planet right now. Because you watching right now, you are the light. Every single one of you tuned in are alive in this moment right now because you matter. Your life matters. Your unique light, your gifts that only you can bring the world matter and are needed right now. So I need to ask you an important question. I need to ask you, what if your greatest fear was not that you were inadequate? What if your greatest fear really is that you are powerful beyond measure? I know a lot of you know that quote. It is one of my favorites. It's by Marianne Williamson, and Nelson Mandela made it famous. I love it so much. What if our greatest fear is not that we are inadequate? What if our greatest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure? It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, handsome, and fabulous? Who are you not to be? You are a child of God, and your playing small does not serve the world. We were born to make manifest the glory of God, the universe, whatever you want to call it. That is not just in some of us. It is in every one of us. And as you let your own light shine, you unconsciously give others permission to do the same. My invitation to you is to let your light shine. You know, there's a saying that says, what if we were cracked open to let in the light? I think it's the other way around. I think that we are cracked open to let out the light that exists within us. I think that actually all those things that we hide about ourselves, all those things that we are ashamed of and embarrassed about that we hide, that actually create who we are, that once we accept them and we love them, they transform. And when we balance the light and the darkness, the shadow and the light, and we are whole, we become so much brighter, so much more brilliant. And that light, when it shines, it transforms the world. Do you want to know how to change the planet? Change yourself. That's how we change the planet. How many of you are looking for a loving relationship but haven't found it yet? I would love to know. Let me know. How many of you are looking for a loving relationship but you haven't found it yet? Just say me in the comments. You can private message me, I don't mind. But just say me. If you change yourself, your energy and your vibration, you will shift what needs to be shifted so that you can attract the right partner into your life. Does that sound good? Like something you would like to have happen? Good. Then I hope you're going to join me on my course. Now, I know this weekend is full of amazing courses, and I know they go from, I think, $100 or $200 to like $500 or $600, and there's amazing courses. And what I encourage you guys to do is take advantage of as much of the free resources that everybody has out there for you guys, because there are loads. If you look at all of the different people that are speaking, there are loads of amazing free resources. Follow everyone on social media. I don't know if you guys have got my handle, but I would love you guys to connect with me on social media. And follow me on social media, and follow all the speakers on social media as well. But I also invite you to invest in something. Don't walk away from this weekend without investing in something. And I'm saying this very specifically because money is energy. And when we exchange money, it's actually just an exchange of energy. We used energy to create this money. And when we give it to someone, there is a commitment there that happens that allows for an energy exchange, because then they give you something of value back. And suddenly this magic happens. And when you exchange for money, however much you guys end up spending, it is a commitment. It makes it a commitment. And you guys value what you're doing so much more. So I don't know what you're going to invest in over the weekend. I'm not telling you what to invest in. Invest in what makes sense for you. But invest in something. Do something, however small or large, and follow everyone on social media, because the people are amazing. So follow them, and make sure you follow. I mean, I'm sure you do follow Real Success, but they bring a lot amazing stuff. So keep following them as well. There's a saying that says that, you can't have it all. That was the old way of thinking. You can't have it all. I'm here to tell you, you can. Now more than ever in the history of the world, you can. And you can have it with whipped cream and cherries and chocolate sprinkles on top. And you know why? Because we live in an abundant universe. And we have tools, we have technology, we have knowledge at our fingertips to access, to harness. We have a mind, we have a body, we have a heart, and we have a soul. And when all of those things are in alignment, you can achieve and have anything. I'm telling you, because I'm experiencing it. I'm living this fulfilled life after being so depressed that I tried to kill myself. I was in such a dark, desperate space that I tried to take my own life. And I didn't think there was a way out. And now my life is completely transformed. And that's why I know it's possible for you. I know it's possible for you because I've been there and I've gone through the journey and I'm here now. I love the comments that are coming through. Anna, yes, we can have it all. Yes, it is your time to shine. Yes, absolutely. Love it. I love it. I love it. There's just one catch, guys. You have to commit. You have to make the decision and you have to commit with energy, with focus. You have to commit and the right action. Otherwise, you can't achieve what you want to achieve. Give me a hell yeah if that made sense to you and if you're ready to achieve and change your life. So the quickest and surest way of changing yourself is by changing the world. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Susanna. Hell yeah. Yes, I love this. I love this. With God, everything is possible. And please know, guys, when I say God, universe, Allah, Buddha, Krishna, Ra, all that is, it is all rivers leading to the same ocean. There is no one for me. They are all rivers leading to the same ocean. So please remember that. And also, I know that a lot of people might be feeling scared Remember that bravery is not the absence of fear. Bravery is doing the right thing despite the fear. Your time as a caterpillar is over. It's time for you to turn into a butterfly and fly. So, where am I now? Oh, I would love you guys to see where I am now, like what I have been up to now. And so I'm going to show you a little video. And this is the Thrive Network. This is what I've been creating. This is what I've strived for. So I've gone from being in these depths of these dark places, almost dying, and being so depressed that I tried to take my own life, to being in a place where I'm thriving and happy and fulfilled and connected to some of the best teachers in the whole world and creating content that I know enriches lives. So I want to show that to you now, just so that you get a glimpse of what my life is like now. Okay, and I'm going to play video. Welcome to Thrive, everybody. It is so great to have you here. And we are going out to the whole world, which is really, really exciting. I can see that there are people tuning in from New Zealand, Nigeria, Latvia, Europe, from United States, Tel Aviv, Pretoria, Johannesburg, Durban, Cape Town, Bethlehem. Your entire life will be different if you can find what your purpose is and live in truth with that purpose. All of the work that we actually do on Thrive Network is exactly aimed at raising your vibration. Everything we speak about is taking it to the self. Because when we focus on raising our own individual vibration, that's when the ripple effect goes out and the entire world's vibration will be raised.
Holding the wholeness of your being, all of you, the good, the light, the dark, the confusing, the up, the down, and just hold it.
At the end of the day, it's about choices. It's either we choose to accept this or we choose to fight for a better life. So I chose not to accept my circumstances. I chose to believe that we can become better.
Trust yourself. Trust life. There will be a gift in this if you use it well.
What do you believe? Because if you really believe in this, your behavior will reflect it.
I know a lot of people are not building online businesses, but that doesn't mean you can't build a business that grows, engages, and thrives online.
The sense I get is you are tapping into your intuition. It is growing.
And the big attraction on planet Earth is love. It's the only planet in the cosmos that has that energy. So what keeps us coming back lifetime after lifetime is love.
What we all want is to be happy, but what really makes you happy is a peaceful mind.
To move through trauma, to move through pain, to work with it, to really build authentic resilience so that you can thrive in the world no matter what.
This is to open our minds to what is the vision for ourselves, for our lives, that where do we want to be in the next year.
Two most powerful words in any language are I am, because what follows after I am will shape your life.
And with this rise of beautiful feminine, it's coming to balance, really coming to balance of these two polarities of the masculine and the feminine.
On a global perspective, if we reconnect with our own power and our own authentic divinity, we create an energy network of clear, directive focus.
With all kinds of energy work and chakra work, we want to be able to have the flow of universal energy come directly through our spines and the earth energy to be able to come directly up as well.
What is your spirit and your soul calling you to do right now? What is the highest form of personal transformation you can engage in?
My deepest wish for all of you, to love ourselves so fully, so completely, that our cup is brimming over and that we give so freely from a place of pure, authentic love. The whole reason why I started this Thrive is because I do believe that we need to be the light. And if we can focus on being the light and then sharing that light with absolute love to as many people as possible, we can transform the world. Change yourself, change the planet. I give and receive from a place of pure, authentic love. I always remember this one talk that Oprah Winfrey gave, and she said, I am so full of myself that I have more than enough to give away. There will be a pearl of wisdom somewhere in there for you. There always is. I cannot tell you how much I needed to hear that right now. So whether you're watching this live or whether you're watching a recording of it, you are hearing this exact information right now for you. It is valuable for you. So you are so included. So join the Thrive community.
Turn your mic on as well.
Hello? Yeah. Okay, so that is Thrive. That is what I have created actually since lockdown. And I've worked with lovely Brian before, and I've worked with lovely Robin Banks before, and I've worked with all these amazing, brilliant teachers. Brandon Bays is one of my... I mean, she's just such an inspiration, isn't she, guys? Don't you love Brandon Bays? I love Brandon Bays. And you know that it's her birthday today. It's her birthday today, and I'm speaking. And ironically, she's speaking on Sunday, and on Sunday, it's my birthday. But Brandon and I have so many parallels. And to be honest, I've had this calling to teach for quite some time. And at the beginning of the year, Brian hosted Brandon at one of these conferences, these amazing conferences that he hosts. And I remember my eyes welling up with tears. I remember it so clearly because I had just asked the question that morning. I had said, universe, what am I meant to be doing? What am I meant to be doing next? I always turn to the universe for guidance. And you know that's saying, ask and it is given. It's 100% true. Ask and it is given, guys. Always. There's no exceptions. Ask and it is given. If you ask the universe a question and you really want the answer, I promise you it will come. Whether it takes long or not, it'll come. There's no exception. And that question that morning, I remember watching Brandon speak, and my eyes filled with tears. And as I watched her, Robin looked down at me and he said, Susanna, you're supposed to be teaching too. And I remember that was such a confirmation. And then it's happened a number of times since then. And now I'm here on the World Wide Web stage, and Brandon Bays is on the same World Wide Web stage. So thank you, Brian, for hosting us both. So I've spoken about my attempted suicide, but I didn't give you context. So I'm going to give you a little bit of context as to how that kind of came about. So in 2012, I was producing a film, and I was involved in a situation that made me so angry that my blood started boiling. You know that saying, my blood is boiling? Well, this situation made me that angry, that my blood was boiling. And I realized that these sayings come from somewhere. They come from somewhere because they come from a place of truth. My blood was boiling. I was so angry that I started fevering, like literally getting fever. That's how angry I was. I was furious angry. And within a couple of weeks, I started getting a pain in my wrist. And then it started spreading down my arm. And I actually thought I had tendonitis or something like that. And then the pain spread to the rest of my body. And my joints were sore, and my body was sore, and I had something called brain fog. I was battling to think, and it was heavy, and I literally felt like I was in fog. And I didn't know what was going on because I was a sharp person, you know, I was on the ball, and now I was in pain and I was battling to function. And I remember it was New Year's Eve, 2012, going into 2013, and everyone was out partying and I was in bed. I was in bed and I was in pain and I was miserable. I was absolutely miserable. And I'd been to doctor after doctor after doctor and they couldn't figure out what was wrong. And then I went to, they sent me to specialist after specialist, and eventually I ended up at a specialist who told me I had something called fibromyalgia. And I'll tell you the full story. You know, I do tell the full story on my course, so I'm not going to go into it completely, but they put me on Schedule 7 and Schedule 5 painkillers. Now, I'm a homeopathic baby. I'm a little homeopathic baby, so I generally take everything natural. And so taking these painkillers on top of the pain and the brain fog that I was in created an even worse situation. And I was plummeted into depression. I was plummeted into this dark, dark space. I'd love to know how many of you out there know what I'm talking about when I speak about this dark, dark space, because you are not alone. You are not alone. Do you know that the World Health Organization says that approximately 1 million people, 1 million people die a year from suicide? 1 million people. That means that every 40 seconds, someone on this planet is committing suicide. It is estimated that by the end of 2020, a suicide is going to be being committed every 20 seconds. I mean, that is just massive, massive, broken heart. That's too many. Absolutely. I can't be, I've diagnosed now, I've been diagnosed with FM, constant pain. Oh, I'm so sorry. My heart breaks because I know, because I was there. I was there, guys. I know what it's like. And the thing is, I just kept trying to keep it together, you know, as we do. A-type personality, perfectionist, little Miss Frickin' Sunshine. I just try to keep it together. And because I'm a little overachiever, I try to do everything by myself. How many of you can relate to that? Like, too scared to ask for help from anyone. You don't want to bother anyone. You don't want to be a burden or bother anybody. So you try and do everything yourself. How many of you out there do the same thing? The problem was that, me, 100%. You're not alone. You're not alone. The reason why I'm sharing this with you right now is because you're not alone, but you don't have to do it on your own. You don't have to. You can be supported. You can be loved and supported. You can love yourself. So in the midst of this space, where I was in this darkness, I became my worst fear, which was a failure. Because I believed that my value was based on what I could deliver in this world. So if I couldn't deliver anything, so where was my value? And so I became a failure. And my parents came to visit me. And I realized that I was going to end up being a burden on them for the rest of my life. And what I didn't realize was that the medication that I was on, that they had given me, that these specialists had given me, it caused acute depression if you were suffering from depression. And so I was so out of my mind that I tried to take my own life. Thank goodness I failed. Thank goodness I failed. Isn't that ironic? Thank goodness I failed. I will go much more into the story, guys, but I have a time limit on how long I can be with you. So I'm going to fast forward. Fast forward, my amazing mom in all her wisdom sent me to an incredible secondary facility where I was able to really stop and work on myself for the first time. It was in this facility that I remembered that I'd been abused when I was little. I'd been sexually abused when I was little. It was the first time I started dealing with the fact that I was raped, that I'd lost my virginity to rape. And all of these things came up. And my amazing, amazing, amazing psychologist, psychiatrist, Gus, he said to me, Susanna, as within, so without, because we were doing shadow work. I don't know how many of you guys have done shadow work before, but it is something I do on my course. And it's something I do as well in my coaching, because it's so important. As within, so without. How do we integrate those dark aspects of ourselves? As we spot something outside, it is drawn to us because it exists inside of us. And he said, you've attracted so much abuse into your life. Where are you abusive? And I got cross. I was like, are you kidding? Me abusive? I step over ants, for crying out loud. I really was angry with him. And he said, Susanna, I need you to think about this. Where are you abusive? And so I stopped and I went back to my room and I was furious. And I thought about it and I thought about it and I thought about it. And then it hit me like a ton of bricks on my chest. I'd been abusing myself more than anybody could ever abuse me, because I was with myself 24/7 and I was never good enough. I was never clever enough. I never achieved enough. I was never funny enough. I was never beautiful enough. I was not enough. And I'll never forget it, because in that moment, it was like me and myself split. And myself looked back at me and it said, stuff you. I'm not going to let you do this to me anymore. And in 3 months, I was wheelchair ridden. I went from being in pain to getting into hospital. And in hospital, they gave me an amazing drug called Simgen, which was a painkiller, which actually finally worked. And I started functioning again. And I thought, okay, I'm getting my life back together. And then this happened. And within 3 months, I was in ICU fighting for my life. Fighting for my life. I was being kept alive on high doses of cortisone and steroids, pethidine and morphine for the pain. I was in and out of consciousness. But it was that moment, and I'll never forget it. It was that moment that accelerated that process. That moment was also very important, because it was the moment I realized how awful I'd been to myself, how I'd been treating myself all these years. Can you guys relate to that? Can you relate to that feeling of being so awful to yourself, so horrible to yourself? Are you guys kind to yourselves? I would love to know in the comments. Let me know. Before I went into hospital, I had a profound moment, an incredible moment of surrender. Yes, yes, yes. I see the comments coming through. Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. You're not alone. You're not alone. And that's why I ask people to give feedback and comment, because when we share, when we are honest about where we are and who we are, that is the first step of actually stepping into our light. Even though it feels like we're admitting our darkness, that is stepping into our light. So before I actually collapsed, it was 2 days before I collapsed and became wheelchair ridden, I had this moment of surrender. And I was at my godmother's house, and I remember it so clearly because I want to go into detail with you guys, but I just don't have time right here on this platform, but I will at some point, hopefully. But I was at my godmother's house, and I remember that moment because I literally fell on my knees. And I said, God, Allah, Buddha, Krishna, universe, whoever's listening, I get that I've screwed up so solidly. I get it. I know about the mind-body connection. I know what I've done. And I know that I'm dying. I knew I was dying. So if it is my time to go, I will accept it, because I know why. But if you let me stay, I promise that I will spend the rest of my life making it worthwhile. Because I feel like there's so much more I still need to do. So please, if I can, I would love to stay. But if it's my time to go, I will go. And I surrendered. And it's incredible because from that moment onwards, I stopped suffering. I was in pain. Please don't doubt it for a second. I mean, I couldn't even swallow. I was completely, by the time I got to hospital, which was about a week later, as I ended up in a wheelchair 2 days later and then in hospital, bedridden, wheelchair, hospital. I couldn't swallow. I was completely dehydrated because I couldn't even do that. Clothes couldn't touch my body. Fabric couldn't touch my skin because everything was in pain. I was in the most acute pain I've ever experienced in my life. I didn't know that pain like that existed. And then when I was in hospital, and because of the process of surrender that I'd gone through, and because of the things that I did, the doctors had tried everything, and I wasn't suffering. I was in pain, but I wasn't suffering. What was devastating for me was that I couldn't take the suffering away from my parents, and from my friends, my family. That's what hurt me. I hate seeing people I love in pain. Are you guys the same? Please let me know if you guys are the same, because I can't. So that was difficult, but I wasn't actually suffering because I knew that whatever was going to happen was meant to happen. And I started my healing journey from that moment. From that moment of surrender. Even though my body physically got worse before it got better, I was already on my healing journey. And in the hospital, as a last resort, because they had tried everything, and my kidneys were all my organs were near failure, but my kidneys were the worst, and they were about to start dialysis. And as a last resort, they said we were going to try chemotherapy. And so they said if the chemotherapy worked, it would take between 18 and 24 months to get me into remission. And I had to sign all these papers because I could die. That was the reality. And the first chemo took 9 hours. 9 hours because my body was so fragile. But before chemo, I did some energy healing, and then I had chemo, and then I did some other healing, and I did some emotional healing, and I did some mental healing, and I was in remission within 5 months. Complete remission. within 5 months. That healing journey was one of the most profound gifts of my life. I'm here because I healed body, mind, spirit, heart, and soul, because they are all connected. And I'm so sure I've gone off track from my PowerPoint of knowing where I should be. But I just wanted to tell you that story from a true, authentic place, because my mission now in life is to empower as many people as possible to live their best lives. And how? By gilding themselves back together with gold, with compassion, with love, with courage, with strength. And I know you can do it because I've done it. I know you can because I've done it. I know there are amazing, amazing offers that are happening here today. And my biggest wish is to connect with as many people as possible all over the world. So I'm going to give you a crazy, crazy offer. And now remember, I've said there has to be an energy exchange, but I'm happy to give an energy exchange that is affordable to all of you. So I will go through that a little bit later, but I'd like to take you on a little meditation if you would afford me the time, if you're happy to do that. Are you guys happy to go on a little guided visualization with me? I think I've got a few more minutes still, Brian. Can I do that?
Yeah, do you want to maybe tell them about the course before you do that? Because a lot of people are asking.
Okay, all right, no problem. So for those of you that want to know about the course, let me just find those slides. I know it's shame, the Real Success team just wants to kill me because I've changed the name of the course because it keeps evolving. But the name of the course initially was Fractured to Fabulous. And the reason why it was called Fractured to Fabulous was because of the cracks and the breaks, and then moving into a fabulous space. And the slug line was a journey of conscious empowerment and mastery, because that is the journey that I so want to take with all of you guys, and it's the journey that I've been on. And so I so want to share that with you guys. And so what I've done is I've now evolved, and I'm sorry, but the course is called Kinstakiri Me, the art of putting ourselves back together with love, compassion, and courage. And I would love you to join me on a journey of conscious empowerment, love, and healing. So it's called Kinstakiri Me because of, for me, the relevance of that imagery of us being even more valuable when we are gilded back together with gold. So I love that image. So that's what it is called. And what it entails is it's a 5-week journey, because we cannot do this overnight. It's a 5-week journey. We get together every week for an hour. I tend to talk a lot, so it might be a little bit more than an hour, but we get together for an hour and I take you through my 5 phases of healing: body, mind, spirit, and soul. And then we do a Q&A. I break it down. I tell you the lessons that I learn. I give you practical things that you can actually go and implement into your life straight away, because that's what's important. I also do a Q&A so that you guys can ask me questions. And I will do a full live visualization and meditation with you guys as well, because my students are always asking me for that. And then you become part of a private Facebook group. And the reason for that is because I want you guys to be surrounded by a like-minded community, a community that loves each other and supports each other, a community where there is no judgment, there is only support and care and compassion for healing. And so I give you guys that opportunity. And when you join that private Facebook group, just so that you know, I always run a competition that allows you, the first person to be bold and brave and introduce themselves and say why they are there and what they are hoping to achieve. I run a competition and I pick someone, and someone wins a one-on-one coaching session with me as well for an hour. So that happens as well, but that's not included in the course. You get access to my Power of Forgiveness talk. It was the first talk I did actually within this realm. I shared the stage with Robin Banks, and I give you access to that. You get a workbook, a full transformational workbook. In fact, you get it in sections as the weeks go so that you can practically implement what you're working on. You get access to all of the live recordings. And this is one of the questions that I got asked quite a lot, is that, what if we miss a session? I am thinking of doing, and in fact, I am doing the course 1 week at 11 a.m., 1 week at 5 p.m., and we swapping. And the reason why is so that we can reach everybody in the world, and there will be a time zone that you will be able to fit in. And if you miss one of them, you can listen to the recordings. And something that I want you guys to get is that I work with energy. I work with energy. And so you listening to this right now, even if you're listening live or whether you're watching a recording of it, there is an energy matrix that is being created right now. And you're receiving this information at the exact right time for your soul's highest journey. And so nothing is lost if you are not live. Nothing is lost. And because I do Q&A so frequently, you can ask me questions, and I jump into the Facebook group. So please don't worry about that. I also do a full Q&A session, a 1 hour Q&A session with you guys right at the end so that we can actually chat and answer lots of questions. I give you a printout of my Wheel of Life. In fact, I've given you a printout. Lisa, is it Lisa that I need to ask? Brian, I'll have to ask Brian. How do they get their printout? Okay, I see something in files here. There we go. I'm going to share that with you guys. Oh, it's busy sharing with you guys? Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm giving you my Wheel of Life. I want you guys to look at it, but I'm going to give you practical tools on how to use the Wheel of Life in various different ways to empower yourself. I'll give you the drama triangle and explain the drama triangle to you guys and how to use that as well. I give you my hand-picked reading list so that you guys, if you want to delve into different areas, I give you a reading list. And then you also get free membership to my Thrive. And so that opens up a whole lot of possibilities for you guys there as well. I do a talk show. I'm almost live every single day. So there's wonderful, wonderful things included in the course. And Brian, should I reveal the price now?
Yeah, you don't have a slide with all of that as well?
I actually do. Let me have a look at my slides.
The prices, guys, it's not too bad. It's about $300, I think. So it's
no.
She's nuts.
Making it really affordable for you guys. I am nuts. That Brian always laughs at me because he says it's crazy. But I want as many of you as possible to be able to join in. That's the reality. I'm going to have to scroll quite a lot because it's right at the end. I don't know if there's a way of scrolling right to the end, but so the course goes for $199. That's how much the course goes for. But I want to reach as many people. I want to reach as many people as possible. And so I'm giving a crazy price for this weekend, and because of Brian, because I love Brian and I love Real Success and I love what they are doing, I'm giving a crazy price of $47, which is affordable. And if you take that it's over a 5-week course, you're getting a whole lot of value, I think, for your money. So you can see that all of the different things are there, your 5 live weekly calls, the Q&As, the meditation, the full hour and Q&A private Facebook group, transformational workbook, access to all the live sessions, Wheel of Life, Drama Triangle printout, handpicked reading list, and free Thrive membership. And then also there's the possibility of you winning one-on-one coaching session with me. So that is the cost of the course. And I really hope that you guys will join me, because I was humbled. Brian, I didn't actually tell you, I was so humbled by the transformation in my students. It astounded. I ended up in tears. I mean, I feel teary now. I remember there was one student that really stood out for me at the beginning of the last course, and I thought, oh my goodness, how am I going to help this woman? How am I going to help her? And I prayed a lot for this person. I prayed for everyone, by the way. But I couldn't believe it. When we had our Q&A session at the end of the course, she was a completely different woman. I just couldn't believe it. And I've just thank you to everyone. If anybody is tuned in right now who actually has done my course and given me feedback, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. More, please. Because the reason why I'm doing this again is because of your feedback. Literally, the reason why I'm doing it again is because of the feedback that you guys have shared with me. So thank you, more, please. And I wish you continued healing, continued growth, continued love and fulfillment. I wish that all for you. So
Susanna, just put the slide up again so people can just keep seeing it. And guys, I mean, Susanna says it's a $199 course. I think it's a $500 course in terms of what you actually get. So, you should really, really consider taking this up. She's crazy to offer it to you. I really appreciate that she's offering it to you. But it's a really, really personal and incredible journey. So, guys, take advantage of it now. She's going to do a meditation in a few minutes' time, but I want to make sure that a lot of you get the opportunity to join this because it's a limited offer. You go to realsummits.com/SK. You should see the link at the top of the chat. You should see under the offers as well. It's been posted a couple of times in the chat as well. And you can make sure that you sign up for that. It is an unbelievable package that you've put together, which I think is absolutely amazing. I still love the name Fractured to Fabulous because I think it's such a relevant context, of who you are. But the point is, at the end of the day, thank you so much for doing this for everybody. And you can buy it for a friend, Anna. You can, go and grab it, and you can always you'll get the details. You can just pass it on to your friend if need be, or if you put your friend's details in, it'll come through directly to them as well.
Nicole's joined us as well. Hello, lovely Nicole. So you heard my full story for the first time tonight.
Anna, I have the most immense amount of respect for you, but it's not because of the story. I think everybody has a story. It's the way in which you're able to communicate that story so vulnerably and connect with people. And I think that you have a unique skill because, it can be a blank screen in front of you where you don't see the faces. But every single person, I can definitely vouch for ourselves, feels like you're having the conversation with them and sharing your story with them intimately. So all I can say is thank you for being so vulnerable. And I hope that over and above all the lessons that everybody's learned from you so far, and hopefully they continue to learn more from you in the course, but they learn from you from your vulnerability and that they continue to take that trait into their own lives. Thank you, Susanna.
Thank you so much for your
Susanna, a couple of questions that's coming up. Number one is, when does it start? And number two is, if people can't start it straight away, can they buy it and do like when the next one starts? I'm guessing that answers yes on the second one. But when does this particular one start? When do those 5 live sessions or the 5-week live calls start?
So we start on the 1st of September. So not this coming Tuesday, the next Tuesday. And we run every Tuesday. So I'm just giving you guys a week because I know that next week is action-packed with so many things that are happening. With Real Success, it's got so many amazing webinars and things happening. And so I'm giving you guys a week to really delve into all the magic that is being shared with Real Success, and then we can delve into working together. So it will be on the 1st of September.
Okay, so this one will start on the 1st of September. If you cannot start on the 1st of September, you can still buy it, and then she'll let you know when the next one starts down the line. But I mean, that does give you a bit of time to prepare. It's a crazy package. So, I just want to say, it would be crazy. If you connect with Susanna, so many people were talking about it, saying it sounded like you talking about my life and all that kind of stuff. There were so many comments around that. Well, this is an opportunity to work with her directly so that she can help you through your journey. And the results she's been getting with the students are beyond, they're unbelievable, actually. So I think the key thing is take advantage of it. It's there, realsummits.com/SK. The link's at the top of the chat. It's under offers as well. And don't miss out on this opportunity.
I think it's a chance to be part of the Susanna Kennedy Club, and not just that, but you actually get a free Thrive Network membership, which for me is huge. I mean, that is in itself a whole gift. Obviously, there's all the printouts and everything, private Facebook support, but the live face-to-face time with Susanna Kennedy it's just a gift. I mean, and for only $47, I think that is the best way you could invest in yourself walking away from this weekend. And I think at the end of a long afternoon filled with insight and wisdom and passion and authenticity and vulnerability, just to take $47 and decide to invest in yourself, become more authentic, become more vulnerable, and decide what kind of life you're building and who you want to become. And I want to become like that, like all of that.
You see, look, Brian, she's making me blush again.
Unfortunately, you're small, so we don't notice as much. Well, that's up. But it's a beautiful offer. And, some people are saying, what time will it start on the... So remember what Susanna said about the live sessions. Like, if you cannot make them live, you will lose out on very little. Try and make the Q&A sessions, but she is going to mix up the times to accommodate, both sort of sides. Although right now we're talking obviously to a lot of people from America and Canada and obviously Europe in the middle. But just give us the time, Susanna.
So that's why I've actually created the 2 different time zones. So I'm doing 11 o'clock in the morning because 11 a.m. GMT plus 2 is the time that the most people on the earth are awake at the same time. I've actually researched this. So I'm doing it at 11 a.m. and then I will do an evening one. And I was going to do 5 p.m., but I'm happy to do 6 p.m. if the Americas require me to do it a little bit later. I'm happy to do 6 p.m. instead of 5 p.m. So depending on the feedback of who joins the course, I might do 5 or I might do 6. Let's see who's online.
Susanna, I saw cool question here from one of the from someone in the chat box. They asked if they could buy them for a friend. I think that's a fantastic idea. I think that I've got a couple of friends in mind who, instead of buying them a useless pair of shorts, this is definitely a way better solution to a lot of their problems. And I think that this is the most meaningful gift that anybody can give. So definitely.
Absolutely, you can buy for free. In fact, it's quite an amazing thing to go on a journey with someone that you care about. So I've had students that it's like a mother and daughter, going through it together, and it can be really profound. It can be profound individually, but often if you've got somebody to share the journey with, you're going to connect with like-minded people, because you're going to be a part of the group. But it's a wonderful thing to share with somebody that you love. So whoever said that, what a generous, genuinely kind thing to do for somebody. I think it's beautiful.
I just think it's natural. You don't want to do something like this on your own. You have to share the experience. And it creates an added accountability when you walk away from it, to say there's someone who's been through the same thing, who can take the same transformation and help you actually implement it in your life moving forward.
Yeah, and I see there's a question coming in here saying, is the Thrive membership ongoing? Yes, it is. It's ongoing. So basically, the Thrive membership is I do a talk show. So I have conversations. I love conversation. I don't call them interviews. I call them conversations because I only have like 2 or 3 questions that I've kind of prepared, but I really listen to who I'm speaking to. And then we have a conversation, and both Brian and Nicole will know this because I've had conversations with them before. And I have conversations with my favorite teachers and healers and speakers from around the world because I'm that geeky eternal student who always wants to learn. And so then I might as well be learning and sharing it with you guys at the same time. So it gives you access to all of that.
All right, excellent, guys. So take advantage of it, realsummits.com/SK. The link's at the top of the chat. It's under offers as well. You can see it on the screen if you're viewing it big enough. And, it's an incredible package you cannot lose. I love the idea of, buying it for friends, people that are going through a lot, particularly now. It's a wonderful thing to share with them. So take advantage of that. And then Susanna's going to do a bit of a meditation with you guys to kind of end off the day. And people are saying, how long is the offer valid for? Well, it's valid for the rest of the session, but we might extend it for the weekend. So just make a plan in order to make it happen, because I think it's an amazing package as a whole. So we hand back to you, Susanna.
Brian, do I have time to do a meditation? I'm getting a message from Lisa here saying that I'm supposed to be finished. Are you happy to go over?
No, that's fine. I mean, how long is the meditation?
10 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, you're well within time. So we still got 20 minutes officially, and if you go slightly over, it's not the end of the world.
Okay. All right.
Okay. 5 minutes now, Susanna. We've been waiting for this all day.
Okay. All right. Let's go. I'm gonna end this and go back to my screen. Stop slideshow. There we go. We're back. Okay. So I'm gonna. What I would love you guys to do is just come into center. So just put both feet on the ground, support your backs if you have sore backs. Otherwise, sit upright so that your spine is sitting upright and you're feeling comfortable. I'm going to put a little bit of music on. I won't put it very loud because I don't want it to interfere with what I'm going to be doing with you guys. But what I'd like you to do is just gently close your eyes. And I'm going to close mine as well because I'm guided when I do these meditations. So I don't know what is coming through. It just comes through me. So I hope you guys will close your eyes and just go on a journey with me for a little while. Take a deep breath in. And exhale. And take another deep breath in. And exhale. And this time when you breathe in, I want you to picture yourself breathing in golden white light, and it's shooting out the crown of your head far into the universe. And as it does, this golden, beautiful white light meets the golden, beautiful white light of the stars, of the universe, of the cosmos far up above you. And as you exhale, that beautiful golden white light comes pouring down into the crown of your head, and it fills your head, your mind, with the love for all things. This beautiful golden white light and goes into your third eye, and it clears out anything that needs to be cleared. It clears it out and it projects far into the world so that you can perceive all that happens from a place of love for all things. And then this beautiful golden white light comes back and it goes into your eyes. And although your eyes are closed, it shoots out through your eyes, which enables you to see this incredible world and all that exists in it from a place of love for all things. And as you inhale this golden, beautiful white light, it goes back into your ears and it clears every passage, every little hallway in your ears, and it fills them with golden white light so that everything you hear is met with love for all things. And as you exhale through your nose, you breathe out this beautiful golden white light. And then you inhale once more, very deeply, and this golden white light comes in your nasal passages, down your throat, and into your mouth. And it swirls around in your mouth, and then it exits your mouth, so that all your words are spoken from a place of love for all things. And as you inhale again, this golden white light goes down your throat and onto your shoulders and down your arms and into your hands that are resting comfortably on your lap. And then you picture these two golden balls hovering above your hands. Sometimes you get a tingling sensation in the palms of your hands. Sometimes it feels a little bit cool, sometimes a little bit warm, but you feel the energy of this golden light that allows you to hold and hug and do and act with your hands from a place of love for all things. And this golden white light travels up your arms and onto your shoulders, that you feel supported in this world as you walk through this world by the light of the universe, supporting you as you hold all that you need to hold with love for all things. And then this golden white light goes down into your organs, and it travels through all of your organs, through your lungs, and it fills your lungs down into your stomach and into your kidneys and your liver, and all of your vital organs are filled with this golden white light, your digestive tract. And you inhale and exhale with love for all things. And you know that from now on, from this moment on, you will digest all that life brings to you from a place of love for all things. And then this beautiful golden white light, it flows down your legs and down past your feet into the center of the earth. And as it gets to the center of the earth, through all of the layers of the ground and the stones and the crystals, it meets this beautiful glowing lava, this red glowing lava. And as it does, the golden white light, it turns to like a rose gold, and you are connected from the spirit world, from the cosmos, all the way through down into our Mother Earth, into the core of our earth. And you are grounded and you are present and you are strong. And then this beautiful rose gold white light, it starts traveling up from the center of the earth. And it goes up past the layers of the ground and the earth and the crystals and the rocks, past the grass, up into the concrete foundations of the building that you're in, and it shoots up your feet, through all your organs and into your heart. And as it does, it shoots out your heart like a globe. You start glowing like a sun, a bright sun. Because did you know that stars are suns? Yes, they are. They have their own cosmos and everything. And you, listening to this right now, you are a star. You are the sun. You were born to shine. And as you do, your light expands. It expands beyond the room that you're in. It expands past the building that you're in. It expands past your neighborhood, past your city, past your country, past your continent, past the world and into the universe. That is how brightly your light shines. It is magnificent. Take a moment and feel that. Your beauty is astounding. Your gift to this world are so beautiful. I can see them all now. And as you do that, I want you to send love. Send love to everyone that has brought gifts into your life. The people you know, the people you don't know, the people you haven't met yet, your past, your present, your future. And send love to all of those that have hurt you in this life, because they too have been a part of the journey. Just send love for all things. And I can feel some of you are a little bit heavy when I said that. It's okay. Allow yourself to feel it. And bring yourself back to gratitude. Bring yourself back to the thing you are most grateful for right now in this world. It can be a parent, it can be a child, it can be a friend, it can be a dog, it can be a furry friend. It can be that you're here on this call right now. It can be absolutely anything. And just feel that gratitude. Feel it. Let it expand through you. Beautiful. I can feel the expansion. It's beautiful. Wonderful. And now I want you to come back in slowly. Come back in from the cosmos. See your light coming back into the world, towards your continent, towards your country, towards your neighborhood, towards your home, and back into the room and into your heart. And as you do this, I want you to remember that that light that you just experienced, it exists within you. It is always shining. It is always accessible. It is your light. It is your time to shine. thank yourselves. Thank yourselves for being here tonight, for being present, for giving yourselves this gift of this moment. You are worth it. You are worth all the love, all the compassion, all the care, all the accolades in the world. You, listening right now, you are worth it. Breathe that in. And exhale it out. And so it is. And so it is. Thank you. Thank you. More, please. And when you are ready, you can slowly open your eyes and come back into the room and meet me here. Oh, I often get tears in my eyes when I do those guided meditations because they really do just come through me. And you were so beautiful. Your light was so beautiful. All of your light was so, so beautiful. So thank you for sharing your light with me. Thank you for being present in this moment, for giving yourselves the gift of being here and investing yourselves in this time, in this moment, and being with me, investing and being with me. I really hope that you guys will be with me for my course, Kins to Carry Me, a journey of conscious empowerment and mastery, a journey of love, healing, and courage and strength. I look forward to connecting with you guys and really getting to know you guys. I got to know so many of my past students, and it was such a gift for me. I absolutely loved it. But if nothing else, do something to invest in yourselves. Please do something to invest in yourselves. And, follow everyone on social media that is on this weekend. They have so much value to give. And a very big thank you to Brian and Nicole and the entire the entire Real Success team for having me here this weekend. It's been such an honor and a privilege. So thank you so much. Thank you. I see Nicole is back and Brian is back.
Susanna, that was incredibly vulnerable, and just to give that gift to everybody to end off tonight, it couldn't have been more perfect. Thank you for sharing with us.
Such a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you. And thank you, Brian.
Let's just put that slide up again. Sorry, Susanna, because people are asking again, just so people can see what they get. Guys, you can see what it's like to work with Susanna. You get to do this meditation through a process as well, but there's a lot more to it. So please take advantage of that by going to realsummits.com/SK. And you can go and purchase that ridiculous package that I think is worth so much more than $199, which is what she sells it for out there, for just $47. So I think you get in like a 10% deal of what it's probably really worth. So just take advantage of that. It's a wonderful way to close the summit today. We've got a big lineup tomorrow, so don't forget. We start at 9 a.m. South African time, or Central European time. It's 9, yeah. What did you say? 9.
Giving a vision.
I don't think you had more fingers, because I went, what's 11? Why are you saying 11? I'm like, hello. Right. We've got 12 fingers, yeah. Go, Brian. Good one. But yeah, so we've got a big schedule coming up. So please take advantage of that. Get onto Susanna's course. We'll leave that up. And what we'll do is we'll actually close just with 2 things. One is the schedule for tomorrow. Let me just get that up on screen. And then I'm going to take over the screen. Susanna's course starts on the 1st of September. But for those that asked, if you cannot make it on the first, remember, you don't have to attend live. But you can also, some people are saying they're on other intense courses now, and then she'll give you dates of when the next ones start. But well worth it. So what's coming up tomorrow is none other than Kate Gray starting the day, Jennifer Stoller. I'm so looking forward to all of these presentations, actually. I missed most of Skip's presentation in the previous summit because I was so busy in meetings. So I'm looking forward to that. Richard Harrington on mastering online investment. I think that's going to be, it's just always powerful with Richard and the relevance of it right now. For Mealy, she's just beautiful energy as well. Be a woman, earn like a man. Yeah, it's just, you know, she's such a dynamic person in what she's managed to achieve and the way she's helping people break those barriers in terms of what they earn. And guys, it's as relevant for you because she's really talking about how to position yourself and how to make yourself invaluable in a career or in a business or even in your own business. So, you know, as much as it's angled towards women, it's what she shares is absolutely profound. James McNeil, love this guy. His story is going to blow you away. Start your perfect dream life now. James is making massive impact all over the world. He's joining us from Canada. Lindsay is joining us from Costa Rica. Dying to see that as well. I loved her video she did on Facebook. I just came back from surfing with the kids, you know, and she's just got this incredible energy about her. So I think she lives that energy, which is going to be amazing. And then, of course, the great Tony Robbins at the end, not live. Somebody's going to give us a hard time. There is exclusive training from Tony, and it's a beautiful way at the end of the day talking about raising standards as well. So it's a full house tomorrow, and we're looking forward to starting 9 a.m. So if you look at your clock right now, in South Africa, it's 9 p.m. So if you went 12 hours from now, that's what time we're starting. Okay, so for those of you in the US and Canada that are crazy enough to get up at 2 a.m. or whatever it is, depending on your time zone, you're welcome to. I would not miss any of these people, all right? Any of them. Please, anyone that is going through a difficult marriage or is potentially going through a divorce or is going through a divorce, especially if it involves custody, you're going to want to listen to Jennifer Stoller. This is such an amazing woman. I just love this woman like you can't believe. She's been helping some of my friends out. And so you don't want to miss that. I know, and some of you are going to go, oh, I'm not going through a divorce. Listen to her. All right, just listen to her regardless because it's very, very powerful. Every one of these sessions is worth, I want to say weight in gold, but that doesn't actually make any sense. But it's absolutely invaluable. So you want to make sure you're there for tomorrow. Right, so last chance to get Susanna's program. What I can tell you, and I've probably got, oh, there it is there. Cool, cool, cool. So for all the offers that were offered today, you can go to realsummits.com/offers, and you'll see the free webinars. You can sign up. You'll see Susanna's program there. We will keep it live for the weekend. You know, I'm not supposed to, but I'm just twisting her arm because I have that much leverage with her. But we'll keep it live for the weekend. So make your plans, as you'll hear Tony talk about. Get resourceful. Don't say you don't have the money. If it's important enough to you, something like $47, you can phone a friend. Every one of us has borrowed money from friends or wherever in order to do courses in the early parts of our journeys, right? It's just part of the equation. So if it's important enough for you, go and make a plan, all right? And, you know, offer to work for a friend. You know, I know Saj, one of our guys, he worked, I think, for 7 days in a restaurant, you know, like full-out days. Or no, it was like 4 weeks. It was like a whole month or something for free just so that you could pay for him to do a course. You know, and that was after phoning 38 people. So I don't want to hear stories about you don't have the money all the time. That's just your head playing a game. If it connected, if it makes sense, make it happen. Nicole, tomorrow is going to be amazing. Today was amazing, but tomorrow is a long haul.
How do you even beat today? But then you look at the lineup tomorrow and you just know it's going to be as incredibly impactful as today. I'm just grateful to be here. I think I get the free front seat right here to get to witness all of this magic. So thank you.
Yeah, that's definitely what it's about. Susanna, thank you so much again. Your energy is beautiful. Your connection is beautiful. I think people loved it. And yeah, we look forward to working. I'm sure a lot of people are already saying like, oh, we've got it. We can't wait. So I'm sure people are looking forward to working with you as well. But listen, I believe you're running off for your birthday weekend now. So
yes, I am. I'm getting whisked away by my amazing man, Stephen, and so I am going to leave you guys, but I just wanted to say thank you again. Thank you so much, Brian. You know, you facilitate these amazing weekends that really allow people to step up and step into their greatness. And I absolutely honor you for that, and the entire team. I love the entire Real Success team. They're just such a bunch of fantastic human beings. So everybody behind the scenes that makes it possible for us to be here and connect with you. Thank you to all of you guys as well. Thank you so much, and lots of love and light to you guys all. Have a blessed weekend. Bye.
Yeah, send my love to your man. I'm jealous, you guys. I'm going away next weekend, but for no birthday. So, but we'll make up for it. Have a joy.
Lots of love.
Cheers. All right, guys, and Nicole and I are also going to wish you adios shortly. Just remember, we've got an amazing, amazing lineup tomorrow, 12 hours from now, minus 3 minutes. If you're wondering what the time zone is for you, if you can't because it's some ridiculous hour of the morning, just come in when you can. You have a link for tomorrow, and you'll also see links coming through periodically. So that link for tomorrow, please don't use the link for today. It won't get you in tomorrow. But it's the same link that you can use throughout tomorrow for all the sessions. So don't miss out on that as a whole. Remember, realsummits.com/offers. Go and get what you want to get. And we are so excited, Nicole, about seeing everyone tomorrow.
Listen, Brian, if I'm not on the call with you at 9 a.m., just resend me the link, because I'm one of those people that's still loading yesterday's link. But yes,
I'm sure we'll figure that out before.
And I come up tomorrow. I'm very excited. I hope all the speakers are getting their beauty sleep tonight. If they're in South Africa, then the rest of the world, they're carrying on with their day. Exactly 12 hours from now, we have the magic starting all over again. I'm actually sad we have to take a break.
Yeah, you're going to believe me, take the break, because you'll start feeling it by Sunday. It's a lot.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but it's like, you'll be grateful for the break when you get to Sunday. But yeah, I know. And I was the same when we did the last one. Full of energy on the first night, even the second night, but then third day, starts to knock you. Guys, we'll see you then. Listen, have an amazing evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And Nicole, it's been amazing having you with us, and we'll see you tomorrow as well. Ciao for now.
Thank you, Brian.